update, so we appreciate that. First, we'll start with introductions. We've changed our seating a little bit. Let's start over here to the left with Carl.
Carl Hurst, I represent the Central Region.
Randy Durth, I represent the Northeast Region.
Kevin Albrecht, Board Chairman, and represent the Southeast Region.
Gary Nielsen, Central Region.
Bryce Thurgood, represent the North.
Go ahead, Wade.
Wade Heaton, Southern Region.
All right. Thanks for joining us online. And yeah, I'd like to excuse Brett. He couldn't be with us today. He'll catch the meeting and do some homework. One of the things that want to keep this brief, but I wanted to mention was that, you know, we all know that we've had a huge winter, and we're all looking forward to the updates of what that looks like. But the other side of that is, what has that meant for division employees? I think it's been a huge workload. In many of our region, there's been a tremendous amount of effort to keep animals off the highways, to work in backyards, to do a lot of effort. I want to recognize all of the work that's been done. As a wildlife board, we really appreciate that. We recognize those efforts. I also want to recognize the conservation officers that have worked more hours than they probably do during hunting season because of the emergency shed closure this year. Usually this is a time of year that they maybe spend more time with their family, do some of the efforts that they normally don't get to do on their home renovations or whatever it may be. And this year they didn't get that. Like to recognize those officers and all of the work that they've put in. I also want to say, if there's any of the shed poachers out there, that you guys are smug. You know, you're putting our wildlife at risk. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You know, our animals need a break. Lay off them. So with that, I'd like to turn a little time over to Jay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo those sentiments, it has been really since the first part of December. I think our employees have been on the top of their game. This has been unprecedented winter, and something that we have had to really pull out all the stops and work across section lines, use a lot of partners, and we've had great support. And we've also had a lot of challenges that we haven't had to deal with, not to this level, for a long time. And I think it's a testament to the employees that we have, and also the support that the public gives us. As soon as we started into emergency feeding, we were also dealing with huge workloads of urban wildlife issues and depredation issues in rural areas, and then we added a shed closure to that, and we had a legislative session that was very busy for the division and was a very good thing for the division. And it's just kept going. When we thought that it would slow down, it never really has. And I think the employees have given their all, and I think that they've been stretched pretty thin. And just echo what you say, proud of their work and how they take it on the chin a lot, and they take it on the chin when things are not good, and they do that professionally, and it shows, and it helps us gain support. So thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? All right, with that, we'll jump up to Riley Peck with a legislative session update.
Yeah, thank you. Riley Peck, I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Wildlife, and excited to be here to talk about some of the issues that we have and what we experienced during the session. You're going to have to help me out, Mike. Which button do I push? The green one right in the middle? Yeah. That one? The big one. All right. You say that looks like an arrow. That looks like Pac-Man dots. So I'm excited to be here and to talk about the few things that we had going on Maybe. Have I ruined it already? To everybody else presenting, it's, the big dot in the middle. We good? So Jay mentioned this a little bit. I haven't been doing this for very long. I think this was my fourth year that I've been involved with it. And for me personally, this has been the busiest session that I've ever participated in. And a lot of it, I hope that you see is a really good thing. I think that the division was shown a lot of love during the session. We walked away excited about so many of the scenarios that took place. And I think that a lot of times we get bombarded with what are we going to do now? Or how does this look? Or what does that change do to the division? Or what is the board going to do with this? And while all of that is true and is pertinent, I think that there are often times that we overlook that at the legislative level right now, I think we have a lot of friendships. I think there are a lot of respect for what the board does and what the Division of Wildlife does. And I hope that is portrayed today as we discuss some of the updates of what took place. My goal is to keep it kind of short. I mean, I was saying on the way in, I think that this year's session, we literally could talk for hours about what took place. And so as soon as I understand the clicker, no, did we skip past? Well, there, yeah, here we go. It's all right. So in general, we tracked 43 bills, give or take just a couple. Most of these, some of these had agency-related information and didn't have a lot of impacts to wildlife. And so we're going to skip past some of those, even though they were definitely necessary for us to follow and to have an idea of what took place as they involved what went on in our day-to-day actions for the division. We are going to talk about some that are a little bit more wildlife specific. I will go through these a little quickly, talking about ones that maybe we have more interest on, try to do it as fast as possible with an aggressive schedule today, and then answer any questions. If you have a question while I'm going, feel free to holler. HB 30 and 31 was our code recodification process. And so all through last summer 2022, worked with the sponsor and with the interim committee and just re-looked at our code and read more pages of code than I ever hoped to ever. This was ultimately deleting anything that was outdated, any titles or information that needed to be just brought up to modern times. And there wasn't any substantial change to that. And the sponsor kept its promise moving forward, and we didn't add anything of substance to that. Part of that promise is that in the summer of 2023, this upcoming summer, we'd take a deeper look, and if there were any substantive changes that were necessary, the legislative interim committee could, with the help of a committee that the legislature is going to put together, look at our wildlife code and maybe add some or delete or change the way that looks. And so we are prepared to take a deeper dive into that and add some substantive changes to that. And I think we're not really positive what that's going to look like, what the vision is for that yet, but we will be an active process and keep you all apprised as that moves forward. On the domesticated elk, HB 45, moving on, this was another summer interim discussion. Mostly directed towards the Department of Ag, but due to the CWD disease-related issues of bringing in domesticated elk to the state, we had an active part of it. There was minimal changes to us. We felt like the disease impacts to our wildlife were addressed. Ultimately, the change is that if an animal is brought in from Canada, most likely it has to go directly to a hunt park and is only able to stay in that hunt park for the duration of their hunting season and has to be eliminated. There is some tracking mechanisms that were inputted into that as well, so they can track all animals that they bring into their hunt park. HB 112, this was a bill that the division requested. Our state fish hatchery maintenance account for every fish license that is sold, $2 of that is allocated to going towards maintaining our fish hatcheries. With everything else, the prices that have changed, inflation, everything going on, we were not able to keep up. We had greater maintenance needs than our account would accrue with that $2. And so we requested a change. It was only a one-word change or one number change from $2 to $4. And that allowed that account to maybe boost or bolster a little bit. So we had the amount of money necessary to maintain those hatcheries. And so that was one that we requested. Our wildlife habitat account amendments was another one that we followed. And ultimately, I mean, this one addressed how much or what percentage of the habitat account went to maintaining some of those species. And really we saw an increased amount that the waterfowl received. So the pie is only so big. I mean, there's only so much that you can take out of that pie, and it is what it is. And so they decreased a little bit from upland game, a tiny bit from big game, and gave a little bit more to waterfowl to try and make that a little bit more equal to upland game. Private property and wildlife amendments, HB 145. This is one that was tabled, but will be moved to another summer interim issue. So we will discuss that a little bit more in the summer. That had direct impacts on our LOAs and what we do there. And so we'll be actively working through that again this summer, and we'll keep you apprised if anything and any new information comes up on that. Criminal trespass. I'm going to just skip over that one. We can answer any questions we have. That had very, very minimal impacts to our fishermen and women as how we operate and what business we do. Bison amendments. This is one that we've worked on, not an interim item, but we were first made aware of this in the summer. Was brought about due to the challenges we have with bison coming off of the tribe onto the habitats. This was discussed heavily. We were grateful for the sponsor. She was Representative Christine Watkins worked with us heavily. Ultimately, it was tabled and we didn't push that through. We felt like we got to a good spot without taking that through legislation. So Christine Watkins was great at that, and she did that during a difficult time as well. She lost her husband during the session. So we're grateful to her kindness and willing to work through some of those tough issues. HB 237, our hunting mentor amendments. This will impact a very small number of our constituents. Ultimately, what it does is if you had already purchased a COR to mentor an individual, and that hunter that owned the tag passed away, the individual that held that COR to be mentored can still use the deceased individual's permit to go and hunt. We run into such a small amount of that. I mean, it may increase a tiny bit, but we're talking small numbers. This was a bill that was brought out. A friend of a legislator passed away while trying to mentor his grandson on a bison hunt. And so we feel like this is kind of a good thing to do. As small of individuals as this impacts, it could be a kind of a happy moment during a challenging time if you do have a family member pass away during that. Wildlife management area amendments 262 is one that was also kind of tabled. This would address needing to own a hunting or fishing license in order to participate in some activities on our WMAs. And this one maybe wasn't quite ready or fine-tuned enough, and so this was held on to for further discussion. House bills continued. 341 asked the state or the Division of Wildlife to implement an electronic duck stamp to our website so our constituents can purchase that electronic duck stamp directly from our website. Challenges that we had with that in the past is that the duck stamp was not valid for our entire season. And so they would both need a physical and electronic stamp. And while that is still the case, there's a lot of movement moving forward to where that electronic duck stamp may be valid for the entire waterfowl season. HB 447, transplant of wildlife amendments. There was a lot of conversation with this. This was a bill that was originally introduced in the 2022 session, talked about in interim, brought back again for this session. And generally speaking, without getting into too many of the details, this has to do with the reintroduction of wildlife, not necessarily transplants. And so if we are taking an animal in most situations to an area where they are being reintroduced for the first time in quite some time, the division will need to write a mitigation plan and just kind of get an idea of what impacts they might have to the surrounding area, to maybe agriculture and other lands and that are related to those reintroductions. HB 469, I don't know if you guys have heard about this one or not. There's a lot to it. CWMUs, there's a land and water acquisition fund, air rifles, Doppel, the registration for our hunting guides, trail cameras, and addresses cougars. So this one is without a doubt the bill that is getting the most attention, and I took the most phone calls on and still am. But there's a lot in that we were excited about. There are some of the issues that we'll continue to move forward and collect data on, see in what direction we need to move in the future. So there was a lot to that bill. The last one on the House side, HB 503 shooting range requirements. This was ultimately tabled as well. The concept with this bill was that in the Division of Wildlife's 2 public shooting ranges, the Lee K Center and the Cache Valley, those would be free to any veterans, current military, or first responders. And so they would not need to pay to access those shooting ranges. And so that one came about later in the session, ultimately ran out of time and will be discussed later. We have a few Senate bills as well. Skip to SB 10, wildlife sunset related amendments. And that one, it had to do with the Wildlife Board and the Wildlife Board Nominating Committee. The legislature puts that into statute and gives a sunset date for both of those, and that was renewed again. And so that will continue to operate as it has in the past. SB 112, aquatic invasive species amendments. This is also another bill that we requested and we needed help with. It was determined that the way that we were collecting our AIS interdiction fee was unlawful. We were collecting it at the same time that we were collecting our boat registration, and due to certain requirements from the Coast Guard and how we collect that and how the sticker is implemented, we needed to change that. And so now there will be 2 stickers, that a registration and an actual AIS interdiction fee sticker. The fee is a net neutral to boaters, so ultimately it's going to cost them the same amount, but we could not collect that at the same time. So there is a slight change on how we do that. SB 272 had to do with our mule deer protection account fund and how the coyote bounty was implemented. And so that has changed a little bit. Ultimately, that fund still exists, or the fund doesn't exist, the money still exists, and it is more detailed on what took place, but the general user and the bounty really will not see a difference. It's more of an internal structure that we dealt with. And so those are the specific bills. Some of the budget items that we get excited about, Loa State Fish Hatchery, that has been a request from the Division of Wildlife for many years. Before I came, this was a goal of the state. This is a heavy lift, and with inflation, it's become an even more difficult lift. The first year that I was there, the division was asking for 21 million. It increased again last year, increased again this year, to where we were requesting 56 million to rebuild the Loa Fish Hatchery. We were fortunate enough through the hard work of many and the friendships of the legislature to get appropriated that money. And so we are excited to rebuild the Loa Fish Hatchery for the jobs that will create, but not only that, for the fish that will send across the state. I mean, we could speak for hours on the benefit that will bring and the excitement that brought. And so we're pretty excited about that. I mentioned in HB 469 that we're excited about the land and water acquisition program. This is $1 million ongoing to purchase and protect wildlife habitat. They did come with some small sideboards on how we use that money and where we go after that. But ultimately, in a state that is not growing more land, the ability to protect more of that and more of that water was an exciting thing. So we're excited for what that fund means. The wetland acquisition or Black Hawk funding, this is another one that we've been trying to acquire a piece right off of the Great Salt Lake, the Black Hawk area and others. There was $6 million appropriated to purchasing that and the protection of that wetland area. Porcupine Public Access is a very small area around Porcupine Reservoir. The future implications of this is, in my opinion, even greater than the acquisition of the area around Porcupine Reservoir. You may remember that recently we purchased Cinnamon Creek, WMA. Porcupine is just down from that. And now we own below Porcupine, the public access around Porcupine, and there is only one landowner in between us. And so, and by us, the Division of Wildlife. And I think that is a big deal. In case that land ever is sold, then the division can maybe have a chance at moving forward and protecting that entire canyon. And those in northern Utah that's familiar with that area, that has been a hot spot and a desired location for years where people will go and not only recreate and fish and to hunt and hike. And so excited about the potential for that one. I talked about our fish hatchery maintenance account, but we did get that increased and got the appropriation of $1.2 million in ongoing funding to help with that. UDOT, in cooperation with the Division of Wildlife, got one-time $20 million for highway crossings. This is really exciting as we are looking to continue to protect our migrating species as we have so many locations and is ever evident on a heavy winter like this where we see animals down along the highways. And there was $1 million in one-time funding to the species protection account, which in a species that is needs funding all the time and is funding limited, this was an exciting an exciting appropriation as well. And last but not least, I think the DWR fee changes went through without much discussion or without much hesitation. And this is another one where I think that it is the hard work that the RACs and the boards put in. This was brought to you guys before it was ever addressed at the legislative level. And even though the legislature are the ones that set our fees, the recommendations that the board made and were submitted to the legislature is exactly what was passed with one small exception. And so the public input and the board's respect really helped that to go through. And so we're grateful for that. That was a necessary thing for the Division of Wildlife to move forward with our needs. And so to have that go through as it did was a good thing. And as you see on the appropriations that we have, there's so much that was given. The fact that the fees went through without hesitation was almost an afterthought. And that's, I think, speaks to how really good of a session the Division of Wildlife had. It was super busy. It was super challenging at times. And we still have a few things that we're going to have to move forward with and learn how to pick up and move on. But at the grassroots of this year's session, we felt like we moved away and were really benefited. And those things that were a must pass or even our biggest wish list all came to fruition. So we're pretty grateful to that and to everybody that helped with that. So that took a little longer than I'd hoped. I apologize for that, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Riley, thank you. I would say that, at least for me, that was super beneficial. I would think that if we continue having the work sessions, it would be beneficial to have this as part of that. I tried to track as much as I could the legislative session, but the update you give, there's just some of that we didn't know, and so very helpful. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Just one question. Did the non-resident youth part of the Hunter Mentor
It
make
did.
it through?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was part of that as well. And I missed that, but yes, thank you.
I've got one, Ronnie. Help me understand that water mitigation on HB 469.
Land and water acquisition.
Land, and yes.
Okay.
Obviously, we're not growing any more land. We're not growing any more water either. There's got to, we see all the time, there's winners and losers. It's hard to get a balance there. Help me understand, where's that water coming from, or where's that at? I didn't look at that bill very well.
I will do my best at answering that, and maybe how we purchase water, I may not be the most qualified to answer, but I think in a lot of scenarios, and Cinnamon Creek, although it was a large amount, is a perfect example in my mind. That came about in such short notice, and although at times the Division of Wildlife has money set aside for something, we cannot spend that without an appropriation from the legislature. And so in scenarios like that, when like Cinnamon Creek came up, we were scrambling to try and get the appropriation from the legislature, get the money appropriated to where we could purchase that from a willing seller, willing buyer. This land and water acquisition fund, it benefits in situations such as that. The money has been appropriated. Sits in an account that is interest bearing. And if there is a scenario that we find, there is a willing seller, willing buyer area, we have the ability to move forward for the protection of habitat. It was the desire of the sponsor, and the Senate sponsor, Senator Sandel on the floor, mentioned that we would hope that it would be prioritized to bordering lands and areas that next to where the Division of Wildlife already owns. And I think that is always a desire of the division as well, to try and find the land that we already own. And so we are not truncated across the state, but that it is contiguous land. But that, in my opinion, and others may be able to answer that, certainly not the most qualified on that, but it is a benefit to be able to see a need and have the ability to purchase that if all filters out. And one of the questions that was brought up pretty heavily in the session is, what is the process for purchasing that? And when we find a willing seller and we are desiring to purchase that, it is still taken to the county commission. The legislature is still made aware. It still goes through a public process, the RDCC, so we get public comment on it. And so it is not like this land is now ready and available to be purchasing land or water outside of, by the cover of darkness, and we just take off with new land. But it does provide a benefit for scenarios where something is made available and it's on a very short time frame.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good. Thanks, Riley.
Thank you.
All right. Turn time over to Ashley.
Good morning, members of the board. It's good to be here today. I've been asked to give you an update on the guiding document for use of external committees that you asked us to put together last fall at one of your meetings. So I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes just highlighting kind of the document, and then we'll open it up for questions at the end. So really quick, I just wanted to thank members of our staff at Division of Wildlife Resources. We put together a group of folks that have a lot of experience in our habitat, wildlife, and aquatic sections, as well as our outreach section. that have had a lot of experience working with committees and putting committees together. So these are all the individuals that have helped draft this guiding document. I know that that was sent to all of you, and hopefully you had a chance to review it before the meeting. So really quick, this is just a broad outline of the document. Again, this is a guiding document, so it wasn't meant to be long. It was meant to be kind of a short, overall, broad kind of view at kind of our philosophy behind committees, why we use committees, how we should use committees. And these are kind of the main sections of the document: when external committees are used and what is their role, selecting external committee participants, the procedure for convening an external committee, and then how those committees operate. So really quick, I know the last few years, there's been a lot of committee work at the Division of Wildlife Resources. Most of the big issues that we've been dealing with in the last 2 or 3 years are all issues, of course, that the Wildlife Board is no stranger to. But committees have proven to be really effective in helping us move some of our wildlife management programs forward in recent years. And these are just some of the reasons that we feel strongly at DWR that external committees are important in our work. Obviously, it helps us increase the amount and diversity of information that's needed to make sound wildlife management decisions. It is really helpful at the division to have committees to help us identify issues and potential oversights early in the process, so we avoid unexpected conflicts with our constituents. It's a really great way. It provides a clearinghouse to analyze current practices that we use a lot, as well as consider new ideas that maybe we haven't thought of before. I think a good example of that would be the elk management plan and all the new ideas that were talked about in that committee that the board ultimately approved at our last meeting. And then ultimately, I think our main goal is we want to produce consensus-driven results that wildlife constituents can support. And so all of these are reasons that we feel important, that external committees are important in our work. So when do we use committees? I've been thinking the last few days about the last couple of years and all of the reasons and all of the issues and management plans and things that we've used committees for in the last few years. We obviously like to use committees when we have highly complex wildlife management issues, usually that are really highly social in nature, that will likely result in substantial conflict. So I kind of made a list. I've got some listed here, but just in the last couple of years, here's a list of some of the management plans or programs that we've had committees for. The statewide elk management plan. We're currently revising our statewide turkey plan, our statewide black bear management plan, the Henry Mountains bison plan, trail cams. We had committees talk about trail cams, as you remember. The landowner association rule that went through, we had a committee for that. Technology recs, which you've already heard and will be hearing again at the upcoming RAC and Wildlife Board cycle. The Strawberry Reservoir Management Plan and the Bicknell Bottoms Habitat Management Plan. So those are just a few of the issues and programs that we've assembled committees for in recent years. Of course, most of those are a high-profile management program. So this is just a list, again, of some of the major areas. And every time we write a statewide species management plan, we always put together an external committee. We're currently revising our statewide wildlife action plan, which is a 10-year plan for all of our native species that aren't hunter-fished. And we're currently in the process of that right now. And that's got a lot of, it's got a major core team, and then it's got several sub-teams that are working on that plan. Any of our big game unit management plans, if you recall, if we're changing boundaries or changing population objectives, those kind of things, we run those through external committees. And then fishery management plans for some of our larger, more popular fisheries like Strawberry, Schofield, Yuba, waters like that. And then, of course, at the end, the revision of some of our administrative rules that govern our major management programs, like the Landowner Association program, which we did this past year. So just wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about selecting constituencies and how do we go about that at the division, trying to decide who should sit on committee. So these next couple of slides just give a broad overview of that. Again, these are a lot of the issues, obviously, we all know we deal with. They're highly social. There's a lot of complexity to them. There's a lot of opinions on the way that we should manage wildlife in the state. So these are just a couple of the areas that we look at when we try to decide who we want to invite to sit on committees. Who or what interests may be affected by the outcomes of our decisions. Who has management or decision-making authority for the specific issue or decisions being made. Who has the resources, expertise, or skills to help inform the issue or decisions being discussed. Are there groups or interests that are underrepresented or who might oppose the decisions or outcomes that we should consider including on the committee? And then last but not least, is the committee makeup balanced to ensure all stakeholders are adequately represented. So we spend a fair amount of time when we're trying to select constituent groups and specific individuals on those committees before we put them together. Then again, this isn't all of the criteria that we look at, but when we try to select specific people from those constituents groups, once they've been identified, these are some of the more important things that we at the Division of Wildlife Resources and our working group that put this document together felt like were some of the more important things that they look at when they try to select people to sit on committees. We obviously need we're talking about highly complex issues. There's a lot of strong opinions. Sometimes there's conflict involved. So we really like to look for people that are proven collaborators, that have a spirit of cooperation. We obviously want to find people that are experienced as subject matter experts or resource users in the certain issue that we're discussing. We obviously like to find people that have a high degree of respect from the specific constituent group that they've been asked to represent. Someone that can separate personal preference for the greater good of the whole, we think is an important criteria when we're selecting people to sit on committees. The willingness to and ability to gather input from the constituency they represent. We know we sometimes get lost in the shuffle. Sometimes the constituent groups that are represented aren't always hearing back from our committee members. And that's something that we feel like we could probably do a better job of helping our committee members know that they've got to follow back up between meetings and gather input from their groups so that our committee work can be more effective. And then obviously a lot of people want to sit on committees. We use a few individuals a lot for a lot of issues, and we do believe that we would like to try to share the wealth and select different participants instead of always feeling like we're using the same representatives. We do appreciate everybody that sits on our committees, but sometimes we feel like maybe we're burning out a few members in the public and in some of our constituent groups because we use them a lot, and sometimes they're sitting on multiple committees at once, which takes a lot of time. So that's just something we like to do, is try to rotate that around and give more people that opportunity. So just really quick, as we finish this kind of overview, just want to talk about the role of the RAC and board members. So obviously these external committees are advisory in nature. These external committees are not the decision maker. That decision-making authority for wildlife policy in the state falls to the Wildlife Board in most instances. And so but we have had RAC and board members, sit on our committees. And so as we talked about this and worked through this a little bit more, we want to, continue that. We think that's important. We think having RAC and board members sit on those committees and be represented there is helpful in helping us make sure that we're driving the boat in the right direction and that we're hitting the issues that we need to. So, DWR, we will continue to work with the regional advisory councils and the Utah Wildlife Board to identify your membership that wants to participate and has the ability to participate depending on the issue. And we've tried to rotate that around between board members and RAC members, which we'll continue to do. RAC members are selected from around the state based upon the issue that's being discussed. Obviously, we have a lot of RAC members that have expertise in a certain subjects. And so we'd like to try to match those up with those areas of expertise. And then, again, because the board is the ultimate policy-making body in the state as far as wildlife management goes. We've got this drafted is that the board, we always want to invite a member of the Wildlife Board to sit on the committee and to act as the sponsor, but because the board gets the final decision-making and you guys get to make the final votes at the end once the committee finishes their work and we bring all of their work back through the public process, through the RACs and boards, we've got this document drafted as board members will act as a sponsor, but they won't be voting in the committee meetings. And with that, I'll just open it up for any questions or comments from the board. if you've got any.
Perfect. I'd like to open it up. Any questions from board members?
I guess I've got one, Ashley. Yeah, I agree. The board member shouldn't have a vote there. I know the ones I've been on as a board member, I think my role there is to go there, listen, learn, and share with my constituents up here. But I guess the question is why would the division get a vote? Help me understand, because they're there kind of as a sponsor too, wanting to learn from the committee. Why would they need a vote?
Yeah, that's a fair question, actually. Yeah, how we typically have set up our committees is we've, got a chair, a division representative that's usually the chair of the committee. That's usually the coordinator or the managers, whatever employee's in charge of that specific program or issue. And then we've had kind of a second division employee that's kind of sits and is the voting member. And, that's probably more tradition. Not saying that has to be set in stone there. I mean, it's a fair question, Randy. It's just kind of how we've done it. And
It seems like as the chair, they kind of get to lead discussions. They get to promote, explain things really well. It seems to me like it might be over redundant to have a vote on that side. I'm just curious as to.
Yeah, and maybe we haven't watched that as close. Typically the person that's in charge of the committee or is the chairperson isn't the voting member. We've had usually a biologist or a regional manager or somebody else that kind of is the official division rep on the committee. And sometimes those lines, get blurred, based upon, what the issue is and the discussions that are had. But certainly it's a fair point. We could
I'll
discuss
add to
further.
that. I think, I was glad that the division brought that up with the vote on the wildlife board. I think that it's, we're there to learn, to see the process, to answer some questions. Oftentimes those committees will say, hey, how would the board like this ultimately to look as we present it? And so it's good to have a board member on there, and we appreciate that opportunity. But oftentimes sitting on a committee, I've seen where the director will come in and give some sideboards, and sometimes they're just some non-starters that a committee wants to vote on. One that I've seen almost on every mule deer committee is the 3-point or better. Instead of hashing that out all the time, sometimes the division will just say, hey, that's kind of a non-starter. We're not going down this road, and they don't let them vote on that. And so I think that Randy brings up a good point. And if the board, traditionally has had a vote in the past, I don't know if it's always been the best, but if we pull that vote, it would probably be best to pull the division's vote just so that we are on the same page. I would echo that. So, thanks. Any other?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Could I jump in here, Kevin? So I think the reason why this is on the agenda and the reason why we started this discussion last year was simply because there was some concerns. I've talked with the chair and a few of the other board members about kind of the entire process at large. And I appreciate the discussion about who gets to vote on the committee and who doesn't. But to me, that's not the real issue. I think the real issue is what role are the committees playing? Are they in their lane? What role does the wildlife board play? Because I'll just throw it out there. This is kind of the elephant in the room. It feels like the committees are making the decisions. I appreciate what Ashley shared because I think exactly right. I think that's the purpose of the committees. The problem is the committees, who are wonderful and they're great discussions, and they just battle through these issues, and they finally come to a resolution after dozens of meetings and hundreds of hours. And then their decision, the vote from that meeting and that committee, kind of becomes the final word, and no one dares challenge it. And instead of being a recommendation committee, all of a sudden, every time someone has an opposing view from the committee's final recommendation, the answer is, but the committee said this, and this was the committee's recommendation. And it's almost like that becomes the concrete, and no one can push back or question, not even the board. And at that point, the committee is no longer a recommendation body. All of a sudden, they are the decision makers. I think that was the concern from the very beginning and why this discussion happened. And let me add one more wrinkle to it. That's good and fine because these committees are excellent and they're made up of experts, just like the Wildlife Board. But to me, the problem has been whoever is choosing the committee members and whoever is moderating and laying the sideboards for the committee then becomes the decision maker. We know what the recommendation from the committee is going to be simply by who sits on the committee before their very first meeting. And so now whoever chooses these committee members simply becomes the decision maker. And to me, that was the bigger issue and why we wanted to have this discussion. And I think some of the board members felt like, all right, if these committees are now the decision makers, then why isn't the Wildlife Board the one choosing who the committee members are? Sorry, I know that's a lot to unload on you, a lot to unpack there, but to me, I think that was the issue here.
And I'll add to that. One of the issues that I've seen, the best part of the process of the Wildlife Board and the RAC process is the public input process. And one of the things that I think that I see that we lose in the committees is that we don't value the RAC anymore, because oftentimes we tell the RACs, hey, the committee's put this together, and we take away their vote. And when the board takes this into consideration, they should take into consideration not only what the committee's put together, but then also the input that we gather from the RAC. And I feel like there's a lot of pushback from those committees on, hey, you don't have any input from the RAC process. And so I think that we need to be careful that Riley spoke about this House bill that the sunset that gives the Wildlife Board the approval to continue, that we don't lose that RAC vote in this, there's several steps. There's a committee, we gather public input, and ultimately the division will give their input, and then the board will make a vote on all of those. And hopefully in this, that we can spell that out so that we have that. I also want to add to Wade's comment that one of the hardest things for me to answer that I've received more lately than in other times when I've been on the board, and might be a little bit that Ashley speaking, because we had a lot of committees lately, was how those committees were put together. And one of the things that I would share is that when we select a board member and a RAC member, that we do it through a vote. Instead of just having the division pick who that person is, bring up, hey, this committee, we're going to be doing this committee. Board, would you nominate and select one person? It's random who that is. Hopefully we're going to select the expert person to be on there that has the most experience, but same through the RAC. And it'd be easier for, as a board chairman, to then say there's some randomness in it, that the public had a vote on who that person from the RAC was. I think that could go a long ways into what Wade's saying, to say there is some randomness. It's not just one agency selecting all those members. At least the members that are the RAC and the board are done by a vote. Anyway, my input. Any other questions?
I totally agree with Wade as far as the committee selection. I think I'd like to suggest even a step further than that if we're going to have one of our partnering groups like SFW, Mule Deer Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk, Utah Bowman's, any of the groups that are our partners, have someone on the committee that group select who they want to be, who they want to have support them, instead of us suggest it. And then if we're going to have someone from non-consumpting or the hunting public or public at large, as we usually do, have a group of folks that want to be on a committee, that have actually asked to be on a committee. And we might have to go out and ask the public who that might be, and then have it just a random drawing so that it's more transparent how these groups are put together. Wade made a comment at one of our meetings, I think it was the landowner meeting, that if he would put the group together, it'd be a whole different outcome. And there's no doubt in my mind I totally agree with that concept. So that's why I supported this to begin with, is we need to come up with a real transparent way to pick members of committees that the outcome isn't already determined. That's kind of, and I'd like to see maybe a number of time limit that a person could be on a committee, because we do have several of our committees there's a certain group on them that are on many committees, and maybe you can be on a committee twice in a 10-year period or a 5-year period or something, so that we don't have the same people on the committee year after year after year. Just my input.
Mr. Chair, do you feel like this document will actually provide some of the things that they've asked and talked about? I mean, a lot of it's absolutely written in, but what about some of the other stuff? Is it also in here?
Yeah, I'm
It's
making some notes here. I mean, I think there, the board brings up, members of the board bring up some, some good points, and we'll certainly, we can have some further discussions. I'm just making some notes here on some of your questions and things that maybe you'd like to see. Just a couple of things, maybe as we go back. I mean, our goal when we formalize committees and we spend the time to do it, our goal really for committees isn't to have the decisions made before it goes through the public process. Our goal, and I feel really strongly about this myself, and I also feel comfortable that our staff, always have the right intentions at heart, that we are selecting good people that have, the right people to sit on these committees, because we want to bring the best product forward that we can through the public process. That's really our goal. If we sit down as a division and we put together a deer management plan, it's going to look a lot different than it's going to look if you have a statewide external committee with deer enthusiasts on it, just like the elk plan. I mean, the elk plan is, maybe the best example we've, can probably all draw to in the last several years. That elk plan, I think, was way different than, I could let Dax speak to this. That elk plan ended up a lot different than I think we even envisioned it would. And that's because we had a lot of different ideas, and we had a lot of people on that external committee that really helped us work through some of those things. And so, we all have our opinions about whether or not it's working. Our goal is to make it better, and that's always our goal. So I really appreciate the feedback. Our staff appreciate the feedback, but our goal is always to bring the best product to the racks and the board. And so when we move forward, that our management programs are as good as they can be. So that's always our goal. So I just want to reiterate that here.
Thank you. Bryce?
And to speak to that, I mean, I just got through sitting on a committee, and when I first, went to the first meeting, I was like, oh, there were so many different people in the room, different, representations. I was like, we're never going to get anybody on the same page. I mean, this is, and to see everybody work through it, to set aside their, because a lot of them could have been really selfish and set aside their, selfish opinions and, I think for the greater good. It was impressive to see. I was impressed with the group they did put together, and so I had a really good experience. Yeah, if I would echo I would be fine just to be there to be a fly on the wall and listen and not be a voting member. But like, we had 2 division leads that were voting members on ours. So, I mean, it would be nice to neutralize all of us, and just let the actual committee guys, vote on it. But I was impressed with, the people that they did pick, so kind of kudos to them for picking who they did. And I'm not saying that we can't, tweak a few things, but, that was, I think, pretty good representation. So,
Another thing I'd like to add is, as a board member, if a topic comes up that we have financial gain as a board member, we're not able to vote. I think to maybe give the division a little bit of cover when they're putting these committees together would be, I think there ought to be, I think we need to gather that input from the public, but I think there only should be a certain percentage of the committee that can have financial gain. I think it's okay to bring in experts that can come in and say, hey, if you vote on this way, it could impact me like this. But I think we need to be careful how many people are on a committee that have financial gain that have a vote. And so I think in putting that together, coming up with that number that is approved by the division and the wildlife board right up front could help the division in when, you know, I think of a recent committee we had and they're like, well, we didn't have enough representation. Well, honestly, if we set that committee up different, the outcome would have been a lot different. And so I think that we need to be careful on how many committee members we have on a committee that have financial gain. So, and then the other portion of that is I think when we put a committee together, we need to, right up front, we need to state that the public process that, hey, this will still have RAC input and division input. Ultimately, it'll go back to division. They can massage it and it will go to the board. I think we need to emphasize that so that they know that part of it.
Mr. Chair,
I'll add just a little bit to this also. I guess I mean, the division is the official appointed caretaker of all of this. And so I'm okay with them having a representation on the board and voting. I worry about if we go as far as the board putting these together, I think there's as much danger as us stacking a committee as anyone else.
Yeah.
I like the RAC picking their representative. I like the board picking their representative. Maybe the chairman approves these committees, but we don't select these committees because I'm watching it at my house where the elected officials are putting these committees together and it is just leaned way one side. And so there's a danger of that on both sides. And I think just having this discussion will bring it up. Maybe we formalize a couple of points, but just having this discussion that everyone's watching, everyone's looking, and we need to put these balanced committees because, like Bryce said, sometimes you get in that room and you think, okay, we're never going to agree on anything. And in the end, we do. And so in the long run, I think they're working. I think there is some suspicions of stacked and hopefully there's no one is doing that on purpose. But I think just having this discussion helps out the process.
I appreciate that, and that was my hope that if the RAC had a vote and the board had a vote, that it would show that there is transparency in that, and so thanks.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Could I jump in here? One final quick thought. I agree with everything that's been said, and I appreciate this discussion. It's been good. I hope my comments. I'm not trying to minimize these committees or the value of these committees because I agree with Bryce. I think there is some real value to these committees. I think the larger issue is, yes, we can talk about stacking committees and votes and everything, but I think the larger issue to me, we've got to remove the stigma of anyone having another opinion other than the recommendation of the committee. I think we've got to be a house of order. And the reality is elected officials or officials appointed by elected officials are the ones with the final vote. And we shouldn't, as a board, we shouldn't be painted into a corner that we no longer get an opinion or that the stigma is so high by going against a committee recommendation that everyone's scared to do it. Because at the end of the day, the wildlife board appointed by the governor is the one that gets to vote. And yes, lots of recommendations from different places, but we ought to be able to vote our conscience without retribution because we, heaven forbid, went against the recommendation of the committee. Anyway, to me, that's kind of the larger issue. And maybe let me throw one last thing. I don't want to sound critical here, but these committees are valuable, and that recommendation from the committee is extremely valuable. I would hope, and I've seen it, I don't think it happens often, but I've seen it and heard it from other committee members. The division often steers those decisions. The division often puts sideboards on that are so significant that it's very difficult for the committee to go the direction they want to go. And I would hope that the division just facilitates these committee meetings and not necessarily steers it in the direction they want to go. Otherwise, why do we even have the committee? Let's just have the division give their recommendations and forego, going through the motions of having that committee. I would hope the division would allow that to just be an open-minded, free process and come what may with the recommendation.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so I would agree with Wade on that. Just to remind the wildlife board member attending, remind the division, facilitating it, that, hey, let's, keep this as neutral as possible and let the committee go where it goes and not, have your mind made up on something or have a personal pet peeve or, agenda that you want to push. Try just to keep it as neutral as possible and let the committee. So I think it's important to remind, every time they go into that committee, hey, you guys try to facilitate this, but watch and learn and listen. So
One thing I would like to ask the board their input on, but I think it would be appropriate to have in this guiding document that there are times when, there's absolute times that are appropriate for a committee. But I think there are times that should be in this guiding document that it is 100% okay for the division to give us their recommendation. It goes through the rack and comes to the board. That there doesn't always have to be a committee. And sometimes I would just like to hear what that division's input is. I'd like to hear what the other board members think, but I would like that to be able to be in the document that the division can come with a recommendation, that there's not always a time when a committee's had to be put together. What are some of the thoughts from other board members?
Mr. Chair, I think I'm good with that. That these guys spend their time in the field, and I really appreciate when these come back out of committee, they get tweaked a little by the division, and then it goes to the racks and they get tweaked a little bit more. And I would like to see the stigma removed, since the committee literally is making his suggestions. Here's what we think would work well. And then the division has a chance to tweak it. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. As a matter of fact, a good portion of the decisions should be made by these guys and not have to wade through a committee, because it does muddy the water when you get a whole bunch of people going on it. And but it's still, those are suggestions.
Yeah.
They're suggestions. It's not rule.
Well, I think that the committees are very valuable, but I don't think that the amount of time the division puts in, I don't think it always has to be the case. I think there ought to be a place in this guiding document that allows just for the division to bring input to us and go through the public process. Those people that would have been on a committee can give input through the rack also. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's situations where a committee works really well, and I think there's situations when the division should just bring it right here. And I'm hearing everybody say that we're bowing to these committees. I get as many emails of why don't you just follow the committee as I do, interjecting something else. And so I think it all comes down to us and us on the board saying, look, be bold, be creative. Let's talk about everything, but there are things that just won't work. And so I sat on the turkey committee, and the people coordinating that were very good at saying, look, everything's on the table. There's some things that have been talked about that may just not happen, but throw it up. Let's talk about it. And so I think just this discussion is what has needed to happen.
Yeah, I love this discussion, and, you know, I think if we would consider committees just, input, getting input from them, because, and not if we don't try to steer them one way or the other, that's, if they're steered in a direction, I think the outcome is probably wrong, because the division always has a right, and I think they have the responsibility. If something is proposed in a committee and comes forth in the committee's proposal that the division can't live with, they have the right and the responsibility to say, this is what the committee did, but we can't accept it because of this, so it's not in our proposal. And I think that needs to happen. So the steering, if there's any steering, it shouldn't happen, because I think that's why I was saying maybe we both, the board and the division, sit back and let the committee do what they want to do, and then go forward with their recommendation that way. But I like the landowner committee I said on, that one, we had 2 or 3 landowners on that thing, and I think as far as the representation of that went, it went really, really well. Representation from all the different groups, I think that went really, really well. I think as far as the input from that one, I think that was balanced and fair. Maybe the constituency groups didn't share with the others as well as maybe some of their partners might have wanted them to, but I think as far as the makeup of that one went really well, and even though there's always going to be winners and losers in every decision we make, because everybody has a different idea or a different responsibility, or their pocketbook changes with decisions that are made every day. So that's just my input.
Well, I'll just add, I think we're in a good place. I think it has been a discussion that's needed to happen, like Carl said. When I first got on the board, it was one of my first meetings, and Chairman Woodard made the comment that I think it's time that the committees go away. And I was kind of dumbfounded. I was like, why is that? I'd served on committees. I thought they were good. But now, having served close to 6 years, I think there was time for some discussion that we all can improve and make this better. And I hope that that we can take this guiding document and make it that it can help all of us, the committee, do a little better, but also give the public, continue to give them a voice. So I appreciate your efforts to put this together, all of those that give input from the division, the time they did. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chair, can I just a couple of final words? So, we obviously have probably some issues that we can fine tune. We'll go back and do that and update this and get you a revised version with some of the issues that you've all raised. And we sincerely appreciate your feedback and the interest that you have. And, I'm not sure who's listening today, but I do want to publicly thank undoubtedly some of our constituents that have sat on committees are probably listening, or they will listen. I just wanted to publicly thank them. Some of these committees go for months and months, and it's dozens of hours of their own time traveling long distances to help us work through these issues. And it's really hard work, and we do appreciate them. And again, it's a fine line about when do you use a committee and when don't you. In the past, the division's been criticized a lot for not listening to the public. And I think this working group that we had together, they all felt really strongly, and a lot of other division staff, that these external committees are maybe one of the best ways in the division that we can try to gather public input in a broad view of an issue. And so that's why we use them. And, whether we use them too much or not enough, I think that's always open for debate, but we certainly, want to be smart in the way that we do our work. We want to have good recommendations. And again, our ultimate goal is we want the best products coming through our public process so we can make the best decisions. So we'll keep working on it. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, with that, let's go to a mule deer statewide update. Start with Dax.
All right. What I'm going to do today is run through kind of where we're at with survival. This has been quite a year, and And then after I'm done, I think Kent Hersey's going to go through some more of the details and some of the more technical components of the things we're looking at. So I guess to start, some good news to start with, maybe. This is a graph that shows our statewide deer population for the last 20 or so years. Our population objective is a little over 400,000. That's the sum total from all the unit plan population objectives. If you look there at the very end, from December of 2021 through December of 2022, which is our survival year, we track deer survival, our statewide deer population grew by almost 30,000 deer, about 10%. So, there's the good news. When I took over this job as the big game coordinator, everyone's like, "Oh, you turned the corner on the drought. Things are looking really good. You're gonna, you got some gravy years ahead of you." And then this winter hit, and maybe things aren't. It depends on what part of the state you're looking at, but maybe the picture's not as cheery looking through this winter. It's also not the end of the world either. But we saw a little uptick in fawn production. That's the kind of thing that drives population increases when you have more fawns and recruit those fawns into the population. That is a positive thing. The monsoon pattern moisture we've had the last couple of years, where we get some rain in the summer and in the fall, that can really make a difference on a lot of units in our state. If it never stops, if we never stop getting the precipitation when the weather turns cold, that it can maybe take it too far. It's either not enough or too much, it feels like. This graph right here, this shows, let's see. This graph right here shows statewide deer survival rates, from 2010 through this last year. That top line, that orange colored line, that's adult doe survival. And the blue line there that has a lot more noise and a lot more variability is fawn survival. You can see our adult doe survival kind of hovers in between 80 and 90%. Fawn survival can vary quite a bit more. And just reinforcing how big of a driver that can be, inside this period right here, when we had good weather, we had really good fawn survival, we grew 100,000 deer. During this period of time, when we really dealt with drought impacts and fawn survival varied a lot more, and we had a lot more low years, low fawn survival, we lost 80,000 deer, looking at it from a statewide perspective. I mean, this is really telling the story of what's driving our deer populations in the state. And, when we had good conditions, we have good habitat, we've done the work, we can grow deer. When the weather doesn't cooperate, it's a lot harder. This right here shows December body condition for the different units where we catch deer and look at deer. And I think Kent's going to dive into this a little more, but the blue cells on this chart are the highest year for body fat, the percentage of body fat on the deer, and the yellow cells are the lowest years. So you can see December of 2021, we had a lot of deer that were in really good shape. And this December 2022, not as much. A lot more were kind of in the middle, somewhere in between good and bad. So, but I think that helps tell that story too, with that, all those blue cells in for units that were highest body fat since we started recording them in December 2021. This is just kind of another representation of what was in that table. So this graph here, this chart has two different axes. The axis on the left is adult survival, which is represented by that blue line. And then the axis on the right is the percent body fat, which is represented by that orange colored line. And you can see when we have higher body fat, we have higher survival. And it's really illustrated for that last year, December 21 through December 22, where we had really high body fat and really high adult doe survival. So, heavier deer do better. Then that brings us, so there's some good things, some cool, encouraging things. That brings us to this year. This graph right here is the snow water equivalent. These are records going back to the early 80s. The black line is this year. So you can see we're heads and shoulders above where we've ever been before. We're in uncharted territory with regard to the amount of snow we've had, and just how much snow we've gotten and how much it's stuck around. So we're watching this, we're looking at this. We have a lot of good data that we're collecting around the state, and it's an unusual circumstance. This is not a place we've been before. These are the data on adult doe survival and fawn survival current as of 1:37 a.m. last night, I think is when Randy Larson sent me these from BYU. And he told me check the emails again this morning, and we hadn't had any more mortalities as of, before when this meeting started this morning. So these, we've got, 1,000 adult does, a couple hundred fawns. We're collaring annually on these units. These are our statewide deer survival units. These units are often representative of neighboring units. We have adult does collared on some additional units too. I'll show you those in just a minute. But and we're not through the winter yet. There still will be some mortality that occurs during the month of April. But this is what things are looking like right now. The adult doe survival, a statewide average of 85%. Numbers on some of those harder hit units, in the upper 70s. That's not great, but overall that number's also not horrible and not as concerning as some folks, what you might see, that kind of the sky is falling, every deer is dead. Our data is showing it's perhaps not that bad. Fawn survival, more of a mixed bag. Right now, all the collared fawns we had on the cache unit have died. It doesn't mean there's not a single fawn alive on the entire cache unit, but it's pretty representative of what's going on. We're going to have really low fawn survival on the cache. We've got pretty low fawn survival on some of these other units too. And the fawn mortality is probably what we expect to see more of through the next few weeks. Here's some of these other units where we have collars on adult does, and you can look at survival rates on these units. And I guess to provide some context there too, the statewide average in 2018, 2019 was 87%. 2019, 2020 was 92%. 2020, 21 was 92%, 95%. So we have seen higher adult doe survival the last few years. And it's also, with the exception of like the Morgan South Rich, which is, where we're showing the worst in the state, that Wallsburg area, pretty localized area there on the Wasatch Back, we're seeing some really crummy adult doe survival on a few of these units. The flip side of that is some of our drier units that are typically, more desert units, like the Book Cliffs, the Zion, Ponscant, Pine Valley, which was on the previous slide. We're seeing, the Beaver, we're seeing super high adult doe survival and really high fawn survival. So this is one of those years where average doesn't really mean that much, because things can be so extremely negative on, in some parts of the state, and at the same time, almost, we're looking at record highs in other parts of the state. So it's kind of tricky how, it all comes out in the wash, and maybe the average isn't as meaningful as looking at individual values on some of these units. Here's some graphs of fawn survival. So you can see this year's fawn survival is that, someone told me what the color was. It's kind of hot. Magenta. So that magenta line, if you're not colorblind, if you are colorblind, this chart probably doesn't mean a whole lot to you. But, on the cache unit, we're to zero. We don't have any fawns that are still surviving. You can see we've had this before on the cache unit. In a few other years, we've had, poor fawn survival. On the south slope, out in the Uinta Basin, again, the south slope of the Uintas, fawn survival, it's trending pretty low there. It's probably in the 40-ish% range. So this just gives some context and shows what this year looks like compared to other years we've had in the past. Ochre Stansberry, kind of in the middle. Fawn survival. Wasatch Manti. Fawn survival is trending low for that unit, but one thing I guess to keep in mind is low on this unit is in the 30-40% range. Low on the cache or the south slope is 0 to 20%. So even though it's low relative to the unit, it's still higher than some of the other units. I guess just one piece of context to look at. Not that this is necessarily looking good by any means, but just to know that if low is 30%, that's better than a cache where low is 0%. Monroe, it's kind of hard to see because it overlaps that orangish colored line at the top, but really high fawn survival on the Monroe, tied for the highest that we've recorded before, ever before in the past on that unit.
Hey, Dax, a question for you, just
Yeah.
because I think it's helpful to have the slides up. It's interesting to me how different those years are of when you stop having mortality. It seems that it really changes from year to year. What all factors into that as we're looking at these slides to help us understand our current situation, when that might slow down? What all is factors into that?
Yeah, so it's going to be a combination of what kind of condition those fawns came in to the winter in. If they came in relatively good condition, they can hold on longer. It also is going to be a factor of, when that winter breaks and they start and you get green up and they can transition to green feed. This year, obviously, it's going to be later. I think we'll see mortality later into the year this year than we've seen years when we have an early spring. So, but that can be offset if your fawns show up in good condition too. And, our fawns showed up in relatively good condition, depended on the unit a little bit, but we do anticipate we'll still see some fawn loss on some of these units, through the remainder of the month.
I know our body condition study is relatively new. Are we seeing a trend in that there's a certain body condition you can get to that, but once they hit green up, it's just too far gone where you'll have mortality? Are we starting to have enough data to see that if we get to this point, we'll have that loss, or they just can't rebound? Is there a correlation there yet, or?
What do you think, Ken?
Yeah, clearly once you get, so a lot of what Dax presented was December, so it's the entering fat value, and the higher up we can get that, the better off we're going to be. The harder the winter, the higher you have to get it in December. But certainly once we record data in March as well, and once you get down below a certain level, you're going to, it's not that you can't recover, it's that you'll probably just die. You run out of fat. And that level's probably around the 4% range. We just did catch on La Salle, San Juan, Nebo, Range Creek, and Cache as well. We'll go into more detail on the Cache. That was the lowest one, and they were sitting around 4.8% on average. So they're better than they have been. That's actually a higher value than they were in the hard winter of 2018, 2019, and about the same, a little bit better than they were in 2016, 17. So that's encouraging. The downside is this winter is going to last longer. So, are we perfect at predicting whether they'll live or not? No. It's not as bad as we've seen, but we'll see where it ends up. It probably will be. I think the result Dax had up there for survival was 78%. I expect that to go down. I believe previous years, I think 18, 19, it was 67% is what we saw. I don't think we'll get quite to that level. Hopefully we'll keep it above 70 and we'll see how it ends up.
Thank you. That's helpful as we look at these slides. Thanks.
Yeah, so maybe if none of you fill any sandbags, then the winter will end quicker. And, Murphy's Law, I'll end up with flooded basements and we'll get earlier green up. So I guess you got to choose between soggy cardboard boxes in the basement or higher fawn survival. So, I'm teasing. Pine Valley fawn survival. Here's another one where we're at tracking above anything we've recorded, in the last 7 or 8 years. Looking really positive, really encouraging to see that. San Juan fawn survival, kind of in the middle, upper end there, around that 70% range. Statewide fawn survival, you can see there's kind of 2 pink lines there. The one that doesn't extend as far to the right, that's where we're at. So we've seen it worse. We've also seen it better. And again, average might not be as meaningful this year because on some units, like the units in southern Utah, it's so high, and on units and some of the units in northern Utah, it's so low. I know we're talking about deer, but I threw in I was talking with Randy and Brock at BYU, and we threw in a couple other slides too to just show we don't have as big a sample sizes with collars, but there's been some concern that, this winter not only has been hard on deer, but it's killing all the elk too. That's not what we're seeing with the sample size we have. It does look like there've been some pockets. There's definitely been some pockets where we've seen some high mortality on elk, but that doesn't seem to be the story across the whole state. So 96% survival on elk is quite high. So like I said, again, I think overall the sky's not falling for elk. There are some pockets where we've seen some high mortality on elk. Pronghorn survival, again, not as big the sample size, but we do have some collars out there, so we thought we'd share the data. We're probably seeing some winter loss on the cache and maybe the north slope, some of the units where we have really deep snow. Just across the border from that cache, Rich County, that stuff around Bear Lake, Woodruff and Randolph, across the border into Wyoming, they're also seeing some disease loss, some disease issues with a Mycoplasma bovis, I think it is, in some of their pronghorn. Western Wyoming, South Central Wyoming, seen some really heavy losses on pronghorn. Luckily, that doesn't seem to be the case quite as extreme here in Utah, but we are probably seeing some loss there and on that cache rich and maybe on the north slope. So I guess kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly of what we're seeing this winter. The good are, these southern units, these desert units that are often, really impacted by drought. Things look maybe as good as they've ever looked on some of those units. The bad is probably fawn survival in northern and even some parts of central Utah. And then the ugly, I'm calling them the icebox units. Those icebox units in northern Utah, stuff along the Wasatch Back, Heber Valley, Morgan, Camas, Upper Ogden Valley, Cache Valley, Bear Lake Valley, the eastern portion of the Uinta Basin. Those are kind of those little bit higher elevation ranges where they tend to, maybe get inversion or the temperatures just stay lower there and it doesn't know that in between storms. So, there's good, there's bad, there's ugly this year with regard to deer. I've got a few slides with some updates, just some bullet points from the regions. We have the representative from each of the regions here as well. If you have, want to get into detail on some questions about things in the regions, we can go through that. Northern region, again, most extreme in that, those kind of that Wasatch Back, that stuff, those high elevation valleys. The extreme eastern portion of Box Elder County was a little rough, but most of the rest of Box Elder County did pretty well and had a high buck-to-doe ratio. So that's why they're not recommending a permit change for that unit. All the other units in the northern region, they're recommending pretty significant reductions to general season deer permits based on low anticipated fawn survival and low adult doe survival on some of those units. The reductions, the recommendations that have been made are designed to meet the objectives in the management plan. And I'll talk about that a little more too. Again, Morgan South Rich, this unit seems to have been hit especially hard for deer, and we're seeing some elk mortality on this unit as well. And that pronghorn loss on the Cache Rich. Back to the elk and specifically that Morgan South Rich, I know the biologist there and the region is committed to probably trying to form a unit elk management plan committee and look at that. Was a unit where they were way over objective and we may have been up against some carrying capacity issues. And because the unit is largely dominated by private land, sometimes it's tricky to get the antlerless harvest that we need to maintain populations in a winter like this. I guess when you see, pockets with high elk mortality, which is very unusual in elk, winter elk mortality, it looks like we may be heading up against a carrying capacity issue and something that, we're aware of and an issue that we want to tackle. I also think it's going to be something that's challenging with regard to just the land ownership and getting folks on board to harvest elk. I threw in a couple of the other things that we've had going on in along with these regional updates, and Kent's going to talk more specifically to the feeding, but just kind of an overview. We did do emergency winter feeding. We started this process kind of end of January, first part of February. It was a monumental effort, a huge amount of labor done by volunteers, sportsmen, landowners, in addition to division staff. Poor Sam Robertson, he's in the picture there, a biologist on the cache. I wonder if he still thinks that being a biologist was a good career choice after a winter like this. But Sam's been super dedicated and just worked his guts out to try to save deer and to try to minimize loss. We're coming up on close to 500 tons of feed. We had in Rich County on the cache unit, 12 sites, fed about 1,800 deer. 21 sites, about 1,700 deer on kind of the upper end of the Ogden and the southern end of the cache unit. Summit County, the Camas unit, 7 sites, 800 deer. Weber County, the Ogden and the Morgan Southridge units, we fed at 9 sites, about 1,500 deer fed at those sites. And they've been fed, pretty much every day for months and months. We thought we'd be done with feeding by, middle of March. And we're at this point planning for sure to go through mid-April and maybe a little longer. I hope not. But once stuff starts greening up and the deer start, naturally dispersing and moving away from these feed sites, we'll discontinue the feeding. This just shows kind of in the context of the deer populations on those units, and with all this effort and time and money spent, how many we fed and what percentage of the populations we fed. And I think this context, maybe this feels a little bit like a bummer that we only fed 12% of the deer on those units, but I think it's something just to keep in mind, and that context is important when feeding, and Kent's going to present some data on this. I think there's circumstances where feeding can really provide a benefit, and we're happy to do the best job we can with it. And I just think logistically, financially, time-wise, there's a limit as to how much we can do. And honestly, looking back, hindsight's 2020. There's maybe a few sites where if we had known then what we know now, we maybe would have tried to feed in a few more sites. And realistically, I don't know if we had the resources or manpower to feed in very many more areas as well. Moving to Central Region, again, kind of that Wasatch back, the stuff behind the west face of the Wasatch Mountains was rough for deer survival. Stuff out on the west face and on the south face seemed to do better. Our units more out in the desert seemed to do pretty well. The urban and nuisance wildlife situation in the Central Region was really intense this winter. You probably saw it on the news, elk, on Foothill Drive and on I-80 and crossing the highway and getting pushed with helicopters. The region told me they had 2,452 nuisance calls that they responded to since the beginning of the year. That is about how many calls the region typically gets in a year. So in 3 months, they just about hit the number that they get annually as far as calls to respond. And the region was really strapped. And we had folks from division personnel from other regions coming up and doing details and spending a few days in Central Region just to try to help keep up with picking up roadkill and dealing with depredation and hazing issues. Had some issues with moose, and just the deep snows on the mountains had a lot more wildlife down lower this year, and it's been a wild winter. I think every division employee is just super happy to see the sun these nice days that we're having right now. Another one of the measures that we've taken this year that's unusual and beyond what we've done in the past is we've extended closures on a bunch of our WMAs in Central Region and Northern Region. Typically, they open the second Saturday in April, but this year, just because this winter hasn't let up and we have a lot of animals that are in a precarious situation, we extended the closures on these WMAs in effort to ease. And these WMAs, I think it's really a great testament that we've ended up with the right properties, because they're properties that hold a lot of wintering wildlife, and that's good. It means we ended up with the right places that are providing that habitat. And this year, we just want to try to give those animals some extra time. The Northeastern region, similar story to what you saw in the northern and portions of the central. Deep snow, prolonged cold, especially in the eastern half of the Northeastern region around Vernal and Diamond Mountain, those units. We saw major conflicts with elk across the south slope of the Uintas, coming down in and eating with folks' livestock, getting into stack yards, that type of thing. That Yellowstone elk unit specifically is a really tricky one because a large chunk of that unit is made up of Ute tribal trust lands. And so those elk move back and forth between different jurisdictions, management jurisdictions. I know the biologist there in the region is planning to put a unit committee together and take a stab at revising that unit plan. I hope some of the new tools that are in the new statewide elk plan can be helpful. It's still a tricky one, and I hope they can come to a good spot and come up with some good ideas there. Another one of the measures that was implemented this year was the shed antler gathering emergency closure that we implemented on February 7th, again, to try to give some of these wildlife a break from pressure. That will continue through the end of this month, through the end of April. We got a lot of criticism from folks that said, well, why didn't you regulate this other activity and this other activity? And the reality is we're the Division of Wildlife. We regulate, wildlife and their parts, and we made this closure specifically to target an activity that's very closely tied to wintering wildlife. We realized there may be some other activities that take place on the landscape during the same time period, but the activity that's the most directly focused on wintering big game was the one we regulated. And I know our officers have worked super hard to enforce that closure. And I think a lot of our sportsmen have been really good about it and really patient about it. And it just shows how much they really value the resource, that they're willing to maybe sacrifice something that they really enjoy and that they're really passionate about to try to give wildlife a little bit of a break on a tough year like this.
Hey, Dax, I know you said that, we can only regulate the wildlife, but I think you guys did a pretty good job of educating people because, I've seen it on the news. It's like, hey, this is closed, but in the same sense, maybe try not to walk your dog here. Just be sensitive. So there was a lot of education that I think helped too, and hopefully, I seen the division do that. So,
thanks, Bryce, for pointing that out. Yeah, I think where we have the regulatory authority, we're going to do the best we can with that to do good things for wildlife. In some of these other avenues, or some of these other venues where maybe we don't have regulatory authority, we're going to just try to share the best information we can and encourage folks. And a lot of folks have responded to it positively. A few not, but I think generally, by and large, folks have responded pretty positively. And folks are passionate about wildlife, about big game. Even folks that don't hunt, really felt compassion for animals this year dealing with unprecedented snow depths. Southeastern region, kind of a snapshot of what's going on in the region there. Again, a little bit of a mixed bag as it's kind of a diverse unit. On the Manti unit, which is our, one of our largest general season deer units, we had very deep snow. Animals were pushed to winter at lower elevations, and even some of our lower elevation winter ranges were snow covered. So we had more animals wintering on kind of those south facing pinyon juniper hillsides that are perhaps not as good a quality of winter range. We're seeing a little bit lower fawn survival on the Manti this year, which is discouraging, but adult doe survival is looking okay, it's in normal range. So, and the fawn survival is not terrible, just not as good as we would like to see it. On some of the other units, like the 9 Mile, the LaSalle, the San Juan units, the Henry Mountains, the winter ranges opened up quicker, or the deer were able to move to lower elevations to winter ranges that weren't really socked in with snow. So most of these deer that did pretty well. The ones that moved down some of them moved to lower elevations than normal, but they seemed to do pretty well. Southern region, again, more snow than usual. Although most of the deer winter ranges in the southern region are just a little bit warmer, and the snow melted pretty good in between storms, so it didn't really stack up. You didn't have those 3 and 4 foot snow depths like we saw in maybe Rich County. Adult survival is tracking very high. Fawn survival is also tracking really high in the southern region, especially on that south end of the region. They did deal with some challenges because of the deep snow this year. They had more depredation issues with elk. That were pushed down to lower elevations in the valleys. They trapped and moved a lot of turkeys this year to places where they had less conflict. They saw more roadkill this year as animals were pushed down to lower elevations. And the green up is coming a little slower. They think it's going to take a little longer to to get good green up on the summer ranges as those animals tend to move back up quicker, but they're having really good green up on the winter ranges right now. So it should hold them through and they should be all right. Again, the monsoon patterns that we've had the last couple of years have really put the southern region into a pretty positive spot. So, in summary, last year was great. We grew about 10%. This year, we are seeing some severe winter impacts on that Wasatch Back area, especially, and then in some of our other high elevations, valleys, and basins. The central parts of central and southern Utah, these drier units are looking really good. So there's some good, some bad, and some ugly, I guess. A couple of these slides are just kind of some of this is information that I gave in the general season deer presentation that went out with the rack packets. And this just shows our population estimate and buck harvest. And just as a reminder, I'm hearing from a lot of folks that see this severe winter and they say, shut down the hunt for 3 years, or we've got to eliminate buck hunting if we want to help recover the deer herds. And I guess I just want to make the point again and reemphasize that how we hunt bucks is not what's biologically driving our populations up and down. What happens with our population drives how we hunt bucks based on our management plans. If we have fewer deer and we're managing for 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does, we issue fewer permits. And if we have more deer, then we issue more permits. So this just shows this on this graph, your buck harvest is relative to population. And oftentimes the harvest will actually track the population faster than permit numbers. So when populations decline, even if we don't adjust permit numbers, the success rates will go down and buck harvest will reduce. If populations increase and we don't adjust permit numbers, harvest goes up, success rates go up. So really what drives harvest is the population, and it's not the other way around. Buck harvest isn't what's driving the population. The buck to doe ratio, which is what we use to manage our general season units, those gray dotted lines on here are 15 bucks per 100 does and 20 bucks per 100 does. That orange line is where we're at. You can see when we were growing deer during that period of time, when we grew 100,000 deer, our buck to doe ratio really increased, probably because we didn't keep up with permits as the population was growing. And then the buck to doe ratio decreased back down into the objective. This last year shot up a little bit, again, probably correlated with growth to the deer population. This idea that we need to cut buck tags to save the deer herd, I think folks have really good intentions. Most folks have really good intentions, and they want to do the right thing for deer health, for herd health. And it's a little tricky though too, because there's definitely a social component to how we hunt bucks. And we're well within biological sideboards, and there's the social component. And wildlife management's not always black and white. It's kind of this spectrum of black to white, and there's gray in between there. On the one end where things are pretty black and white, those are your biological data, things that are objective, they're measurable. There's really hard science associated with it. A lot of times there are right and wrong answers. On the other end of that spectrum is kind of the social component of, I don't like to harvest 2 points because I want to hold out for a 30-inch buck. I don't know if that's necessarily a right or a wrong preference. It's a preference. And so there's a lot more subjectivity and there's more nuance. It's harder to find the right and wrong here. And, this end where it's really biological, it's really black and white, it feels like there's answers there. Some of this social end of, what are my personal opinions or preferences, that's harder to navigate. But kind of this area in the middle where it overlaps is scary to me sometimes. And I see a lot of folks who are, really passionate, and then they take kind of these philosophies of men and they mingle them with the science to try to promote their objectives or, their personal preferences as if it were the scientific or biologically correct and right thing to do. And this is a little concerning, this area where folks, have an agenda or a personal preference that they prefer, and then they cherry pick some stuff from the biological end of things to try to promote their personal preference. This idea of closing the hunt, there's data from a lot of different states for long periods of time showing that, cutting buck tags will grow bigger bucks. It'll increase your buck to doe ratio. It'll increase success rates. It'll increase, and you can have great bucks on a unit with a declining population. So cutting buck tags, it might be the only surefire way to increase buck quality. But, people often point to units that were closed in Utah, like the Book Cliffs, the Henry Mountains are a couple of them that come to mind. And they closed those units. They also correspondingly had big fires on those units that really gave a boost to the habitat. And then those units did great for several years. But now, if you look at what's happening with populations in the Henry Mountains and the Book Cliffs, the populations are declining. And it's not because of overharvest of bucks. It's because that flush of nutrition that came from those fires has petered out, and it's not providing that benefit it once was. Units like the Oak Creeks, for example, you are seeing that flush from a fire on the Oak Creeks. And that's, maybe part of why the Oak Creek seems to be, even though it's not a premium limited entry deer unit, seems to be producing the biggest bucks in the state. So, if cutting buck tags grew you more deer, deer ought to be flowing off of, walking off of Antelope Island or flowing out of the national parks and monuments that don't allow hunting. It's something that we hear a lot, and it just doesn't, the results just aren't there. Back in '99, Colorado cut buck tags by 50%. They saw great quality for a period of time there. The early 2000s in Colorado, we saw fantastic quality in bucks in Colorado. And then they had a hard winter kill in 2007. And surprisingly, Colorado, while they maintain typically a higher buck-to-doe ratio than we do in Utah, overall their deer populations seem to see the same fluctuations that ours do. They maybe have they've got some advantages with habitat and water, having the Rockies run right through their state, but you see the same types of trends in their populations. So studying in a lot of states have shown that increasing your buck-to-doe ratio doesn't necessarily increase fawn production or grow your population. And we worry about this because we've cut a lot of permits in the state of Utah. Back 2008, 2009, 2010, we gave 94,000 deer tags. In 2019, we cut 9,000 permits. That's when I think drought impacts hit us really hard. The next year in 2020, we cut another 5,000 permits. In the last few years, it seems like we just kind of chip away at it a little bit more every year. We're making the right recommendations based on what's happening with our populations. But when we do have the opportunity to increase permits, we want to take advantage of that too, because there's a lot of people that want to hunt deer. And so I hope this trend of just continual decreases in deer populations isn't something, or deer permits isn't something that continues. One of the units where we made a recommendation for a big increase, relatively big increase, was the Pine Valley. This is one that, some folks saw a recommendation here and thought, oh man, there's no way the Pine Valley can sustain 2,800 permits. And because it was only 1,700 last year. And this is one of the things that all this research, all the caller study is giving us the ability to do. In the past, we did more of a management based on looking at 3-year averages in buck-to-doe ratios. And honestly, our management was more reactive. As we saw trends start to emerge, we saw buck-to-doe ratios start to go down or start to go up, we would make adjustments to permits. Right now, where we have, 1,000 plus callers on deer, where we've got really great survival estimates on units all around the state, we're trying to be more proactive. And in 2021, we saw in the Pine Valley that, some of the deer numbers had been impacted by drought. We knew we weren't going to recruit a bunch of fawns into the population to be bucks available for harvest the next year. So we recommended a huge cut. And when the biologists went out and classified over 2,000 deer on the unit, our buck-to-doe ratio came in at 19. So right there in between that 18 to 20. So we made the right cut. We nailed it. We saw the data. We knew where we were headed with it. We got proactive and made a recommendation to manage to the objectives in the management plan. And that's exactly what we're recommending for this year. That line there of 2,800 at 2023, that's the proposed number. As we see, 90 plus, high 90% adult doe survival and fawn survival in the 90% plus range, we're again anticipating that we're going to be recruiting a bunch of new bucks into the population. So we're increasing permits. And that 2,800 is actually probably a conservative increase based on what the numbers are there. So, folks that say 2,800 is way too many, it's still substantially less than the 4,100 to 4,500 we ran at the 5 years prior to that. And that's one of the things that's a little tricky. We get asked to be proactive when it comes to making recommendations to cut permits, but then folks don't want us to be proactive when it comes to making recommendations to increase permits. And I think if we have really good data and we can make good recommendations to manage to the plan annually, that's what we want to do. And we want to be consistent with it. When opportunities are there, we want to take advantage of them and manage to the objectives in our plan. And when we see that a resource isn't going to be there, we want to be proactive and make recommendations so that we can stay at the objectives in our plan.
Hey, Dax, if I can, I'll speak a little bit to this because I learned a hard lesson through this, and Carl might speak to it too. When you're showing those numbers there, as Pine Valley grew and we had some good conditions, one of the things that we continue to see from the rack was that when we were going to do increases, was the rack's like, hey, be slow to do that, be careful. And we seen our buck to doe ratios get in the 24, 26 bucks per 100 does. And when we finally had to make some decisions to get it where it should have been, that it wasn't a limited entry unit, it was a general season unit, that was really difficult for the board because of all the public input. And so we've got to be really careful in managing for what our buck to doe ratios are, because at some point you've got to manage for that. And the longer you delay that, it can be really difficult at the board decision if you're not reactive.
Yeah, and I know there's definitely a vocal group of folks that that you hear from that maybe want us to err on the side of managing for higher buck to doe ratio on general season units and more quality. We maybe don't hear as much from the other end of the spectrum, but you know, I got an email from Lindy Varney, the licensing specialist, this morning, and application numbers are substantially up from where we were last year again. We're still partway into the application period. We'll see how it ends up. But there's a lot of people that want to hunt. And while hunting 2 points might not be, the thing for some folks, there's a lot of folks that just want to be out there. And even if they don't get a 2 point, and there's a ton of folks that are happy to go harvest a 2 point. And maybe it's a 12-year-old in their first year hunting, or maybe it's a 47-year-old and they just like bringing home a deer. And we manage our general season units to try to optimize harvest. They're not designed to grow giant bucks. There's giant bucks on. I think pretty much every general season unit has some, but you're going to have to work pretty hard, or maybe get access to private, or get a little bit lucky, or a combination of factors. They're there, they're available. And so it is hard sometimes when we see folks that want to be able to hunt bigger bucks and they want that hunt to be easier, then advocate for permit cuts and permit cuts and permit cuts. As the division, our job is to recommend to the objectives in the plan. And it's not fair to folks that just want to hunt if we manage at 24 bucks per 100 does when we should be at 18 to 20. It's also not fair to folks that, want some semblance of quality if we manage at 14 when we're supposed to be at 18 to 20. So, we try to make recommendations to manage to the objectives in the plan. I showed this in the permit recommendation presentation that went out to the racks. Again, this is just kind of a visual representation of buck to doe ratio. Again, that's when biologists go out and classify during the breeding season, after the hunts are over. It gives us a really good indicator of kind of the proportions of what's there in the population. And we manage most of our units in that 15 to 17 and 18 to 20. Those are our general season buck to doe unit objectives. Last year, 73,000 of the permits went in that, went to that units that were managed for those objectives. That 25 to 35, that's our limited entry units. We about 1,000 permits went to hunt units on bucks on units that were managed that way. That 40 to 55, those are our premium limited entry units, the Ponce-Cant Henry Mountains. And the bucks don't have babies, bucks don't drive populations. There are biological sideboards. If you get down to the level where if we have, mid to low single digit numbers of bucks per 100 does, like if we got down to, 3 to 5 bucks per 100 does postseason, maybe we are in a bad spot, and you could potentially run up against the threshold where the does aren't getting bred. Conversely, at the same time, if you end up in that, maybe even towards that upper end of our premium limited entry buck to doe ratio, where if you have a resource limited population, like we probably do on the Henrys, carrying a bunch of extra bucks actually might, there's been documented cases where it actually decreases spawn production and reduces productivity on your populations. And that's why we have management buck hunts on units like the Ponce-Cant and the Henrys to try to keep from getting to those kind of unhealthy areas with too many bucks on the landscape. So again, just a reminder that the buck-to-doe ratios that we manage for and that we make recommendations to try to achieve are well within biological sideboards. So cutting buck permits isn't going to grow a deer population somewhere necessarily.
All right. Can I ask a question on that? So just for round numbers, if like in the Morgan South Ridge or some of these units that are hit hard this year, so there's, you know, if we manage just off buck-to-doe ratios, say there was 3,000 deer in the unit and go off a 25 buck-to-doe ratio, I mean, there was 750 bucks that we could have hunted. This year, if we lose 90% of them, now all of a sudden there's 300 deer. There's only 75 bucks. So we just wiped out. So that's what I'm saying is now it's, you know, you went from 750 deer to available to hunt. Now you only have 75. I think that next year, you know, you're going to see your buck-to-doe ratio really crash. Then again, we got to manage the social aspect. Everybody's going to be upset, you know, because there's going to be no deer. So don't we got to look at both?
I'm glad you asked that, because that's a good question. Because I've had people say, well, how can you manage for proportion rather than manage for a number? And it's a good question, because population management and buck-to-doe ratios, they only overlap on pretty extreme ends of the spectrum. But what we see in a situation like that, if we have a big winter loss, the harvest rate, success rate is going to decrease disproportionate to the population decrease. So if harvest success rate on Morgan South Ridge was previously 35% and you have a big die-off, you know, our harvest success rate will probably go way down. I think, you know, we'll see it way low. The biologists are making recommendations to try to maintain these ratios because they're managed to in the plan, and they're not at a level where if we didn't harvest as many bucks and we came in on the Morgan South Ridge at 50 bucks per 100 does instead of 20 bucks per 100 does, that's not necessarily going to help the population grow faster. You know, it's not, we're not going to, you know, bucks don't have babies. It's not necessarily going to help the population grow faster. So, you know, we do reduce permits. The ratios put us in a safe space biologically. Socially, it might be a different story. If success rates, you know, the bottom drops out of success rates and success rate on the Morgan South Ridge is 8% or something, you know, I'm just throwing a number out there. You know, folks are going to be unhappy about that. We don't ever want to get to that point where we have a biological impact on a population through overharvest of bucks. We don't ever want to get there, and we try to make recommendations so that, you know, that's not something we'd ever even approach. But it is, you know, managing to a ratio and managing the overall numbers, they're two separate things. There's some interrelation on some ends, and hunters definitely see a difference. If we, you know, you can hunt on a unit. For years, I hunted on the 9 mile unit back when we could hunt at a regional scale. It always had a really high buck-to-doe ratio, but, you know, you could go for a couple days without seeing a deer. So the ratio was high, but deer numbers were low. So, you know, you bring up a valid point. There's some things to take into consideration there. Yeah.
I just think that like in extreme circumstances like this year, in these units where we're going to see that 90% adult mortality, you know, 100% fawn mortality, that maybe we ought to look at another sideboard parameter and not just the buck-to-doe ratio, because I think it's just, you know, yeah, we can hunt 18 per 100, but when there's only 18 on the whole, you know, like WMA up there, you know, above Hennifer, I mean, everybody's just going to be like pretty upset. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you make a good point. Yeah, we'll make a recommendation, and we're gonna continue to look at numbers throughout the rack cycle. I mean, at some point we had to put something down on paper and go on the rack tour and have these discussions. And our biologists are going to continue to look at numbers. And I already have a meeting scheduled with the managers and biologists for the end of April, right before the May 4th board meeting, to sit down and look through things one more time and see if things have progressed beyond where we hadn't anticipated they would be, which is probably possible this year. Honestly, already I think, you know, where we had to have numbers ready and ready to be sent out a couple weeks ago, we probably already have a couple units where we're flirting with that, where I think we're going to have to make some adjustments. So we're not trying to pull a switcheroo and recommend one thing and then come and change it on people. We're just trying to recommend to the parameters in the plan. And And I think this might be a year where social considerations might take that a step further than what we recommend too.
Wade.
Yeah, Kevin, thanks. Dax, I appreciate kind of what you're sharing, and I know that you're right. I just want to follow up on Bryce's question. What you're sharing with us is the biology behind all of this and the reason why we're making these decisions. And I know that you're right. But the point I think Bryce is bringing up is equally valid. We've got people ringing our phones off the hook that are living in areas where the sky is falling. I agree with you. The sky's not falling on most of the units, but there are a few where the sky is falling. And obviously bad news travels fast. So we've got folks ringing our phones off the hook saying, what are we going to do? How do we implement those social components into the biology of the recommendations? Because at the end of the day, if we simply just go off the biology and throw this out here, and the vast majority of the people think, what a bunch of idiots, do they have their heads in the sand? It's not going to bode well for trust of the division and the wildlife board. I mean, you guys deal with this all the time, but to your point, we're in uncharted territories this year. This is unprecedented. And so do we send a message simply for the social aspect of it?
Oh, that's a good question, Wade. And I like that you said my head was in the sand rather than other places I've been told it is. So thank you. Yeah, the rack tour is not good for your ego if you're when you start reading through those comments or looking at anything online. The biologist's job is to make recommendation to the biological end of things. And then we have the rack process and the wildlife board. I think that's where we take the social stuff into consideration. And if the division, preemptively tried to make recommendations based on social input, I think if we do that, we're stepping outside our lane. That's probably not our job. And we're going to take some heat from it. And I'm taking some heat from it. And we're going to take some heat for making recommendations to the plan. But that's our job. And your job as board members and our RAC members and as the public that want to get involved and engaged in the process and come and I don't think these are invalid points. I think Bryce brings up some valid points and folks in the public bring up some valid points. And I think that's why we have the RAC and board process. And we kind of stand up there and take one sometimes. And we maybe look bad to some people sometimes. And I think that's part of the process. And I think, we're doing our best job to make recommendations to the plan based on the biology. And if that changes through the public process and through the social consideration side of things, we have to make sure that we don't take it personal or as an insult and just realize that that's part of the process. That's how this works. And there's different interests and different roles that we play in the process. I don't know if that was too political of an answer for you or if that.
Honestly, that was the perfect explanation. And I think that needed to be said. So thank you.
I've got a follow-up question to that, Dax. And you don't have to answer this today, but I think it would be helpful. Is there historic data on these extreme conditions with the scenario that Bryce brought up, where we've done both management actions? One where, but like you said, we recommend off a buck to doe ratio, and because we have very little fawn recruitment, really high adult doe survival, maybe we're going to see later where we're going to have to really cut those tag numbers the next 2, 3, 4 years, or where we had the same scenario but we were proactive. It would be helpful to the board to see historically maybe where we've reacted both. Maybe those numbers aren't much different, but those that information for us later might be helpful.
I think that's something we can dig into. We've documented really high adult mortality before on, I think it was the Camas unit a few years back, and on some of these. And I think maybe I can put together some information, some case studies on what happened with permits after that and how numbers and ratios responded to that. Kent had something you were going to share earlier too.
I just want to make the point that we are managing for a ratio like it has been brought up, but we do take into account population size, what adult survival is, what recruitment's going to be, And so even though we're trying to get to a certain ratio and not a set number of bucks in the population, all of that is being taken into account when we make these permit recommendations. So we're not trying to, get to a situation where we have 100 deer left, but we have, 25 of them are bucks, and we can say, oh, look, the ratio is great. We don't need to do anything. Our biologists are taking all that into account, and it's what Dax was talking about when we make these proactive recommendations to get to those, to project forward and see what we should issue in terms of permits to get to a certain buck-doe ratio. Population size, survival is all taken into account.
Thank you.
I think it'd just be helpful that, you go out of your way, starting tomorrow night when they do the racks, that you explain that and say, hey, listen, this is how we normally manage, but this is what we're taking into consideration. Because I think that's, you're going to probably run into those questions as you explain. So.
Yeah, it feels like we put sometimes our recommendations, they sometimes can make us subject to a lot of criticism. And I know they put, our RAC members and our board members in hard spots sometimes too. So I just want to, thank you for having this board work session today and asking questions and giving us a chance to explain where we're coming from on some of these recommendations in a little more detail. I know the focus of the meeting today was supposed to be more on highlighting some of our once in a lifetime stuff, but we've just had such a wild winter and there's a lot going on. I'm gonna wrap up. I think I had, just one more slide again that kind of came from the presentation, just talking about, while these are the hunting recommendations for how we hunt bucks, we are also actively working and trying to grow deer populations throughout most of the state. And we're focused on through our deer survival study, identifying cause-specific mortality, and limiting factors on units, and then making aggressive steps to try to work on those limiting factors, whether that's predation, whether that's nutrition, whether it's summer range, winter range. We're committed to doing that, and we'll continue to do that. And while that's largely separate from how we hunt bucks, that is our commitment. I would rather spend more time and effort and focus on making the pie bigger than arguing about how we're going to split up a shrinking pie. But it matters how we cut the pie up too. But that's where our recommendations are coming from. And again, we will meet again the end of this month, see where we're at, and we will probably come to the board on May 4th with revised recommendations, just taking some of this into consideration.
One thing, I'm going to pay closer attention, Dax, through the rack tour to all the locations where your head is.
Just ask around, folks will tell you. So.
All right. Other things from the board?
Yeah, Chairman, I got a question. Dax, I assume that you guys were using that calculation process that you've showed us in the past to make your projections, and I think it might be helpful to share that at the rack or something down the road, how you guys come to your projections, because I think that's really a good thing, and I think the public having that knowledge out there will gain more support for things as we go along if they understand that you're using that calculated method to forecast these.
Thanks, Randy. Good idea.
Just one of that same thing. If you'll take just a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes at the rack and explain that process that you've gone through in this formula, I think it'll be very important to it for the process, people getting the information. I think we're going to see more bold ups and downs this year than we've seen any other year. And so having that information in front of us will be helpful. And then one other question, did I read that right? That 488 tons of food? Okay, so that's close to 1 million pounds of food. Do we have an impression of whether it did any good or whether it helped, or do we have a guess on that?
Perfect question to segue into Kent. So,
Okay.
of the part 2 of our short, brief deer population update.
Hey, real quick, before Kent starts, Chairman, can I ask Dax another question? Sorry, Kent, before you take over, but 2 questions I have is the CWMUs, are we going to cut their tag numbers based on, because there's a lot of CWMUs up north where this is ground zero. Are we going to cut the number of CWMU tags in kind of correlation with the number of tags we're going to cut out of the public.
Yeah, and I haven't been as involved in that. Is Chad here, or is anyone here that can, or anyone from Northern Region that can speak to that? I haven't been as
'Cause you're
involved in
gonna-
that
I
part of the
just-
process.
It's going to let you, I mean, this is going to be coming tomorrow. This is going to be a question that gets brought up. So, and another question I have too is I think it's important too that maybe we notify like all these people that have put in for these CWMUs. It's a limited entry hunt. They're going to be spending a lot of bonus points. They're going to be burning. I think that they ought to be a super big asterisk this year and say, listen, I don't think this is what you're expecting, so be wary as you go into this, because a lot of these guys, their deer are all dead, and so their hunt's not going to be what they're, I think, hoping it. So I just hope that maybe we could educate a few people and just say, listen, maybe reconsider, your choice, maybe reconsider burning a lot of points, because this is not going to be maybe something that you think it is this year. So those would be my two things.
Thanks, Bryce.
Can I ask you one thing next, please?
Yeah.
When you're making your explanation, there's a lot of folks that don't understand why you use the ratio, the buck to doe ratio, and biologically it can make sense. They just don't get it. As a matter of fact, their understanding is if the buck to doe ratio is not right, let's kill some does and bring the buck to doe ratio back in line with where we want it. And so I think when you're talking about the formula you use to make these calculations and make your decisions, if you introduced a little bit about why we use the buck to doe ratio and why it works and why it's been successful in the past, I think that would help them a lot. It would save a lot of questions from them.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. And to be clear, we don't ever kill does to manipulate the buck to doe ratio. That was never something that we've done. So
I know that,
FYI.
but there's a lot of people that are convinced otherwise. So I think if they, it would change it quite a bit. So
Yeah.
thank you.
We're part of a lot of conspiracies, but that's not one. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
Bryce, would you like me to speak to your first question?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we have discussed that, but it's not something that, I guess what I'm trying to say is that those permits were set last fall, the buck permits on CWMUs. Obviously, we've had an extreme winter. If that's something that the board would like us to look into, I think that's something they'd have to ask to add to the agenda for the upcoming meeting, is take a look at the CWMUs that were hit the most. And then we could add that to the agenda. We would do that evaluation, and if we had those recommendations, we could bring it back. Obviously, it is complicated by the fact that the draw is open right now. And Lindy really likes it when we complicate her life. She is very appreciative of that. Another conversation that we can always have is in these areas, there are very few of these tags that actually go for the bucks that actually go out to the public. So we're talking a lot of times that they'll have 10 permits and one go out to the public. And we are open to having conversations and encouraging these CWMUs to look at reducing the number of permits that they sell this year and trying to take care of, obviously, their clients. And again, you mentioned this, a lot of this comes from not that it's a biological concern if we're going to drop below a biological threshold with the buck doe ratio, but these are limited entry hunts. And with limited entry, there's always an expectation of quality, of being able to look through bucks and sort through bucks. And it's going to be different on some of these units this year. So again, if that's something the board wants us to look at, I think they make that request and we could add that.
I've talked to like 3 operators in the last couple of days, and they're going to send all their money back for their deer hunts. They cancel that. Because they know that, if they have guys coming in that have expectation, they're going to be really frustrated. So the one operator said, well, if I send all my, he has 10, I think, if he sends them all back, could we possibly do something with the public hunter? I think it's a legitimate, fair question that, like, if he's going to do something, to, and it's maybe more so hunter satisfaction than it is biological, but, with these limited entries, but, going out of their way. They're losing a lot of money doing this, you know. So, you know, it'd be a fair question to ask, like even for next year. I don't want to complicate it this year, but for next year, maybe, yeah, we can make an adjustment because they are going out of their way to help.
Well, I'd like to add to that. I appreciate Kobe's comment, but one thing I would like to add is it is going to come up during the rec tours. There are going to be those that that have that question, and it will ultimately come to the wildlife board to make a decision. And so I would ask the division, you know, Kobe and your staff, get with Chad and have the pros and cons of what that would look like if we do make a decision. What's the pros and cons? So I have no doubt that will come to us. Ultimately, we'll have to make a decision on that. And so the more educated we can be and have great input from the division for our May board meeting would be great.
Kevin, can I jump in here?
Sure.
So I'm glad Bryce brought this up. Is Kyle in the room? Is he in that meeting? Kyle Maynard?
No.
The question was brought up to me is because of the point Kobe shared, we've already approved those permits. Can we legally go back on it? And maybe that's, if we could give Kyle the assignment to answer that for us at the May board meeting, or maybe even in the RAC meetings, I think it would be helpful. I've had a few CWMUs reach out to me and shared a lot of what Bryce has shared. I think the CWMUs are committed to the idea that whatever cuts are applied in these general season units, whatever cuts are applied to the public lands, that they know and want to be a part of those same cuts on their CWMUs. I wonder if the answer is we can't legally change our mind and go back on that earlier decision in the fall. I wouldn't be surprised if we could just ask the CWMUs if they would voluntarily, for this year, for 23, if they would voluntarily be willing to accept those same cuts. I think they probably would. Anyway, just a thought.
Thank you, Wade.
Chairman, I would agree with Wade on that. And there is in rule when they sign up for that, it says before August 1st, the permits have to be changed. But after that, it can be changed based on a major ecological event, I think is what it said. So, I mean, there is room in there, but even if they voluntarily did it this year, but no, it's, you know, if they don't voluntarily do it this year, it's coming next year, you know, and we can maybe make some changes for the guys that voluntarily did it this year to, you know, reward or help them next year based on, you know, I don't want to screw the draw stuff up. So.
Thanks. All right, Kent.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Carl, for that perfect segue there. So, like he said, you know, with all the feeding that Dax mentioned that we did across the state, the question came up, did we do any good? And for this, we looked at what we were doing over in Rich County to try and see, did it work? So just to start off, we started feeding in Rich County before any other sites. We did that starting on January 19th. And specifically, I guess when the sportsmen approached us to feed, they had that question, are we going to have an impact on deer? Is this feeding that we're doing and all the effort that we're putting in, can we benefit them? And so we started thinking about things, and, you know, cash is one of the units that we've been monitoring for a long time, looking at deer health and deer condition. And so it's one of our main survival units. We have survival data dating back to 2007. We have condition data starting in 2014, 2015. And so we can go back and look at those data. And also we have a sample of collars of about 50 plus adults and 20 fawns on that unit. So we can look at all these movements of deer and look at deer that aren't fed, as well as we could go ahead and look at deer that are using these feed sites, get collars on them, and be able to look at comparing what a fed deer look like, what a non-fed deer look like. And so we can look at survival, but then we can also, when we catch them, we can look at these condition data and see, can we detect a difference in how they're just overall condition, overall body fat, and what they look like. So to do this, back in December, before winter even really hit, we collared 42 deer as part of our standard monitoring. That was scattered throughout the entire unit, both Rich County and over on the cache side. And about half of that were fawns, half of those were adults. So we knew what deer looked like coming into winter. Overall, does were in about average shape, and fawns were about average size as well. And then over in Rich County, we picked 5 different sites from Woodruff up through Garden City area. And we had deer coming into those sites for a couple weeks before we started trying to dart them. So we just pretty much set up on those sites. Deer would come into the feed. We'd dart a few at a time and then wait for them to go down. Then we'd go and process those deer. Overall, we darted 54 total deer. 24 of those were fawns, 24 were adult females, and then 6 were yearling bucks that were supposed to be females. The other thing we did, so that gave us an idea of, before feed probably really had much of an impact, it gave us an idea in early mid-February what these deer looked like before, taking into account the winter conditions they experienced so far, so the decline they saw from December through that early February period, but before we thought feeding would really have a large impact. And then in mid-March, we went out and we used the helicopter to go recapture deer randomly that we caught in December to see how the non-fed deer looked throughout the winter. And then also we went to these feeding sites and we redarted a bunch of those collar deer that came in so we could look at how that condition changed over that time. So it was about a 4 to 6 week period for the fed deer. And then the difference was from December through mid-March in our random deer. And we usually consider March as our time period when winter starts ending and we get out of it, and things should start improving for deer. Obviously, with this case, it's prolonged a lot more, but that's usually the end of when we can effectively catch deer and not have negative impacts. So that's why we went with that period. Just diving right into the results. So this is body fat on the deer. Overall, we saw a huge variety of how deer entered in the winter in December. A lot of that had to do with whether they produced fawns or not. We had pretty good production this year, so a lot of deer were still producing milk in March, and they had lower fat. Some didn't. They had high fat coming in, but overall we averaged about 10.5%. And then in February, when we darted the deer on the feed grounds, similar to what we would expect the deer to be in across the unit, assuming a linear decline there. And basically what we saw over the 4 to 6 week feeding period, we saw a minimal decline in fat reserves on deer, ending in mid-March with about 5.8% body fat, and the random deer throughout were at 4.8%. So overall, about 1% more fat on the fed deer versus those that were not fed. And so that doesn't sound like a huge amount, but to Kevin's comment earlier regarding what is that lower threshold. So if we're looking at 4%, 3.5%, 4% to be where they can't make it anymore, obviously 5.8 is a heck of a lot better than 4.8. So it was measurably an impact on their fat reserves. I do want to stress before we go too far, these are preliminary results. We kind of put these together pretty quickly for this meeting. I think we have some faith in them, but they are likely to change a little bit. The other thing we looked at, so in addition to fat, we measure the thickness of their loin muscle. Basically, once they use their fat, then they start burning their muscle, and we can actually measure that decline as they start to go downhill. And overall, loin came in around 40 mils, which is pretty standard. And then this chart is showing that in February, the fed deer had higher loin, but I'm not sure that's 100% correct. this is, we only have 2 points of data for the non-fed deer, so I'm not sure a linear relationship's perfect there, but take it for what it is. But anyway, we did see that the fed deer also had thicker loin muscles in mid-March when we captured them both than the non-fed. So again, an indication that they're probably in better condition and some positive impact of the feeding. And then going on to survival up to last night, overall, we are seeing higher survival of does on the feed grounds than we saw across the unit. Especially this past couple of weeks, we've started losing deer across the non-fed sites. We started losing more of them, and it's been pretty level on the feed grounds. This isn't significant at this point, so we'll keep monitoring it. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't, we don't know. But the point estimate is certainly higher for the deer on feed sites. And then moving into fawns, this relationship is significant. As Dak said, all of our random collared fawns on the cache have died at this point. That's all but one. One of the deer that we randomly caught in December actually was using the Lake Town feed site, so we put that in the fed category. We did just lose a couple of the fed fawns, but we still are running 75%. So a huge difference that we're seeing in the fawn survival. And so we're going to continue monitoring survival and look through it throughout the year. We might even try and recapture some fed versus non-fed deer next December to see if there's any carryover effects that we can see. But for now, it does appear that we have some encouraging results that when you feed, it can be successful. But in the literature, you'll see a lot of different things out there, sometimes where you see no effects, sometimes you'll actually see negative effects. And so why do we think this effort was successful? And first off, I think we started feeding at the right time. Conditions got bad in Rich County pretty early on, and the decision was made to start feeding, and I think they did it at a good time. We also fed the right amount of food. Sometimes you can actually feed too much to animals, and they can get diarrhea and other things, and it can actually cause too much where they can't handle it. And we fed the correct feed. We've used a pellet that was developed out in Colorado. It's a mix of various things. I'm not exactly sure of the full makeup, but it was designed that deer can actually handle it over winter and not cause issues. Sometimes you'll see people just trying to feed straight alfalfa pellets, other things like that. If the gut of the deer is not able to handle it and they don't have the right bacteria, it could actually kill them with a full stomach. So we were feeding the right deer here, and we were giving the deer the right amount. They also spread the feed out quite a bit. We've done it before where you fed out of barrels or just piled it up and allowed the deer to come in as they wanted. In that situation, it seems like a lot of the deer can't get access to that feed, and you can see a lot of territorial animals, and the dominant animals prevent others from getting it there, and actually it'll stomp some. In this situation, spreading it out allows access to as many deer as possible, and it seems like that works a lot better. And then lastly, we have really great partnerships with the local sportsmen and women up there. Huge help, specifically Travis Hobbs here. He's the one who kind of got it started, but then organized a lot of the feeding in Rich County, coordinated with all the different feed sites, all the donation of time and hours from everybody over there, and equipment to clear the sites and get everything done. So just huge interest in personnel to make it successful. So with all those great things, I do want to emphasize that there's still some serious concerns that we have about feeding. And we do, when it's warranted, I think we've shown that we can be successful and can help deer, which is a great thing. But when you concentrate deer, you certainly have a increased risk of disease, specifically CWD. If you bring anytime you bring animals into contact, nose-to-nose transmission of anything is going to be increased, and CWD is no different. If we have CWD positive areas, our current policy is not to feed because we don't want to increase that disease transmission and increase the prevalence of CWDs in those areas. Also, you can cause some habitat damage. You keep concentrating animals in the same area, anything that is available for them to eat will be eaten. And, 1 year, maybe not too bad, but if you keep hitting it time after time after time, you can get complete loss of those shrubs and just have no food naturally available for those animals. Also, when we have sites near roads, anything like that, if it's a busy highway, you concentrate those animals down, road killer, things like that can go up. Our other big concern, and we've seen this in some areas where we have, if you keep from feeding in the same area, you can actually habituate these animals so that they basically they don't even leave the feed site even in the summer. The snow melts. They just know, hey, I stay in this place, I get food. And so you've seen deer switch from migratory animals to resident animals in certain places. And so we want them in the summer clearly to go up on the mountain, get the best feed they can, and that way they can come into winter in great condition, which is how they're going to survive hard winters. If they stay low, stay on that poor quality habitat even through the summer months, then feeding's almost going to become a necessity for them because they just won't have the reserves to make it through on a standard winter. And then lastly, extremely expensive and time consuming. I think we spent nearly $350,000 this year to feed about 5,800 deer or so. And that's just straight feed costs. That doesn't include trucks, gas, volunteer hours, heavy equipment, whatever else was used to make these things successful. So basically, if you're going to do it, huge amount of effort, huge amount of volunteer time. And so to expand this, I think, as Dax mentioned, and we were pretty much capped out with what we had here, especially in the northern region, and that was only for 5,800 deer. You try and do this at a huge statewide scale, the amount of time required would just be astronomical. And so that's all I have, and just want to give another thanks to all the local sportsmen and the volunteers who made this happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Kent. Any questions for Kent?
Did you have any trouble with local natives just throwing out hay bales and stuff like we've had in the past? Or did that pretty well happen this year because they were aware that you guys were doing it?
Yes, I haven't seen too much of it. There were certainly haystacks available. Some no doubt got into it. Somebody from the northern region might speak better to a lot of it, but it seemed like they were well organized, and because they knew that we were actively feeding, they just relied on that feed to be in those stations that were put out.
Good.
And maybe Jim will speak otherwise.
Yeah, Jim Christensen, Northern Region Wildlife Manager. So we did have some people that always get concerned about it, and there was some hay that was put out, and really the only places we did see a lot of issues around feed sites is where there was haystacks unsecured within a relatively close distance, and the deer could hit both. That's where we did see some issues. So we tried to get those wrapped up as best as possible and discourage the addition of hay and other items. So.
I think it's a very, very unique situation where you get to dart these and study them. I'm hoping that somebody got a master's out of this project, or at least a publication, because I just don't think, to have collared deer and then fed deer was a unique situation, and we can learn a lot from that.
Yeah, and we worked closely with Brock McMillan, Randy Larson on this. It was thrown together in about 2 weeks' time, so it was kind of we're in a really unique situation that we have the ability to move quickly on these studies, which is great. So no student at this point, but I'm sure we will put something together once the data are fully collected and analyzed for publication.
All right, thank you. We're about 20 minutes to lunch. Let's just continue on and we'll jump right in and go. I think lunch will be at noon. Let's go till then.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you. My name is Rusty Robinson. I'm the once in a lifetime species coordinator. I got asked on a radio interview recently. They're like, "Oh, once in a lifetime, you must be a big deal." And I said, "Unfortunately, it doesn't reflect on me personally at all. I'm just pretty mediocre most of the time." I just wanted to hit our statewide management plans real quick for all the different once in a lifetime species and where we're at in those management plan cycles. We're up for a revisal in 2028 for bighorn and mountain goat, 2027 for moose. And bison plans, we really write at the unit level, just as needed as pressures change and things need to change, management strategies need to change, then we address those at the unit level. I wanted to just look back in time a little bit on the last 25 years and where we've come with our once in a lifetime species. Looking back 25 years ago, we had 6 desert bighorn hunts. Now we have 16 today. We had 31 permits back then, and this year we're recommending 75. Rocky Mountain bighorn has changed quite a bit. We only had 3 hunts with 5 permits 25 years ago, and now we're at 14 hunts and 52 permits, so 10 times the number of permits. Mountain goat, we've gone from 7 to 17 hunts and 19 to 96 permits. Bison, we've gone from 5 to 17 hunts and from 81 to 177 permits this year. I thought it was interesting that moose really hasn't changed a whole lot, and maybe that's why we have such point creep issues with moose. We see a lot of oscillation in our moose populations, and we do our best to expand and grow moose populations where we can, but we're kind of at the southern end of their range, and we have some issues trying to sustain those populations. Here's just a look at the different populations across the state for the different species. The red line shows the number of desert bighorn sheep we have statewide, and the blue would be our Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep statewide, and then the green dashes are total. And you can actually pinpoint those years when we have a significant disease event die off on certain units. Like in 2016, you can see the Stansbury die off, and 2018, 19, the Antelope Island die off. Same thing with the deserts that's probably reflective of losing some sheep on the Zion there in recent years. But overall, we've got a positive trajectory on bighorn sheep as a whole, and we're always looking for opportunities to grow those populations and expand them where we can, and try to prevent those big die-offs related to disease. Here's a look at mountain goat populations over the last 20 years or so. And we're learning a lot about mountain goats. I think they're really a lot more susceptible to drought than maybe we thought in the past. And we've had some recent declines, probably for multiple reasons, but I think drought has been a big part of it on like our Willard Peak unit and Camas and places like that. Here's a look at Henry Mountain's bison. In our bison units, we try to manage really closely to a population objective. And so I think if we let those populations take off, they would, but we try to keep those at a population objective that's outlined in the plan. There's a look at Book Cliffs. And here's our moose populations. Probably don't see all the little oscillations in there quite so much, but I think as a whole we've kind of stayed the same averaged over time, but I think there's probably some little oscillations that we don't necessarily pick up in our classifications. Moving even further back in time, this is just something that popped up a few days ago that I thought would be neat to share with the board. This popped up on the Natural History Museum of Utah's Twitter feed, which is the most interesting thing I've seen on social media lately. But I think we generally accept the historical distribution of bighorn sheep to be across the state, basically every mountain range, every river drainage. But some of those haven't been documented that we know of. And so this was a cave out in the West Desert that they excavated, and they found at least, looks like about 10 individual bighorn sheep remains in the very back of the cave. They were either stashed there by early humans or mountain lion or something. But it just shows the historical distribution of bighorn sheep is not always what we think, and we're constantly learning new things. So I thought that was just kind of neat to share with you guys. As I thought about what to share with the board, I highlighted 3 things that I think would be important to focus on. Challenges that we face, some of the research we're doing to try to address those challenges and maybe gaps in our knowledge base, and then a lot of the projects we have going on across the state. Some of those challenges are bighorn disease is always an issue. We're constantly trying to keep bighorn sheep spatially separated from domestic sheep and goats to prevent disease spillover events. And these can be in any form, domestic grazing or hobby farms, and even exotic hunting operations where some of these exotic sheep are on the landscape. Wilderness is a challenge to get to where we can collar, capture and collar mountain goats and bighorn sheep in particular in wilderness areas. And it's takes a big push to get those projects up and running, and sometimes it's just resource and cost prohibitive. Urban moose is a challenge where, moose are kind of big and mean sometimes, and they end up in our urban settings. We've actually had a lot of cool opportunities with urban moose that I'll share later, but we're constantly, and I'm sure Sydney can testify with her 2,400 nuisance calls this winter that we get a lot of moose on interstates and in town that we have to move for as a public safety concern. Winter tick is a big deal with moose, and Sam Robertson's going to present his research on that here in a little bit. With bison, we get a lot of conflicts with grazing and with private lands that we're constantly trying to think outside the box and address those any way we can. And it's been a challenge to try to balance hunting pressure and crowding and bison movement. We don't want to pressure them too hard. But we have to get our harvest to maintain our population objective. And so it's just really trying to find a balance there without pushing them too hard a lot of times. Here's some of the research that we have going on across the state. We've got an Antelope Island bighorn lambing study that's just wrapping up. One of our biologists, Alicia Kocher, has been working on that, doing a great job. And I think she's in the data analysis phase and has really spent a lot of time out on the island the last couple of years looking at lambing production since we restarted that population. Ian Montgomery is studying some Zion population dynamics and cost-specific mortalities. He's going to present on that a little later. And we've got our partner at BYU, Laureen Alphen, who's looking at some alpine vegetation on the Tushers and the LaSalles with regards to mountain goats. And she'll be presenting later. Here's just a list of some projects we have going on across the state, and this is by no means all inclusive, but I just thought I'd hit some of the highlights. And I will add that there's a lot of projects that I'm probably not even aware of. Our biologists are really good, and our habitat folks are really good at identifying things that they can do to benefit wildlife and then just going out and doing it. And so a lot of times, these aren't things that we have to pressure our biologists to do. They just love dreaming these things up and doing cool things for wildlife. So we first thing there is this past summer, we transplanted some bighorn sheep from Nevada to a nursery facility near Tabiona. We also transplanted sheep from Arizona to Antelope Island to help supplement the sheep that we brought over in 2020, I believe, from Montana. And so that was a cool project. And I will say the genetics of both those sourced herds are really, really neat. And I think that's going to bode well for the island in the future when we start hunting the island. We're also going to collar some bighorn sheep on the island this winter to, when I say this, I mean, I guess almost a year from now, try to keep as many sheep collared on that island as we can to make sure they stay on the island and they're not posing themselves to disease risk. Along with that, we're also going to be capturing disease sampling and collaring across the state. We've got it slated to capture and collar 175 bighorns statewide over a bunch of different populations to keep up with our disease sampling and make sure we've got a good handle on what's going on out there as far as disease. Guzzlers all over the place, Stansbury Mountains, Mineral Mountains, actually in the Uintas for mountain goats as well. We've got guzzlers and seeding that's taking place for bighorns after the Dollar Ridge fire for those Vinnequin sheep. We're currently working with the Department of Ag to create a position that would benefit domestic sheep producers, help them have healthier sheep in their herds and their hobby farms, and also to help protect bighorns from disease risk. And so we're really excited about getting that off the ground and think that'll do cool things for both sides. We're also working with the Forest Service for hopefully future mountain goat capture in the Uintas. And we've seeded some of the East Fork fire, that high elevation in the Uintas, to hopefully benefit some mountain goats up there. More projects. I mentioned those urban moose we get sometimes. We try to look at that as an opportunity. Whenever we get those moose in hand in a trailer, we like to put a collar on them and transplant them to either the Nebo or the Manti. And I think over the last 2 or 3 years, we've moved over 20 moose to the Nebo alone and probably 10 or 12 more to the Manti. And so I think that's been a big help getting those populations going. We're starting to see the benefits of that. We're seeing calf recruitment, and we're seeing more moose on those flights when we're counting elk and things. Very early stages, but we're trying to get a bison genetics study off the ground to look at the genetics of the Henry Mountains. We're currently improving the parking lot for the Book Cliffs roadless area. We hope this will ease some crowding issues going on over there and make it a little nicer for those that like to hunt that area. Several guzzlers for bison in the Bitter Creek unit, including a mega guzzler, as it was referred to. Maybe Dallon's here, but I think it's 9,000 gallons, wherever Dallon is. 9,000 gallons, so mega guzzler. Currently, we have 56 bison collared in the state. We have 57 Rocky Mountain bighorn, 93 desert bighorn, 56 mountain goats, and 10 moose. And we plan to collar another 175 bighorn coming up this winter and 28 bison with the maybe potential of a few mountain goats as well. So got a lot of cool things going on. And like I said, this is by no means all inclusive, but it's with a lot of attention gets put on deer, and especially a winter like this, where the deer are struggling in some parts of the state, and it's just kind of fun to highlight some of the things we're doing for once in a lifetime species as well. And I just want to say thank you to all our biologists and habitat folks and those people that are implementing these things on the ground. as well as our partners. We've got some really passionate and excited people in the state that are always willing to put their time and their money where their mouth is and help out on these projects and help fund projects. And without their help, we wouldn't be able to do half this stuff. So I just want to say thanks, and thanks to the Wildlife Board for trusting us to do all these things. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Rusty. Really appreciate it. At WAFLA, we had the opportunity to listen to a geneticist, and he brought up a study on bison. And if you want an opportunity to realize how dumb you are, you listen to a geneticist. But it really brought up some points on a need that we have on some of our bison herds to kind of see where they're at. I'm glad to see you have that on your radar, and look forward to see the information that comes out of that. So
Thanks. Yeah.
thank you.
And just maybe, is there anybody that can give us an update on Antelope Island? How are the sheep doing out there? We've done 2 transplants now, or how are we doing?
Yeah, they're doing well. I think the focus of Alicia's study has primarily been, when you take a source herd from a lot higher latitude and you put them to a lot lower latitude, how does that affect time of partition and the rut date and that sort of thing? And so she looked really hard at that. And over the last 3 years, I think the mean partition date was, middle of May. And it's every year it's shifted a little earlier to where to reflect where the previous Antelope Island herd was in April sometime. And I think this year the average is, or last year was April 29th. And so this year we anticipate even a little bit earlier to get really on that, the same schedule to match up with green up as the previous herd had. And so she's been looking at that. Basically, lambing has been really good. Basically, every ewe has had a lamb. We've actually documented a couple twins on the island with those lambs, which doesn't happen very often. The biggest challenge has been keeping some of the adults alive. I think where they came from, they never experienced blue tongue, and blue tongue is kind of an issue on the island. So survival rates are still very high, but we have lost some adults to blue tongue and that sort of thing. But overall, we're doing great. I think we've got over 80 sheep on the island now. We've got 3 generations of lambs that we'll try to get some collars on this year, and I think we're right to the point where it's going to really take off. So,
Rusty, I really appreciate that slide you had on the the changes have been made in the last 25 years. That demonstrates a lot of hard work by a lot of people to make that happen. Those improvements that sometimes we get to looking at the smaller picture, but the big picture, I think that shows a lot of good things being done over the last 25 years. So thank you.
yeah, and I wish I could take credit for a lot of those, but you think about all the things that we've have been added in the state, additional bison herds, additional additional bighorn herds, additional mountain goat herds. It just shows the dedication of a lot of our partners and biologists that are looking for those opportunities whenever it's possible.
Do you got any sites in the next 2 or 3 years you're working on or getting close to new introductions, or mainly sheep? Or
Yeah, we are looking hard at the Pavant unit, working through some issues there with the Forest Service and things, but I think that's coming up in the next few years. We'll be able to hopefully transplant some sheep to the Pavant. Yeah.
Looks like we're right at noon, or should we break? All right. Appreciate all the presenters that have gone to this point. We'll break for lunch. If you're joining us online, we will be back in, looking to Stacy. Okay, 4 hours. We'll be back in 1 hour. Thank you. All right, welcome back. If you are joining us online, we're back just a little bit early. Colby went through the line first, so there wasn't a lot left. So we're back quicker. With that, we'll go to Ginger and start there. Thanks.
All right, good afternoon. My name's Ginger Stout, and I'm the state wildlife veterinarian. I'm just going to give a brief, pretty much an overview of diseases that we're worried about with bighorn sheep, and then at the end kind of discuss our strategies of moving forward and preventing these diseases. All right. I didn't have a good joke to tell. Sorry about that. Oh, too much. Okay. So we have 3 subspecies of bighorn sheep in Utah, as you know. These are one way to categorize them. And you can see on the map, this is just showing which subspecies is where. Mountain goats are included as well. So the main disease or suite of diseases that we're concerned about is pneumonia. It's the overwhelming reason that most sheep die. And this is an issue across the entire West. So the biggest thing that we're worried about is Mycoplasma pneumoniae. And I'll get into more details about that in just a minute. But these other diseases up here also cause pneumonia, and they can be present with Mycoplasma. Usually Mycoplasma sets the stage for other bacteria to invade. So as we usually call it, MOV, usually introduction of this bacteria leads to epizootic polymicrobial bacterial pneumonia. Those are a lot of big words, but basically it just means there's a spike in infection in the population. It goes from epizootic to enzootic, and that just means it goes from being new in the population to being established. So this is just meaning it's a new infection, and a lot of the different bacteria that cause pneumonia will be involved in mortalities. Once it's established in a population, it's usually followed by chronic infection in the herd and leads to decreased lamb survival. So this is a great diagram of what happens. And so first, domestic sheep and goats usually carry this bacteria and aren't affected much at all. Usually they come in contact with bighorn sheep, and that's called a spillover event. And then that transmission occurs from domestic to bighorn, and it's usually contact directly, like nose-to-nose contact. So if a ram wanders into a domestic herd and then wanders back up to the bighorn herd, that's one example of a way that it can get established. So then once the bighorn sheep population's infected, it can also spread to other populations if there is, overlap of those herds. So then as time goes by, like I said, the epidemic transmission just means transmission in that herd between individuals. So it actually kind of sits in that sinus and in the lungs, and it can be shed through droplets in the air. So then, if there's a lot of sheep hanging out together, it can be passed between each other. So the mortality rates are typically pretty high. And you can see in the background, there's that line. So that just is going through the number in the population. So usually there's a big crash in the population, and it can affect all age types in the herd. Once the survivors are there, a proportion of them actually carry that bacteria in their nose for a longer time period. So they're called chronic shedders. And with that, when new lambs come about each year, they can actually pass it to the lambs, causing that decrease in lamb survival because they're naive to the bacteria. So that's what becomes the major constraint on population recovery, because you don't have that lamb survival. This is the study that combined all of these states that you see on the map and their bighorn herds. The first A is actually what herds have been exposed to mycoplasma. So the red is positive and the blue outline is negative. So you can see most of Utah has been exposed to this bacteria. The next map is showing the different strain types of the bacteria. So all the different colors are different strain types. And then the pie charts are showing several different strains in the same population. And then on the last figure, C, those colors correlate to the map and showing how related the strains are between each other. So you can see Utah is kind of an outlier. I mean, they're very related to other states, but we do have our own strains within the state. And one more thing I want to mention about mycoplasma is if you have the disease once, it doesn't mean you're immune forever. So unfortunately, you can get infected many times over and still have population declines due to that. There are some other viruses that can also be present with the pneumonia. So these 3 viruses are actually cattle viruses, but they can infect bighorn sheep and cause other issues that lead to the secondary bacterial infections. So they're also important to monitor. I won't go into all these just because of time, but this is something we look at with our herds. Other viruses of concern, blue tongue virus, as Rusty mentioned earlier, epizootic hemorrhagic disease, and contagious ecthyma, or another word for it is ORF. So with blue tongue, you typically see ulcers and sores around the mouth. It can actually show up in the hooves. So you'll see lesions around the hooves, and then when they die, blood around the mouth and anus. They can recover from this, and a lot of our herds have been exposed but have recovered. So they don't always die, but you will see periodic die-offs of this disease. It is a vector-borne disease, which means it's transmitted through biting midges. So it's not direct contact with each other. It's just the insects moving between the animals. EHD, or epizootic hemorrhagic disease, is really similar to blue tongue, and it can cause the same sorts of lesions. The only real way to tell them apart is to test for them because they're so similar in presentation. They're also, biting midges are also the way that this is transmitted. And then ORF is a really bad thing to see. A lot of times you'll see pustules, which are just pus pockets on the mouth that scab over. It prevents them from eating very well, and it's very contagious. So it can be spread from individual to individual and go through a herd really quickly. It can also show up on the face, lips, hooves, and udder. So then if it is lambing season, this can be a problem because it's really painful for them to nurse. So you can have decreased lamb survival due to that. Other diseases of concern are a couple more parasites. So Toxoplasma gondii, you may have heard about this. It's actually a domestic cat disease, and it can be transmitted to women and humans in general, but it mostly affects pregnant women, and it can actually cause abortions to happen. And it shows up in a lot of different species in the wild, and bighorn sheep are one of those. Ear mites are also another issue. So sometimes they can just fill up the ear canal and cause them to be really miserable. Lungworm was thought to be one of the main things that caused the mortalities of pneumonia, but it seems to be just a contributing factor and doesn't seem to be the primary cause of the mortalities that we see. And then there's a lot of different other gastrointestinal nematodes, which are just worms that live in the gut. They don't usually cause many issues unless the immune system is weakened and they're overloaded with the worms. So this was a pretty recent paper published this year where they found abortion and death, neonatal death, due to Toxoplasma gondii. So they found 8 fetal and neonatal deaths out of Idaho, Montana, Nebraska, and Washington. So it basically caused infection in the brain and then pneumonia, as well as infection in the heart. So, and these are of fetal tissues or, newborns. And so it was transmitted from the adult female to the fetus and caused stillbirths and abortions. And then they did a sampling in Washington just to see who's been exposed in the population, and 40 to 80% sampled have been exposed in the past. So this is just an example of a disease that we don't normally look at all the time because we're so focused on pneumonia being the cause of population decline that there may be other things that are going on, but we don't always focus on those things. But this can cause, fetal and neonatal death, which is not good for a population. These are the MOV positive herds, and the dates beside them are just when we've tested them and they've been positive. So for MOV, we test 2 different ways. One is with the blood sample, and the other is with the swab that you put in the nose. And the blood tells us that they have been exposed in the past. The swab tells us if they're currently shedding the bacteria. So that comes into effect later when I'll talk about options that we have against this. But those are 2 distinct ways to test and give us different information. So one way that we do surveillance on this bacteria is hunter-harvest surveys. So this is the last one we did in 2019. Since I started and Rusty's position has changed, we haven't done it since then, but we plan to do it this coming year. And you can see the bighorn sheep table shows all the different locations. And then we only picked up a few positives, but the sample size is pretty low. So we do get some information out of this, and we can get strain types as well, because we just have the hunters take a swab of the nasal passage. So it is valuable information and just lets us do active surveillance of this bacteria and see which herd units are most affected. And then you can see on the right, the mountain goat table. Mountain goats also are susceptible. So that's something that we are monitoring as well. So what can we do? I know this was very quick and kind of went by a lot of things, but what we mainly do is continued surveillance of MOV and other diseases. So we're going to test the herds on a rotational basis as they've done in the past. And then herds that seem to be in decline or going down due to outbreaks or, huge mortality events, then we just look closer at those herds and see if there's any way to do anything on the spot for those. We do have something called a test and cull, and Rusty and I are kind of going through all the herd units right now to see if that's appropriate anywhere. It's where we test a certain number of those individuals in a herd for mycoplasma. And then if they are shedding the virus, the bacteria, then we do euthanize those animals because they have shown that if you get rid of those chronic shedders, then the population can recover. So identifying those individuals is really the best thing you can do without wiping out the entire herd and having to repopulate. So it is a good option to have, but it does take a lot of planning as well as making sure that it will be effective on that particular herd. So there's a lot of variables to consider when doing that. Another big thing that we're working on is to assess the risk of contact with domestic sheep and goats. Since that is where the spillover happens, we want that separation between bighorns and domestic sheep and goats. So like Rusty said too, we're creating that position to further analyze that risk and then see where we can make changes on the landscape to prevent that interaction. And in that same vein, we want to work with sheep and goat producers to build fencing around their pastures to limit contact to any wandering bighorns. And then the last thing is to educate the public. So, to make sure that the public knows how pneumonia is transmitted and what they can do to help prevent it. And that's it. Sorry it was so quick, but just wanted to be cautious of time. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Domestic goats have kind of been all the rage these days. Guys hunting in deep, and they just follow them in, a lot less work. Is that possible risk transmission when those domestic goats just come trolling around in the Uintas and stuff?
It is a possible risk. Yeah.
I mean, will sheep actually approach the other domestic animals and touch noses or whatever? Like,
they've definitely been known to do that.
okay.
And I don't know if you want to say more.
Yeah, I would just add, just because of the differing husbandry practices and things like that, and the mycoplasma strains in general, there's about 400 different mycoplasma strains. That's why we can't get immunity, because you could be exposed to one and exposed to another one and it starts over again. But some of those are sheep strains and some of those are goat strains. And I will say, as a general rule, the goat strains seem to be less virulent than the sheep strains. But I don't know if we have a real great sample size. We haven't looked at every single strain. There may be some that are more virulent. So as a general rule, I think goats are less of a risk. And I will say that just because of the husbandry practices and how people take care of pack goats, they're on that lower end of risk, but there still is a risk. And if I had pack goats, I couldn't and wouldn't in good conscience take them up on a mountain that had bighorn sheep.
Thank you.
That's also why a vaccine isn't necessarily helpful, because there's so many different strains. So that's something that researchers have definitely looked into. But
How susceptible are bighorn to stress from like transplants or even capturing them to take these samples following that year? Are they susceptible to die-offs from that stress?
Yeah, not that we've seen. Of course, capture is a stressful event and it doesn't help with, your immune system responding to things, but we haven't seen any evidence.
Okay.
Makes you wonder how we have any of these at all. I mean, when you look at that whole list and you just kept going page and page. So I'm glad we're able to keep some of them.
All right, we'll go to Ian. Yeah, apologize. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Excited to share a little bit of the work that we've been doing in the Sound Mountains and the Tusher Mountains of Utah on mountain goats. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So for those who don't know me here, I have had a long career. I've been at Brigham Young University 27 years. And over that career, I've studied a lot of rare and endangered plant species. And so this is just a few of the many species that I've studied over my career. But my focus has been on plants typically. And so when you might think, well, why is she involved in mountain goat research? And most of you are familiar with the controversy associated with mountain goats being introduced into the ranges of southern Utah, the LaSalles and the Tushers being the two main places. And part of that controversy is that these alpine communities have a lot of endemic plant species found there and nowhere else in the world. And so the controversy is, are they impacting rare plants? And so then you can see the connection of why I was brought into this in looking at the impacts that mountain goats and other things might have on rare plants. So the Tusher Mountains it's the third highest mountain range in Utah. Multiple peaks above 12,000 feet in elevation, if you're not familiar with it. It was formed by two different volcanic events, and this is important because when we're talking about plants that are only found there, there's some that are restricted to only one of the volcanic substrates and others that are only on the other. So when you say they're endemic to the high elevations of the Tusher Mountains, it depends on which substrate. So it makes them even rarer, right? Because they're found on only one or the other. And it's really some important alpine habitat. And if you've spent time, there's especially on the Bullion volcanic, which has the Delano Peak there in Mount Holly, that area is a lot of lush vegetation compared to the Belknap volcanics, which you can see here. The Belknap volcanics is in that picture are the orange peaks that don't look like they have any plants growing on them. That one doesn't support as many goats. So the history of mountain goats in the Tusher Mountains, they were introduced in 1986. Aerial surveys showed 240 goats in 2011. Currently, I may be wrong on these numbers, Rusty will have to correct me, but last thing I heard was about 194. The objective is 175. Bighorn sheep were thought to be in this area, and that was the rationale for bringing the goats into this area. So why is there the controversy and the concern? The concern is there are 28 plant species only found in the world at high elevations above tree line in the Tusher Mountains. So we call them endemics to there. And 5 of these were classified as high priority for conservation. 3 of them are forest sensitive species listed by the U.S. Forest Service as they're sensitive. None of them are listed as rare and endangered yet, but we targeted 5 that the Utah Native Plant Society thought were the ones most vulnerable with mountain goat introduction. And so you can see here, the pink one is the Tusher paintbrush, which will become the star of this presentation, which it's a pretty plant. So the other area is the LaSalle Mountains. Once again, high elevation habitat. It's the second highest mountain range in Utah, several peaks above 12,000 feet in elevation again. Part of it is included in a research natural area or an RNA, and that's that area with the yellow on the figure. That is the research natural area around Mount Keel. And it also has important alpine habitat. The history of mountain goats in the LaSalle Mountains, they were introduced to the LaSalles in 2013 and 14. Individuals came from the Tesher population, so that's important to remember. And the LaSalle mountain goat was estimated to be 105 in 2019. I think we're managing it at between 80 and 90 now. I think that's where we are. So there are 11 species in the LaSalle Mountains that are considered high conservation concern. 37 plant species found only in these high elevations of the LaSalle Mountains that are endemic there. So if you think about that, right, there's, definitely that's why the concern for rare plants in with the introduction of the goats. And so here's just a few of them that we're targeting for our studies. Rigeron mancus, the LaSalle daisy, which is the one kind of the orange and yellow heads in the top center, is the one that has been kind of the poster child for rare plants in the LaSalles. It's quite common up there, but the one that is of real concern today is the LaSalle Mountains groundsel, or Senecio fremontii variety inexpectatus. This species at the rare plant meetings this year was mentioned that they were going to propose it as an endangered species. So this is one of concern, and this is one we've already started to study and monitor. So our study objectives when we came in for both areas are basically the same. First, we want to monitor and characterize the use of rare plants and their habitat and the alpine communities they live in by ungulates, including mountain goats. But we're not going to limit it to just goats because other things forage up there. So any ungulates they'll be eating there. And in addition, we are keeping track of small mammals that are herbivores in those communities. Also, we wanted to identify any feeding preferences. So are mountain goats seeking out rare plants? Do they have preference for them? Are they spending more time in those habitats? So that was one of the questions we wanted to ask. Then we wanted to monitor the rare plant populations for their stability. Are they doing okay? Are they declining? What is happening with our rare plant populations? So we can say are they bad for rare plants? We can't say that without knowing how the populations are doing for the rare plants. And finally, one of the others, so mountain goats can have impact a couple of different ways. One, they could directly eat the plants, right, which have an impact, or they could trample the plants. And the last is they do a lot of wallowing, right? And if they make wallows in a population and take out plants that way. So we also wanted to determine the density and extent of wallows and document wallow recovery. So how do we determine ungulate use and preference for rare plants? We made observations of ungulates grazing above timberline, and where we saw them foraging, we would go in and do a feeding site analysis at those sites and determine what they were eating. So sampling at the sites saying, what plants were being utilized, because you can see that they've been grazed down. So we did that for feeding site sampling for all ungulates in the Tesher Mountains, and we're started in the LaSalles as well this last year for what's eating if they're eating rare plants. The other way you can get at whether or not ungulates are eating it is to look at their feces and do DNA analysis of their fecal samples. Because in there, plants don't get completely digested, and remnants of the plant is still left in the fecal sample. So you can look at the DNA and look at plant markers and determine what that species was eating. So we take a sample from these feeding sites, we can determine which of the plants were in their feces. So we can get a feel for diet reconstruction that way. And so from these two things, we can look at, what plants were being sought out. Are there rare plants in their diet? And we can assess all those things. We also set up long-term monitoring of the rare plant populations, right? So we set up transects, we followed plants, we determined mortality rates, yearly mortality rates, we determined reproductive success, and if they were recruiting. What that means is new seedlings coming in each year. We did some additional camera monitoring so we could see at each of our long-term sites, what were the visitors? Okay. Were the goats even in the area where these rare plants are? And you can see we also did some documentation of characterizing wallow sites, as well as we put up some exclosures and did some exclosure studies looking at impacts, so you can see when we exclude grazing, and we had those exclosures in pairs, one that excluded just the ungulates and one that excluded all herbivores, even the small mammals. It was covered with chicken wire to keep those out. So we did these additional studies as well. All right, so the findings so far in the Tushers. This is the Tusher paintbrush here, and you can see the site. Each of the 5 rare plant species that we monitored in the Tusher Mountains have conservation threats, but only the Tusher paintbrush appears to have impacts for mountain goats. So we do not see trampling or wallowing in any of the other rare plant populations. Neither do we see any utilization by mountain goats or any other ungulates per se. So the other 4 species do not appear to be impacted by mountain goats on the Tusher Mountains. The Tusher paintbrush, however, does have impacts for mountain goats, but only in part of its range. This is going to be important. So it's not all bad everywhere, okay? So it does have impacts for mountain goats, but not everywhere that you find it. So it is the most palatable of the 5 species. It overlaps with the core use area on the Bullion Volcanics and the Delano Holly area. So the goats hang out there the most because it's the best vegetative forage overall. And so you see the most wallows there. It is in the core use area. And so, like I said, it overlaps with the areas most conducive to wallowing. And it is one of those that is only on this more lush vegetation. That's where you find this species. So the results that we see for the Tusher paintbrush, though, it is one of the top 10 most eaten plant species found within both mountain goat and deer feeding sites. So the deer love it, the mountain goats love it. And it's one of the most preferred. I think it was the most preferred by deer and the second most preferred plant by goats when you looked at feeding. It's highly utilized by mountain goats, especially in that core use area of Mount Holly, and the Tusher paintbrush is disappearing from Mount Holly. Okay, so that is a worry. That site on Mount Holly, we're seeing it's in a complete decline. We have found Tusher paintbrush and fecal DNA from deer, elk, mountain goats, pika, marmot, and the domestic cow. So everything eats the Tusher paintbrush, right? And interesting to note, the percentage of the diet you can get from the fecal DNA, how much of the total vegetation in their feces is made up of a species, the highest percentage was actually in the marmot. So the marmot eat a lot of it as well. We found plant density decreasing at all sites, and seedling recruitment is also decreasing. So here is the marmot culprit, but we also found it in a cow pie on Mount Delano with the Tusher paintbrush in it, and they're not supposed to be cows there. So this is what I'm talking about, declines. These are the 4 long-term sites we have: Mud Lake, Copperbelt, Poison Creek, and Mount Holly. You can see when we started the study in 2018 to 2020, I just have the data from 2018 and 2022. And what we see is a decline at every site. But Mount Holly, it's almost gone. Also, this is seedlings recruiting into the population. So this is reproductive success, how many new seedlings are coming in. And what you can see is there hasn't been any new seedlings in the Mount Holly population since 2019. So that population is completely declining. But all the populations, you should note here, are declining. And this is another thing to keep in mind, because if we look at the camera trap data, like I said, we kept track of, notice that it's not equal where you see goats. So mountain goats are not found at the Mud Lake Belt Ridge site, where we also see declines, right? But they are 97.4% of all herbivore captures are mountain goats on Mount Holly. And that's where we do see it disappearing at this point. So not everywhere is it bad, right? part of its range, it has issues. So what do we know from the LaSalle work to date? So in the LaSalle's, we just started last year. We had our first year of data collection, so we just came on board. What we have found is we've established 32 feeding sites there this last year, and that was good because we had a late start, and we're worried we're not going to be able to get up there very soon this year. We're going to try to get an early start, but we'll see what the weather allows us to do. But we, most of those were mountain goat feeding sites. We did see some deer foraging above tree line there, and we did do some deer feeding sites as well. We have fecal DNA analysis. We harvested fresh fecal DNA. Even if we didn't see them feeding there, we still collected samples. And we had 100 samples that we just sent off. I've just got the results. I haven't looked at them yet, but it's mostly mountain goat. We do have some deer samples and also pica. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the rare plants in the LaSalle's are in the fecal DNA. We don't know yet. We set up long-term monitoring plots for 3 species, and these 3 that we chose were the LaSalle daisy, the LaSalle mountain groundsel, and the LaSalle potentilla. Those species are endemic only to the LaSalle's, none of the mountains around there, and are high conservation concern. So we set up long-term monitoring sites there, and we did at least 2 to 3 per sites, and we purposely chose sites in the research natural area and outside for our monitoring. And we also characterized 4 different WALA sites. We're going to increase that. So all this is going to increase this year as we start gathering more data. But what we can say is from our long-term monitoring sites, we measured disturbance. We looked for trampling. We did not see it at our long-term sites from goat. We didn't see anything eaten by mountain goats at our long-term sites. So that'll be interesting to see if the fecal DNA shows any of that as well, and if we pick it up in more of our feeding sites. So at this point, we don't see a lot of disturbance yet for mountain goats at our long-term sites, but like I said, we have 1 year's worth of data. So one of the things that's a worry to me is cattle were observed in the closed allotment in the Tusher Mountains. And we also saw cattle, evidence of cow pies in the research natural area of the LaSalle's. I did some belt transects with my students to determine cow use days. From the number of cow pies, you can get an estimate of how many days cows are using. And they're very high, between 6 and 10 cow use days in some of those areas. So that tells me that, so you can't ignore. So I put long terms in the LaSalle's where we know that there are regular paths for mountain goats and cows get there. So hopefully we'll be able to document what's contributing to any of the declines, if it could be cows. But this is an additional, throws a wrench in the story, right? And every year we see strong evidence of cattle on the Tushers, in the Mount Holly, Delano area. We have estimates of cow use days for these sites showing significant use, and these are closed allotments to cattle. Closed. Why were they closed? I went back to the Forest Service records. It was for rare plants. So that's interesting, right? And this is in the Delano Holly saddle where the division were set up their first long-term monitoring for Castanea. And it's almost disappeared in the saddle. But this is a closed allotment in the Tusher Mountains, and you can see mountain goats. I love this picture. My graduate student took this, but I was with her at the time. But you can see the goats and the cows right there together in that area. So if you're going to see declines like this, you can't blame it just on, especially where we've seen Castanea, this Tusher paintbrush, in the DNA samples from the feces of the cow. So my concluding thoughts that I have is each of the 5 rare plant species in the Tusher Mountains have conservation threats. The Tusher paintbrush is the one with impacts for mountain goats in part of its range, but not all. The LaSalle Mountain groundsel is the one that they're proposing to be endangered. I think our long-term monitoring plots are going to prove critical. The data that they're using for that is cover data, which the division helped generate. plant cover is not necessarily the best way to see stability of populations because the amount of leaf area that plants put out per year is really highly dependent on yearly conditions like moisture. And so what's more important is really seeing if numbers of individual density and recruitment, are we getting seedlings back in these populations? Are they declining or are they staying stable? That's going to be more important, and that's what we'll be able to get from our long-term monitoring. So I'm hoping we'll be able to, and I think the LaSalle Mountain ground cell is the one I'm most worried about on the LaSalle's because it's only found in the snow fields right as the snow is melting right along the edges. I've been told it's palatable, but I don't know. I'm going to check that, but I didn't see evidence of herbivory when I was up there. But we have increasing anthropogenic or human threats in both areas, the LaSalle's and the Tushers. This is on the ridgeline to Mount Delano in the Tusher Mountains. You can see that these, they got their dirt bikes and went underneath the fence and went and rode the ridgeline. And these areas just do not recover from this kind of damage. And so I think the Forest Service needs to really help control some of that. I put a marathon runner there before this picture. Did you see that before I covered it up? The one of our rare plants, it was the Ipomopsis from the Tushers. They had about 180 marathon runners went off trail and went right through a Tusher paintbrush site and another rare plant was growing there together. And they went right through our site, and that site is not recovering real well from that trampling event. So there's a lot of these additional impacts that really need to be monitored when you're looking at rare plants. But there's increasing human threats in these areas and impacts of cattle. So our long-term monitoring is providing insights in the Tushers, and I think it's going to provide us a lot of insight in the LaSalle Mountains as we get those data coming in. That's what I have. Any questions? I can't do this work without a slew of students.
Thank you. That's a lot of data, a lot of work. Those are high elevation, so there's a lot of work to get into those sites. So thank you. Any questions from the board?
Keeps me in shape.
I guess we get questions on it all the time. How much, and any studies take multiple years. At what point will you be able to say yes or no, the goats are?
Well, you know, in the Tushers, we have 5 years worth of monitoring data on the Tusher paintbrush, and I think we're finally at a point that I can say something about it. There's just so much year. If I have another figure I didn't put up here, just the yearly precip area. So 2019 was a big snow year. 2020 was a huge drought year. Then we had over our study, then we have continuous drought, and then this year's going to be a big year. And so it's really hard with these fluctuations to say in any given time interval what's happening. That's why you have to look over a longer period of time. And that's what makes some of these long-term monitoring of rare plants, people want answers now. And that's sometimes hard to say because you have to look over the normal fluctuation in the populations to see if there's a trend. And I think we're finally getting that for the Tushers. I imagine in 4 to 5 years, we'll have the answers on the LaSalle's and we'll know. And so I that's one of the things that's just hard. When you're monitoring, it takes time.
And Mr. Chair, is there something, Lorene, is there something I can add to this?
Yes,
too?
yeah, please do
That's
so.
okay. So these types of data, like this is the start. You know, now that we know when we know that there are impacts and where those impacts are, it allows us to start to manage differently to help mitigate those impacts. So I'm really excited about Lorene doing this work and looking at other units across the state saying, okay, are we having impacts? And if we are having impacts, what are those impacts? And we've talked about a number of different ways. Lorene's going to look at one with her students this coming year of, okay, now we know this. What do we do? Like, how do we mitigate it? At the end of the day, you know, we all want the same thing. We want healthy landscapes, healthy wildlife populations, resilient ecosystems. And so it's how do we work together to get that? So this is great information. We appreciate the partnership with Lorene and BYU and all that they've done.
Yeah, so we've been talking about the target of management efforts being that Mount Holly Delano area. And that means working with the Forest Service to get cows out of there too.
Yeah, I really appreciated that about your presentation, that you looked into all the effects and presented that, because I think the outcome should be that we can make major impacts to all of those. So thank you.
Any other questions?
Thanks, appreciate it. I'm glad you took it easy on those young students hiking those hills. Awesome, thanks. All right, now, Ian, are you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay,
I feel like
perfect.
Ginger and I are on interrogation up here. Everybody left us. So my name's Ian Montgomery, and I'm DWR's graduate intern out of the Southern region. So I work out of the Cedar City office, and part of my job with the department is my master's thesis, which I'm completing through Utah State. So so I'm sure most of the folks in the stream are familiar with the story of the Zion sheep, but for those who are not, the Zion sheep started from 12 sheep that were translocated from Lake Mead. They were kept in a pen just at the mouth of Prunaweep Canyon inside the national park in the early 1970s. There was a couple of releases, one in 76 and then a second in 78. And then the sheep were kind of left to their own devices. And in the early, mid 2000s, DWR started getting quite a few reports of people seeing sheep throughout this whole range. And then in 2009, we did our first full aerial survey of the Zion unit, which brings up our population trajectory, specifically this time frame right here. So we've seen about a 45% decrease in our Zion sheep herd in the 3-year period there between 2018 and 2021. And we don't really have a good grasp of what's going on, which is kind of the umbrella question for my graduate research. Identifying the vital rates that are contributing this is important to making the correct management decisions, which has been coming up with a lot of the other research projects. And like Ginger was saying, and Rusty, when we see declines like this in bighorn sheep herds, almost always our first thought is, well, this has got to be disease. And the Zion sheep herd experienced or is experiencing a spillover event, which symptoms were first observed in the summer of 2018, which happens to coincide with the last high year of our population. So that first symptom being observed there in the summer of 2018 kind of sparked intensive monitoring. The 2 subsequent falls, so fall of 2018 and fall of 2019, we had animals that were positive on PCR, which, like Ginger said, that's actively shedding that bacterium, as well as being positive on that serum test, which is testing for antibodies. We saw symptoms in our lamb cohorts in both 2019 and 2020. Our lambs were observed, coughing and sneezing like it had been passed from the ewes to the lambs in both of those 2 years. And then in the fall of 2020, the folks inside the national park found a dead lamb that tested positive for MOV. So that was our first mortality due to pneumonia. But on the bright side, that was our only mortality that we attributed to pneumonia in this herd. We haven't seen symptoms in our lamb cohort since that 2020 spring, and we also have not had a positive PCR test since fall of 2019. So just for added illustration, so this is our percent inhibition levels, which is coming off of that C ELISA test, that antibody test. And as you can see, like 2018 was our outbreak, and our percent inhibition levels appear to be declining. So between the lack of symptoms in our lamb cohorts, the lack of pulse and mortality, which we observe in a lot of our other spillover events, that we haven't had a positive PCR test since the fall of 2019, and our percent inhibition levels coming down. We feel like we're experiencing a fade out of mycoplasma in the Zion herd. But it is worth noting, I think this works. So that one point in the upper right-hand corner of this plot, so this past fall in 2022, we had you from Hilldale have the highest percent inhibition level that we saw throughout the entire outbreak, or at least, we think we're kind of fading out of it here. We're hoping that's a function of that U's immune system just taking longer to clear the mycoplasma compared to some of the other U's. I put a lot of miles on monitoring all of these sheep, and I can say that this ewe has a lamb this year and had one as of 2 weeks ago. I'm monitoring that really closely to make sure that it is just an individual issue rather than a new exposure event. But most signs are pointing to this being a low virulent strain that came and went fairly quickly. Which brings up the question, right? Like, we have this rapid decline in our sheep herd. If it's not pneumonia, what else could it be? So the Zion sheep herd provides an opportunity that most other sheep herds in the state do not, and that's accessibility. Like I said, I put on a lot of miles chasing these sheep around, but most areas in the Zion unit are accessible like within a day or two's hike compared to some of the other more remote units like Rusty Working that take 3 or 4 days to get into. So because of that, we've had a pretty successful intensive monitoring program on these sheep since we've seen symptoms in 2018. We've put out just over 150 collars on the unit since then. There's a graduate student before me who kind of started all of this, and we've been following up on all of these collars to get group composition, lamb status on all the ewes, as well as keep track of symptoms emergence in our lamb cohorts. And we're able to take all of that, and we fly this unit every 3 years and have been doing so since 2008. But we're able to compile that information to get kind of ranges on our vital rates that we're seeing. So just to show kind of the variability in what's going on, right? So we have some of these areas where we've seen ewe survival as low as 0.44 there, all the way up to, and this is annual survival, all the way up to years where all of our ewes survive. Ram survival, similar story, where we see quite a wide range there. Partition is the amount of ewes that are giving birth, that's high and stays fairly high. And then recruitment is our, how many lambs are surviving their first year of life. And just to kind of show this is our survival of our collared ewes on all of our herds combined. So we see quite a bit of variability in these estimates, and there's not, it fluctuates given the year, right? Like, we don't have a number of continuous years of poor recruitment. We jump all over the place, and it's the same story with the rams. We see a lot of variation in our survival. And I'm happy to talk about the nuts and bolts of this if folks are interested. But when we're dealing with these kind of population models, Dax was saying earlier, right, like the males don't contribute all that much. So when we do these population models, we take the vital rates that are specific to the ewes only. I did this sensitivity analysis to figure out what vital rates were the most important when it comes to our population trajectory in the Zion herd. And adult use survival explained almost all of the variation in our population growth rate, meaning like that is by far the most important vital rate when it comes to the population trend that we're seeing. So the next part, what's driving adult survival, seeing as this is the most important piece of this puzzle. So since 2017, like I said, we collared just over 154 bighorn sheep. We've collared 98 ewes and 56 rams. That's across all 4 of our kind of sub units there, ranging from 8 months old. And our oldest one was caught this fall, depending on how confident Kent feels about his aging, at 12 years old there. And these 154 sheep have contributed 424 animal years to this study. So that's, you know, if an animal was collared in 2017 and died in 2020, that one animal contributed 3 years to this study. And of those 154 collared sheep, we've had 55 mortalities, 29 of which have been ewes and 26 rams. And then just brief pie chart, but as you can see, the sheep have died due to pretty much everything a sheep can die from except pneumonia. You know, that lamb we caught, or that lamb we tested was our only positive MOV test, but mountain lion predation is by far the largest contributor to predation or to mortality. So I was really interested in, or I mean, everybody involved in the project is really interested in how that risk of predation compares to our other causes of mortality. So when we look at, you know, our cause-specific mortality of just our ewes and all of our herds, we see that the risk of mountain lion predation is just slightly higher than the risk of other causes of mortality. So when I did this analysis, you know, everything that's not mountain lion predation was just combined into one category, and then mountain lion predation was its own, just for comparative sake. But with this, we see quite a bit of overlap in our uncertainty levels. And then, so when I did that sensitivity analysis, it also spits out a lambda, so a growth rate. And we see that when we combine all of our herds together, we have a declining population with very similar risks of mortality. But the Zion unit provides a pretty unique opportunity just because we have one herd that resides in the national park, which is under a totally different set of drivers than our 3 herds that are outside of the national park, right? Like we've got differences in visitation, differences in habitat. So I wanted to kind of break those apart instead of kind of modeling it as one unit. So when we take the vital rates specific to the national park use, and don't utilize any of the information coming from the out of the park use, we see that the risk of mortality due to those other causes is now the higher cause or the higher probability of mortality compared to that of mountain lion predation. And again, we do that sensitivity analysis with just those vital rates. We see that this is actually a slightly increasing population inside the national park. And similarly, if we take, you know, information specific to just the outside the park use, we see that the risk of mountain lion predation for our ewes outside the park is quite a bit higher than our risk of mortality due to other causes. And our growth rate for our outside the park ewes is a rapidly declining population, right? So we're dealing with a somewhat connected unit, right? Like we see movement, especially with the rams, between all 4 units, and some with the ewes as well, that's kind of experiencing in 2 different drivers. So it makes it a really complex system. And predation itself is also a really complex issue. So what's next, right? So we want to pursue this IPM, this integrated population model. There's, that sensitivity analysis, again, I'm like happy to run through how that works, but right now it's just a 2 age class model. So it's only lambs and adults. This is the first year that we've had collared yearlings on the unit. So with this IPM, we're kind of hoping to break that apart to see if these observed trends that we're seeing with just, looking at lambs and adults, like holds when we include other age classes. We want to work with this simulation model to kind of project the population forward, one, to see where we're going, if we're continuing on this decline, and then, how to incorporate different management strategies and how that's going to influence our growth rate that we're seeing. And when I started this project, we were trying to pursue how this predation relates to deer overlap. So we see seasonality in our lion predation, and it times up pretty well with kind of deer migrating through the unit. So we're thinking of ways to get at that here going forward. But key takeaways, so the Zion unit's experiencing a significant population decline. Our adult survival explains almost all of the variation in our growth rate. Predations are most prevalent cause of mortality, and our national park herd and outside populations may not be experiencing the same drivers. So acknowledgement, I have a laundry list of people to thank. Most of you are in this room. So thank you to everybody who's contributed to this so far. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Yeah, Ian, I've got a question.
Yeah.
On your mortality slide there, cause of mortality, you had a euthanization. Is that because you had one that was getting too close to a domestic sheep population, or what was that?
So it was a ram in the Kanab herd that got himself kind of entrapped on a ledge. He had hurt his legs and got down on this ledge and couldn't get back out. And we watched him on GPS, like on our wildlife tracker, stay on that ledge for a couple months. He couldn't get back off it. So the biologist down in the unit went down and euthanized him.
Oh, okay, thank you. And the other question I had was in the park, cause mortality when you looked at lions, wasn't it was a lot lower than out of the park, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Is that because? Why do you think that is? I know in the park we're not allowed to hunt lions, right?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of goes against what we think would be going on. So I think a lot of it does come down to, like, the sheep live in a very different habitat inside the park than outside. There's a lot less cover on the east side of the park where most of the sheep are at, compared to kind of the barracks and Hilldale, Kanab corridors. I think it is worth mentioning too that the lion predation we do see in the park also occurs kind of on the boundary of the park, where we see sheep kind of moving between the east side of the national park into the barracks and that Baruna Weep country. We have lions that live in Los Angeles, so it's hard to say that visitation is an issue, but when you get 5 million visitors moving through the national park compared to, very few folks on the outside, I think it does kind of push lions into those outer edges of the park and into those areas that connect into that.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Could you expand a little bit more on the relationship with the deer and the lions and predation?
Yeah,
Migrating
absolutely.
through, are they bringing the lions with? I mean, I just didn't quite understand.
Yes. So, right, our sheep in the Zion unit are non-migratory, but our deer are. And the deer, some are not close to sheep range, but they winter almost inside the sheep range, right? So, the thought is that deer are the primary prey for lions. They're more abundant and they share very similar habitats. But when you get deer moving through sheep range, the thought is that there are some lions that can kind of key in on the sheep space use as they're moving through, right? So, you know, when we started this project, we were seeing kind of these pulses of mortality due to mountain lion predation right around the time that deer were migrating through the unit. So we were kind of thinking that, you know, deer were moving through sheep range and the lions were following them. And, you know, now we have kind of this interaction between three species where we have deer and sheep and lions all in what's typically thought of as sheep range. You know, we're trying to figure out the best way to answer that. You know, we have sheep and deer collars on the unit, but we haven't been able to pick up a lot of that overlap just due to, you know, the deer that we have collared haven't been spending a ton of time in those areas with sheep. So we're kind of looking to get at that a little better than what we've got right now. But it's a thought that's come up and worth mentioning.
Anyone else? Thank you. Very beneficial. Appreciate your time and effort.
You bet.
All right, Sam.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for having me present to you. My name is Sam Robertson. I'm the new district biologist for the Cache and Ogden unit, and I'm just going to talk to you about some of my master's work dealing with moose. I cut this down to kind of highlight some of the better points of it, but yeah, so I'll just get going in. So an introduction. So this is moose distribution in North America. As you can see, we have this Shire subspecies, and we're kind of unique here in Utah. We have the southernmost natural occurring population in the world. But with that comes some problems as well. Here's just a graph of the moose population in Utah and how it's grown and changed over time. So moose are a relatively new species to the state of Utah. The first sighting was in 1906 in Spanish Fork Canyon. So like with every new species to an area, you see like this beginning of exponential growth, and then they kind of hit a point where they come back down and then they start to flatten out. So in 2013, the state of Utah started their moose study. And you can see where the population did this drastic dip that kind of led to that. But since then, it's kind of flattened out and the population's become fairly stable. So we know climate change is altering species distribution and viability worldwide. Especially affects cold adapted species at their equatorial range limits are especially vulnerable. And the student previous to me, Joel Rupert, who started in 2003 on the study, found that population growth of moose in Utah decreases with a declining late winter snowpack. And we'll get into this here in a little bit. He also found that it declines with a decrease in summer precipitation. And our hypothesis with my work is that ticks mediate the effect of reduced snow cover on moose population growth. So a tick-mediated climate effect. So parasitism, you know, every organism goes through or suffers from some kind of parasitism, whether it's mosquitoes, spiders, and this is a relationship between two organisms. Usually have the host and the parasite. The host usually is harmed by this parasite. And we have two types, an endoparasite and an ectoparasite. So talking about the winter tick, in 1909, Ernest Thompson Seton described the winter tick as a greater enemy to moose than were wolves, bears, and cougars. And he was a Canadian artist and author. This is a moose that was found up by Sundance Ski Resort. It was a calf found in March, April. It was completely covered in ticks. So just to talk about the winter tick, it's a one-host tick that specializes on moose. The reason it specializes on moose is most ungulates are programmed groomers, which means that they groom just out of habit and continuously groom. Moose have to have some kind of stimuli to begin grooming. So usually when they start grooming, it's too late. They've already got the ticks and they're already attached. It has 3 parasitic life stages. It has a larva, a nymph, and an adult. All 3 of these require a blood meal. The largest blood meal is of the adult right before the females fall off. And a female can take, on that last blood meal, almost 1 meal of blood. So they get about as big as your thumbnail and can fill with blood. The winter tick life cycle is very predictable and varies little from year to year. I'll just kind of go through its life cycle. So in the spring, female ticks fall off the host. They lay their eggs. In late summer, those eggs hatch. And then in the fall, the larvae climb up the vegetation and they look for a host. Whatever walks by, they pick up attached to that host. And then in the winter, you have ticks in their mating season. What's important about this is when you have poor snow conditions and that female tick falls off to lay her eggs, she's much more likely to survive when you don't have snow cover on the ground, which means you'll have more ticks and more of a negative impact on population growth. The reason we started looking at this is because when we were doing the study early on in the first couple of years, we started noticing these moose beds that were covered in blood splatter. We also started noticing moose with a lot of hair loss. You can tell where she's groomed where she can reach with her mouth. It was on the calves and adults. We also started noticing when we were doing our calf surveys, dead calves. And we noticed that these particular dead calves were 2 cows that had higher tick loads. And this is just a picture from an Instagram post of a couple cows that went down Park City Avenue. You can tell how much hair loss they have and how bad they've been grooming. What's interesting on some of these, when we go to mortalities, some of the moose that haven't been grooming are some of the moose that we see with the worst tick loads. And some of the potential effects of winter ticks on adult female moose is anemia, large amounts of blood loss. We had a moose die up Blacksmith Fork last year. It was completely covered with ticks. We were able to get it into the lab, and they confirmed cause of death was from ticks. And that's the first one adult that I've been able to get to the lab and have that confirmed as the major cause of death was tick abundance. You can have damage to and loss of winter coat from grooming and rubbing on brush. Restlessness. A lot of times we go out and observe these moose, especially in the springtime. They'll get up, they won't really feed, they'll get up, they'll brush up against the brush, pick at their, their hide, and then lay back down. And that also led to decreased time in feeding, which led to smaller energy reserves. And then when it comes to calving, reduced lactation and overall reduced reproductive success. This also made them susceptible to other diseases. It attacks their immune system when they're fighting these parasites. And then ultimately death. So the objective was to assess the influence of winter tick load at the time of capture on reproductive success of radio-collared adult female moose. We did this by looking at pregnancy, patrition, calf survival, and calf at hill. But for to save time, I'm just going to go over patrition and calf at hill. I'll briefly talk about the other 2. So our predictions were we'd see no effect, we'd see a negative effect, we'd see a negative effect mediated by rump fat or body condition. So we thought we'd see with pregnancy little or no effect. Partition, we thought we'd see a negative effect, but maybe be mitigated by body condition. And then on calf survival, we predicted we'd see a negative effect. And also calf at hill. And calf at hill is looking at whether or not a cow had a calf at the time of capture, if she had a calf at hill at that time. So with our methods, we had the 2 study areas. We were looking at the North Slope of the Uintas and the Wasatch. You know, the Wasatch Mountains is kind of what we think of an atypical moose habitat. A lot of oak brush, mahogany, limited water, a lot of human development, highways, housing developments, that type of thing. Where on the North Slope, it's more of what we think of as a typical moose habitat, a lot of water, little human development, a lot of wet meadows, willow bottoms, deep dark forests. So we captured moose in January of 2017, 2018, and 2019. We captured 91 individual moose. Some of these moose were captured multiple years. Some were captured 3 years in a row, and this was to look at change in tick abundance and body condition. We also captured 67 calves. Those 67 calves were fitted with GPS collars to monitor calf survival. These would have been 8-month-old calves. We assessed overall body condition, collected blood, hair, fecal, body measurement, tick loads, rump fat, and estimated age by tooth wear. So this is how we measured ticks. We had what we call the tick stick. We spread the hair. It's a 10-centimeter transect. We count how many ticks fall on that transect. And this we got from some of the work that's been done back east in Maine and Vermont, where they see pretty extreme effects on their moose population from winter ticks. The research did the adult measurements. Capture crew did the calf measurements since they were the ones that handled the calves. We also collected fecal samples to assess endoparasite loads, hair for future DNA analysis, body measurements, neck circumference, chest, girth, metatarsus length, and body length. This helped us get an idea of estimating scaled rump fat and body fat. Also did body condition scores by palpation. And then rump fat was measured using the ultrasonography. So on partition, the way we figured that is we conducted calf searches starting in May. And this was, we did this on the ground using GPS locations from the mothers and using VHF telemetry. So we'd walk into these cows and assess whether or not they had a calf at hill or not. And we tried to do this as early as possible. If we saw clusters with a GPS from the mother, we knew that something was up and we could get in there and assess the situation, see if she had a calf. We did this multiple times just to try and get an idea if we missed one or if we missed something and there was actually a calf there. So we tried to do that at least on cows that were pregnant and didn't have calves. We tried to do 3 or 4 times to make sure we didn't miss something. And also we tried to get to every cow and assess if she had a calf or not, whether she tested pregnant or not, just in case there was a false negative. And calf at hill, we determined this at the time of capture in January. This gave us good, it reflects survival of uncollared calves born the previous year of May and June. So it gave us an idea how many of those calves were surviving from the previous birthing. And once again, all these calves were fitted with GPS collars to help us get an idea of calf survival. So going into results, winter ticks. So those 91 individual moose, we measured for ticks. And like I said, most of these were measured multiple times. Most were measured twice. Some were measured 3 times at the different years from 2017 to 2019 to see how tick loads changed. It gave us a total of 163 individual tick measurements off those 91 moose. And here is the average number of ticks per year on individual moose per centimeter. So this is tick per centimeter. So in 2017, we almost saw 0.2 ticks per centimeter on our adults. Now this includes both the Wasatch and the North Slope units. We included both of these to increase our sample size, and the effects of ticks, have the same effect on in any given area. But you can see it went down in 2018, and that may be because it was after a harsher winter in 2017, and then it jumped back up on a drier year in 2019. And here it is broken down by unit. So you can see that the North Slope, we don't have a lot of ticks. But once again, we included this in our analysis just because it gave us a stronger sample size, and ticks still have the same effect no matter where you're at, whether it's the North Slope or the Wasatch. What's interesting though is the North Slope had quite a few fewer ticks, and this may be because it's higher elevation and the snowpack lasts longer on the North Slope. So I just want to point out that, there's not a tick problem on the North Slope, but we did include it in our analysis for sample size. So we're dealing with a kind of a small sample size with just the Wasatch. Here's a look at rump fat. So once again, we had the 91 individuals we measured for rump fat. These were measured multiple years, some of them 3 years. And that gave us, once again, just like with the tick loads, 163 rump fat measurements. And here's an overall rump fat per millimeter of both areas combined, once again, because we used both areas in our analysis. And I can tell you the North Slope and the Wasatch were pretty similar in their rump fat when you looked at them side by side. And this gives you a fluctuation. In 2017, we were just over 4 mils, and then that was following a wet year. The following year, they were in better shape, up over 5 mils of rump fat. And then we had a dry year in 2018, and you can see the moose came in much worse shape after that dry year. And then as partition, looking at cows that had calves. Now, these were cows that tested pregnant. So out of those cows that tested pregnant, the first year we had 65 that we verified had calves. And it dropped down to about 60. Then that last year was about 50. So these are all cows that tested pregnant. So somewhere we were losing calves somewhere in all this. And some calves were stillborn. We know this. We found 8 calves total while doing our surveys on the ground that were either died shortly after birth or were stillborn. And once again, these calves came from mothers that typically had higher tick loads. These surveys, were conducted from May to June for a total of 105 observation of pregnant cows through those 3 years. So we had 105 observations of 67 moose from those 3 years. And the model that we used that best fit was included interaction of tick loads and rump fat. What we found, the probability of a calf at heel decreased as maternal tick load increased. The severity of decrease was greatest among mothers with the least rump fat. So I'll show you this graph. So the top line there is if you had 8 mils of rump fat, your tick load really didn't matter. You were likely to have a calf if you tested pregnant. If you only had 4 mils of rump fat, your likelihood of having a calf decreased as your tick load increased. which keep in mind, most of our moose, the average was about 4 mils of rump fat. If you had 0 mils of rump fat and you had just slight tick loads, your likelihood of having a calf was extremely low. And calf at hill, we modeled probability of having a calf at hill during captures as a function of winter tick and rump fat. And this, once again, was done on 163 calf at hill measurements. So once again, this was looking at whether a cow that we captured in January, February, whether or not it had a calf at hill. And the best fit model also included tick loads and rump fat. So the probability of calf at hill decreased as the ticks on the cow increased. So if we had a cow that came in with high tick loads, she was less likely to have a calf at hill at the time of captures, which coincides with what we found with partition. It's just kind of taking a step back in time. And it's kind of hard to think about because the tick loads at that time of capture shouldn't affect, if she had a calf or not, because it should have been the previous year's tick load. But what we found with some of these moose we captured year after year is these cows were being exposed to tick loads year after year. So here's a graph of calf at hill given ticks per centimeter. So it just shows that, it's a significant decline whether or not that cow would have a calf if she had a high tick load. So just a discussion. So we know winter ticks are mediated by climate change. We found this mechanism through reproduction with partition and calf at hill. There's also, looking at pregnancy. I kind of skipped over those because we didn't find anything significant with pregnancy. And that may coincide with when a cow conceives. Ticks don't really have an effect at that time of year. So it allows a cow's likely to become pregnant and not be affected by ticks. So partition, and our results were significant, but they did not include 0. So there is still a little bit of room for error on that partition. A larger sample size would be nice. I think it'd be more significant if we had a bigger sample size to deal with, but just have what we have. And then calf at hill, it helps fill the gap of calf survival we were missing. And it's also strong evidence for our partition results. If a cow has a high tick load, she's less likely to have a calf, which coincides, a cow's less likely to have a calf at the time of capture if she also has a high tick load. So management implications, our moose population is fairly stable. It seems like it's stabled out the last few years. But climate change will increase winter ticks if we continue to suffer from dry, hot summers, shorter winters. The potential for more ticks is there. This winter, maybe the sky is falling for some deer, but for moose, this is a perfect scenario for moose. A harsh winter, cold temperatures is ideal. We'll see reduced adult female fecundity. That means cows could potentially have fewer calves in their lifetime and could decrease their lifespan as well. The question out there is, could increased moose harvest reduce tick density? So if we remove some moose off the landscape, could that potentially reduce how many ticks are on the landscape by reducing the host? That could be tricky. We have a lot of hosts on our landscape. We have a lot of mule deer, a lot of elk. So I'm not sure that would work. And then one unique thing about Utah is what's different from other places that are suffering from winter tick, like back east, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, is we do have elevation. We can have higher elevation, potentially could be refugia for for moose to escape some of this lower elevation where the snowpack doesn't hang on as long. And that could be some of the next phase of moose management. So I took this from Maine. This is something they're trying now. But once again, they have a lot more moose with a lot more winter ticks than we do. But they're experimenting with reducing moose densities. So if you have a high density, you're going to have more ticks, which means lower reproductive rates, moose in worse shape. So they're thinking, if they lower population densities, it could mean less ticks, which could mean higher reproductive rates and healthier moose population. But once again, where we're at, not all our units see winter ticks. Like the North Slope, we don't have a winter tick problem. Our Wasatch area does. Some of the Ogden, Cache, some of our lower elevations with like oak brush, maple, ticks tend to like. So, in conclusion, we know rump fat is critical for reproductive success. You need a healthy cow to make to have a calf. Winter ticks do not appear to impede pregnancy. There doesn't seem to be an issue there. Moose populations are stable, but winter ticks mediated by climate change are affecting moose health and reproduction. And the effects of winter ticks could be mitigated if moose have enough rump fat. So if we were able to get healthier moose, which is kind of up to Mother Nature, if we have enough feed on the ground to get healthier moose, maybe we can mitigate some of these effects. So like I say, with this winter, could be ideal for moose. We could see some good production out of moose these next couple of years because we did see a cold fall that could have knocked down the questing time for winter ticks when they attach to the host. And with this prolonged snow on the ground should reduce ticks on the ground as well. And then root skin, I just wanted to say, our average rump fat overall between both units over all the years was 4 millimeters of rump fat. So it is kind of right in that middle where we see the effects of winter ticks. And then how do we get healthier, fatter moose? Like I said, it's Mother Nature kind of controls some of that. And we know climate warming is happening, and what will it mean for Utah moose, and how will managers respond? That's, it's a question. So I'd like to thank everybody who's involved in a lot of this, a lot of division employees, students, a lot of work went into this. Not only did we do this, but we also collected a lot of data on moose survival rates, pregnancy rates, calf survival, cause of mortality, timing of death. A lot went into this study. So any questions? Sorry, I went through that kind of quick. Tried to save time.
Thank you. I got a question for you. In your studies, is there any medications that have been used, like in cattle, that can be effective on the winter tick if applied?
So there is like ivermectin that could be applied, but it could be very costly to try and capture moose and apply that. And I believe we did. I don't know, is Kent in here still?
We did try it. So Kent just stepped out to listen to we've got one of our grad students has his defense today. So Kent stepped out to listen to that. But we did try it. And what it came down to is, the answer is yes, it's effective, but it's the frequency of treatment that was impossible. Yeah. So you have moose in hand. Every time we had one in hand, almost a lot of times we'd treat them, but one treatment is not effective. And so it's the recapture efforts at a population level that became cost prohibitive.
Sam, that was very interesting. Thank you. That something that I never even thought of or dreamed of or anything. I'm just picturing you guys going out there in order to capture and pull some samples off a calf. I assume you're sedating the cow. I mean, they're pretty protective as I recall.
Yeah, so yeah, we just walked in on them, try to keep as much distance as we could and assess whether they not had it. They didn't have it. If they had a calf, I only had one try to kill me. So
Randy, I think I have to relay this if that's okay. I remember I was with Kent one day and I got a phone call and it was Sam. And it was, "What are you doing, Sam?" It was, "Well, I'm hiding in a clump of oak brush. I got out once and she came at me again. So I'm going to stay here for a bit and then try to sneak away."
So,
yep. But for the most part, you could get in fairly close. And I wouldn't recommend that to anybody, but you could get in pretty close and there for the most part would run away. And it's surprising how sneaky moose are for such a large animal. There'd be sometimes we'd come in and think like, where did she go? She got away from us. So.
well, I for one definitely appreciate that, and we know that we're probably going to continue down the road of climate change, and we're going to have a lot of stuff facing our animals. I do see that there's some hope with new technologies, with our GPS collars. We know the most used areas. I see that down the road, maybe there's some opportunity to be able to figure out some ways to apply a medicine to those. Maybe the technology is not here today, but hopefully we can continue to look for a bright spot in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to Matt.
All right. Thanks. My name's Matt Bartley. I'm the social science coordinator for the Division of Wildlife. Appreciate everyone that's still around and listening to stick it through to the end. I'm going to talk a little bit about our surveys. There's been a lot of survey talk in recent years, and I just kind of wanted to hit on a few points that we have been getting as feedback and some of the things, how we handle surveys kind of in our shop. So with that, before I get too far into it, I just want to point out, being the social scientist, I can't, I need to say, like, social science, the survey part of it is great. That's one discipline of the social science, and there's still all these other disciplines. So if we're ever interested in that, I would invite you guys to seek me out and we can get nerdy with that. So I always like to start out kind of establishing the common ground, and going back to our mission statement here is to serve the people of Utah as trustee and guardian of the state's protected wildlife. And traditionally, and probably even still, most of our agency has biology degrees. But as we're seeing, all the talk that we've had this morning and the discussion has been great regarding the social component and the social science side of the wildlife management. And that's really what I want to focus on, is that we're here to serve the people of Utah. And yes, we have to manage the wildlife and we have to know the biology, but the social component and the social science behind it is also crucial to being successful as we make policies and wildlife management decisions. So with that, I kind of want to go through just this graphic here. We use a lot internally, and I think it kind of helps tie in some of the conversation that we had earlier today of understanding, we understand the biology a lot of times, and we understand it really well. We're still learning about it, but there's sideboards to the biological processes that we operate under. And just with that, we have these other areas of that are involved in a decision that we make or a policy that we implement. And we need to be considering what those sideboards are and what the implications are under each of those to find out, what's the best decision we can make or the best policy we can implement. So with that, I'm going to go over what we use surveys for at the agency. So for a lot of the uses, we use the surveys to manage wildlife populations, and that's looking at, the wildlife harvest surveys, the population estimates that we use from that, and that's for the fish and the wildlife. We use them to aid in management decisions. through looking at different behaviors and practices of our target population, the values and attitudes of that target population, so that we can get a feel for, the implications of a decision that we make, and the preferences for and support or opposition to some of the regulations that we propose. And I want to emphasize too, this came up earlier as well, like these surveys are to aid in the management decisions, right? So it's not the end all be all, and it's one tool that we can provide to help us make the best decision possible. And that's where all those facets of that diagram beforehand come in. And I think a lot of times we get worried about the results of a survey and that we have to go with those results because that's what the people want. But I would suggest that it's crucial to know how the people feel about it, but it's one tool that we have. And if we have good biological or legal or financial constraints, then, if we can justify those decisions, that's important too. And then also obtaining public feedback, that's probably most directly related for you guys is through the rack and board process, but also for other programs and things that we have at our agency. If I can emphasize one thing for my little spiel here, it's this little yellow Post-it note that I have up there. Surveys are not for voting on a particular issue. We don't want to have, well, we've never created a survey to take a vote on a particular issue. We use surveys to understand what our hunting participants or our target audience is feeling. So we don't want to send out a survey to everyone and have it be, a voting process. More specifically, getting down to the different surveys that we've used recently, we get pulled in a lot of different directions, internally and externally, for the use of surveys. They're really good. We've used them for, management plans, the different committees that we've put together for the management plans, for lake fisheries management plans, as well as wildlife, input on regulations, the behaviors and attitudes that the target population are experiencing and acting on. Event feedback, we have the Wildlife Recreation Events Program, which sees thousands of people a year, and so we're constantly trying to improve that. Hunter education feedback, visitor experience at our education centers and shooting ranges. We're working on implementing those. And then also these last two bullets, the hunter harvest surveys and the creel surveys, those are a bit different, where they're not necessarily through my shop. We have a biometrician that does the hunter harvest surveys, and then the creel surveys is usually done through aquatics or through the help of a partner. So with all these surveys and requests for surveys, I just want to hit on a few cautions whenever we talk about surveys, and things that I think it's good just for everyone to keep in mind, as well as things that we spend a lot of time internally having discussions about. And that's looking at, the accuracy of our surveys and some of the cautions that are out there. And so there's a paper put out by Mark Duda, who is the founder of the Management Institute, and Responsive Management is Mark Duda. And he works with a lot of social science data, human dimensions for agencies. And he has a good paper out there about cautions for electronic surveys. So it's really succinct, and I want to kind of highlight, some of those cautions. And then after this, I'll kind of talk a little bit about what we do to deal with that, or to remedy those cautions. So first up, sample validity. And this is basically answering the question, does everyone have an equal chance to participate in our electronic survey? And as we know, some of our customers aren't necessarily technology savvy, and even those that are, not all of them provide an email address that we have. So that's always a worry for us, that every time we send out an electronic survey, there's a portion of our customers that they have no chance in participating. So we need to be aware of that potential error or caution to address. Next up is a non-response bias. So every time we send out a survey, it would be great if everybody that got the survey would respond, but that's not always the case. And so then the caution there is, the question we want to answer is, if everyone that got the survey, are they all equally likely to respond? A lot of times people that get surveys, they don't respond. And then we have to make sure that the people that didn't respond, are their attitudes and behaviors significantly different than the people that did respond. The next up is stakeholder bias. So can invested stakeholders find ways to influence the results? And this is a constantly moving target. Sometimes it feels like we do have things that we can do to mitigate that. But a good example is if we just have an open survey that's out on social media and a special interest group gets a hold of it and they send it to their entire membership list, they can influence that survey or the overall results of that. So that's another thing to be aware of. And then lastly, the thing that Duda points out is unverified respondents. And this is a big one that we end up seeing in our licensing database as well, where like in that picture, perhaps that female hunter in the middle is the mother of the family and is the one that's really pushing hunting on the family. She's going to be the one that registers her whole family, gets their license. Her email is going to be associated with each of her family members. So if we do a random sample, her name's going to be more likely to be pulled than her kid or her husband. And so that's another thing that we need to be aware of. So what are we doing to address these cautions or these sources of potential inaccuracy? I think a big one is survey fatigue. There's two aspects of this that I really want to point out. One is just how many surveys are we sending out, and not only us, but just how many surveys are we getting inundated with on a daily basis? And perhaps it's just me and I'm biased, but I suspect that we get, requests to take a survey, customer satisfaction experiences with when you just happen to go to websites, whatever it is. But the more survey requests that people get, the more they're just going to get tired of those requests and not want to take them. The second aspect of survey fatigue has to deal with that survey design. When people start taking the survey, are they going to get tired of it and just not finish it? And are we going to lose that potential response? So regarding the survey design, relevance is a big part of it, where if it's a relevant topic, the person receiving the survey will be more likely to take that. And I think it's worth pointing out here too, that sometimes if we have a very specific topic that we want to know about, say like potential different grains of muzzleloader black powder, and we send that out to everyone, it's not going to be relevant to some, so some people are just going to not want to take it. Sometimes to mitigate that, what we do is we'll ask a lot of questions about the overall survey topic will be broad, and then we can sprinkle in some of these more specific things. And that way we'll understand what maybe the non-vocal majority would feel about the powder of a muzzleloader or whatever it might be. The length of survey is also very important. Obviously the longer the survey, people are gonna start dropping off. And I also would caution us, we're all very excited about, wildlife management, and we want to help out. So when we see that survey, we'll probably have a higher tolerance for what the amount of time that we're willing to spend on a survey. So that's a constant struggle to try and cut back and make sure we have just the key points that we want to get in the survey. Complexity, this is another big one where a lot of our wildlife management scenarios can be very complex. When you start talking about waiting periods and how long people are willing to wait for what size of a trophy animal, for what pressure they see from crowding, and there's a lot of moving factors there. So if we get more complex with setting up the questions, we'll drop people off. It's just too much of a mental strain than just answering, a Likert type scale. How strongly do you oppose or support type question? Demographics is another one that we always try and ask. The demographics are really important because we want to know, is the sample population, the responses we get back, does that represent the target population that we want to understand? And like for the people that have emails that aren't connected to that particular person, it helps to have the demographic questions in the survey. And that's really important for us to know, how closely our responses represent the target population. Lastly, survey administration controls. So we do have the capability to email out surveys and have some controls in place so that each person can only take the survey once, so they can't copy the link and send it to their whole special interest group. There's a few other controls as well, but that's kind of the main one. And then sample frame is a really important one. So I want to spend a little bit of time on this. To get a representative sample, we need it to be completely random. And in order to do that, the best way for us currently is through our email and the licensing database. Convenience sample would be, it's a little bit less intrusive because it's more like a social media post that's just asking for people to take it. So we're not in their personal email, but there's some cautions with those convenience samples. So here's a real world example from a fisheries survey that we did not too long ago. And so these are both the responses from the same question on the same survey, only using two different collectors. One was the email, one was the convenience social media post. And it was, would you support or oppose changing statewide limit to 20 Northern Pike? And this isn't a super controversial issue. The more controversial you get, I think the bigger you'll see this divide or the difference. But when you look at that random sample, which is more likely to represent the target population, all of our anglers, it's kind of painting a little bit different picture where there's a little bit more support for it and less extreme opposition. Than the convenience sample, which was posted on social media. You get a lot more of the extremes on the responses. And so that's an important thing to remember when we send out surveys. The first people that are going to respond are those that are, I like to say passionate, but also not even necessarily passionate, just stronger opinionated. And I think there's a difference to be made between passionate and opinionated, where we can have passionate people that aren't as opinionated. So it's important to try and capture the non-vocal majority of our stakeholders. All right, so continuing on how we're addressing these sampling methods, kind of getting to the point of trying to get those non-vocal majority to respond. Every time we send out a survey, the ideal process is to have multiple contacts of that same person. And this is important because when we send out the initial email asking for their help, we try and word it in a way that is inviting to everyone, even if they, don't necessarily, I don't know, for whatever the topic is. If they're not a muzzleloader hunter, but they do use technology, we'll try and encourage them still to respond. So we'll get the people that are on those extremes that are very opinionated right off the bat. But then by the second time we send a request, we're going to get more of those people that are, it's not as high of a priority for them to respond, but it's still important for us. And so they're going to have representation of as we get more responses, it doesn't really change a whole lot. So at that 400 number, so this is asking, do you think trail cameras should be regulated in any way? On the left side, the percentage is the percent of the respondents that said yes. And then as we collect more responses going along the bottom, the horizontal axis, as we collect more responses, the average doesn't change that much. So to collect 1,000 more responses, it might feel like we're getting more validation on the conclusions, but it's really not changing the overall number. And I think this is important. This applies too for the biology. I always like to use the analogy of the aquatic surveys that we do. We don't sample every fish in the lake to understand how good the population is doing. We'll take average weights, and then there's scientific ways to determine, okay, after you hit so many, you can get a good understanding of how the overall population is doing. So I think that's a great analogy, and this kind of helps paint that picture. And again, you can notice with the first responses we got on this survey, they were the ones that were more opinionated. 60% of them were saying like, yes, we should regulate this. But then it slowly tapered down, and we were able to get more people that weren't as strongly opinionated and were probably more ambivalent about the particular question. All right, so then another good check that I always like to look at, and this has to do with our demographic questions, is we look at a known demographic or a known response of the target population. So for us in the licensing database, unfortunately, the best demographics we have is the age and sex of the customer. And so if we take those, we know what the total population average is. And if our responses are close to that, we can have more confidence saying that our responses truly are representative of the target population. And this is an example, I think, from one of the trail camera surveys where, the average age was 46 years old of the survey responses, and then of the total population that we're looking at was 43. And then same thing with percent female and percent male was 15 and 17. So we felt pretty good that this was a pretty good, random sample, and the responses did represent the total population that we were interested in. There's no hard and fast rule to like where the cutoffs are, but the further away it gets, the more we'll have conversations about, okay, well, why is this? Is there more segmentation that we need to do to understand or pay attention to the results to understand, where we can make those decisions that we need to, really. So then some final thoughts. Again, not everyone, when we send out surveys, not everyone's going to get a survey, and that's okay. We can, we have a process in place. The rack and board process is where they can come, and strongly opinionated people will voice their opinion there, and I think that's good. What we really want to do with surveys is understand how our target population feels and their attitudes and behaviors that they have. And we always should be thinking about what are the potential errors, the biases and assumptions, and then are they acceptable or are they not? And looking at our results, we have those discussions internally, and we can, we work through those as they come up. And then another, thing I always like to throw out to people is like, who do we need to hear from to make this decision? Who are the specific stakeholders that might have different values or attitudes? A lot of times, we're a very naturally biased group. Like our circle is fairly biased. You guys are on a wildlife board. We're all biologists, and we work for an agency that cares a lot about this. So there's other stakeholders that maybe aren't as opinionated or passionate about what they're doing, but their voice should be heard as well. So I think it's always important to keep that in mind. And that's especially true as, wildlife values are shifting in Utah as well as the nation. And it's shifting more from a traditionalist value orientation, which is more set up as humans are here to dominate the wildlife and the resources, and that the wildlife should be used and managed by humans. And so that's the traditionalist, and that's kind of how we were set up. And now that's slowly shifting as we're becoming more urbanized in our population to a mutualist, which is looking at wildlife more as a part of a social network, and that we should live in harmony with wildlife. And I think it's good to keep in mind that both wildlife values are valuable and valid, and we should be aware of just the different types of stakeholders that we need to be making these decisions for. So I think that's all I had. If anybody has any questions, I'd love to answer them or try to.
Any questions?
Great.
Just 1 second to get set up, please. Oh, wow, great.
All right, thanks, everybody. Again, my name's Phil Gray. I'm one of the licensing coordinators for the division. I need a microphone.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, I've been asked to provide a presentation on the hunt planner. Dak said like 4 different times in the phone call when he asked me to do this, a brief demonstration, so I'm going to try and impress him on my brevity. A couple of years ago, it became apparent to us that we needed a repository of information for all of our hunts. We have all of this data, biological data, season data, draw data. We needed a place to put it all and then provide that information to the public in a concise, efficient, and consistent manner. And out of those discussions, the Utah Hunt Planner was born. In addition to its primary purpose of providing hunt information to our public, we also realized when we were building this to have all of that data in one centralized spot would be incredibly beneficial to us in our license sales system as well. So we were able to take that and leverage the data all being in one spot to save a lot of time and work in entering hunt data every year just by putting it in one spot. So now our license sales system depends on the Hunt Planner for printing licenses, making sure the information on there is accurate. It's only entered in once. The quotas that you guys set, we put that in. The Hunt Planner also works with our license sales system to make sure we only issue the quotas that we put in there. As well, it also controls how long we can duplicate permits. So we can set those to the end date of the hunt, and we don't have permits being duplicated after the season is closed. A little bit of credit, this all started, I don't want to give him all the credit for it, but he was very helpful. Justin Shannon kind of kicked this ball rolling a long time ago when he was the big game coordinator, and it kind of evolved into what we have now after many discussions that he helped spearhead. Additionally, Greg Evans and Aaron Heyman were the primary developers for this. They work for DTS, but they're assigned specifically to the division. They were the 2 primary ones responsible for this. I'm sure the rest of the team helped as well. So we'll just get right into it. The first thing you'll notice when we get into the Hunt Planner, as soon as you open up, there's a disclaimer that pops up that says we're not responsible if you get lost for using this. But after you clear that, you see that we got these 2 hash sections. There's red ones and the green ones. The green ones are the National Park Service lands, and the red one is tribal lands. For the most part, you can't hunt on tribal lands if you're a resident of Utah, anybody in Utah, unless you're a member of the tribe, and absolutely nobody can hunt on National Park Service lands. So those are completely hashed out. Those layers stay on all the time, regardless of where you're looking. So there's absolutely no question that we might be leading somebody to go hunt on a restricted area. The second thing you'll see is this little location marker. It's showing my location in Salt Lake City because I'm connected to the network, and that's where it thinks I'm at. But if you're using this on your phone or at home and you have location services enabled, it will show your location on the map in relation to whatever boundary you're looking for. So to get right into it, there's a few different ways that you can search for a hunt. If you know the hunt number, you can search for it directly by the hunt number. So we'll pull up DB 1000, which is the Henry Mountains Archery Buck Deer Hunt. You see over here, it immediately pops up the information on the right. Everything that we have about that, everything that we publish about that. You can zoom to the boundary if it's off your screen. And there's our beautiful Henry Mountains hunt. We'll get into the information on the right panel here in a second. The other way you can search for a hunt name, I'm going to be refreshing this a lot just to keep it clean and simple and quick. You can hunt or search by the hunt name. So we'll type in Henry's, and you'll notice over here in our drop down, we get Henry Mountains and North Slope Henry's Fork. Anything with Henry in the name will pop up. So you can imagine when you start typing in stuff like Central, you start getting a million different hunts that have Central in its name. Central Region, Central Mountains, Central whatever. So just be careful when you're clicking on it that you're making sure you're getting the hunt you want. Obviously, it's going to be really easy that you've made a mistake when you click on the North Slope hunt instead of a Henry's Mountains hunt. So now we can see that a boundary popped up, but no description over on the side. And if we zoom in on this, you'll notice there's 2 boundaries here. Hovering over one says Henry Mountains, the other one says Henry Mountains Bison. This is because we have two boundaries for hunts on the Henry Mountains, one for bison and one for everything else. You see, if we click over here by the park where it just says bison, it brings up a table of just the bison hunts, because underneath that spot where I clicked, we only have a bison hunt going on. If we close this, go over here, click in the middle of it, now these hunts are overlapped. We get all the bison hunts, we get all the deer hunts, sheep hunts, and elk hunts. So that is everything that we have a hunt for on the Henrys this year. Well, excuse me, this will be this year and last year, because the antlerless hunts that you see listed here are hunts for last year. No. Okay, so these are all this year. There will be some antlerless hunts you'll see 2022 dates on, just because you guys haven't reviewed and approved the antlerless season dates yet. As soon as those do, they get published the next day. So we want to look at the Henry's deer. We can scroll down through this and we find the hunt we want. There's that archery hunt. And since we just want to look at the archery hunt, you see the boundaries change color. It's now a little slightly purple. The other hunt that's not selected is blue, so you can tell which boundary you're looking at. You can also clear the extra boundaries out of the hamburger menu up here in the top right. So now it's just leaving us the deer hunt that we want to look at. Again, this is all the same information that popped up before when we searched for it by hunt. Finally, the last way we can do it, which is probably the most useful way, but the most resource-intensive way, is search by species and sex. So you have to search at a minimum by species and sex. It won't run the query without both of those, but then you can further filter it beyond that. So you see, just by pulling up buck and deer, we're having a lot of hunts. This pulls up every limited entry, general season, tribal, CWMU hunt that we have that we're issuing tags for. The only thing that's not going to show up on here are, mitigation stuff. If you hit this view hunts table, anything you've queried out of the stuff on the right, the map disappears and it gives you a table of all that hunts. So here are all the buck deer hunts that we will be hosting this year. There's 538 separate buck deer hunts just for Utah, just this year alone. So to clean it up a little bit, we can filter it out by which type of hunt we want to go to. So we're going to look at general season. We click on that. It redraws our map. It takes all the other stuff out and just shows you the general season units. From here, we can further filter it by weapon type. Now, it's every weapon type that we have available will show up in the dropdown, even if there's not necessarily a weapon type for that hunt. So, for example, I don't think we have any hams buck deer hunts. So as soon as we select that, everything goes away and nothing populates. But if we go in and say archery, it's going to draw the same boundary because it's the same boundary as all the other hunts. But if you hit this hunts as a table, you'll see it only lists the archery general season buck hunts. If we were to leave that weapon selection out and then view the hunt table, it'll show you all the archery, any legal weapon, muzzleloader, early any legal weapons, dedicated hunter, all of that. So while we're in here in the hunt, in the table view, you can filter this by just typing in a name. So if we just want to know the Morgan South Rich units, or if you click on the header, it alphabetizes it, ascending and descending alternately. Any of these headers are filterable and sortable. Okay, so let me get back to my notes, excuse me. Okay, so we're going to look at the general season hunt for the Nebo. If we click on that hunt, it gives us just the buck deer hunts up here. So we're only looking at buck deer. It only lists the buck deer hunts. If we want to see everything else that's on this boundary, we can click this show all hunts. And then it shows us all of the bear, deer, elk, mountain goat, bighorn sheep hunts. Now that is just what's on this boundary that we've ID'd as the Central Mountains Nebo. Now, if you probably remember, we changed the Nebo up a little bit, split out some of the any bull, turned some of it into limited entry, and kind of hashed it up. So it's not showing up those spike units now in the Nebo because it has a different boundary than this specific one. Does that make sense? I'll show you a little bit of that here in a second. So let's look at the Nebo. So here it shows us the 4 hunts that we have. If we selected a unit, say the Zion, that had that early hunt, then there would be 5 listings there. So you see there's that early hunt that we have on some units, but not all. So it's all specific to the unit you're clicking on. So let's look at so here in the table view, obviously just a quick brief overview, permit numbers, weapon types, the hunt type, and the season dates. Let's just choose the any legal weapon hunt. So again, on the right, it pops up all of our information that we have about this hunt. It's broken out into a couple of different sections. The first being the hunt itself and the stuff that changes year to year from a licensing perspective, such as the season dates and quotas, drawing odds, any notes that may change from year to year. So every year we'll get biologists that will contact us and say, there was a fire in this place, these roads are closed, and they asked me to publish it on here. We can do it just in a couple of clicks. A couple of years ago, there was the huge fire down in Central Region. I can't remember exactly which unit, but we were updating that almost every day with the changing fire conditions on the unit. But we have built this in such a way that any changes that are made can be pushed out immediately. Also, we've made it to where any changes on the ground done by the district biologists and managers have to have some kind of approval process. So nobody other than me can just publish whatever they want. Again, so the notes and then the harvest reporting. So here we'll see the harvest reporting conducts random voluntary surveys for general season units. If we went back and looked at our Henry Mountains, you'll see that section, harvest reporting, is slightly different. It's required. We provide a link right there for them to go and fill out their harvest survey, the phone numbers, and all of the other information that we've learned over the years people think counts as a harvest survey, but doesn't really. So we are putting that information out there. Up next, we have the population harvest statistics. Obviously, this applies to a unit as a whole. Right now, we're looking at the Henry Mountains, so very high harvest success, which is what we want. That's what it's managed for. 40 to 55 bucks per 100 does. We go back up to the Central Mountains, you see that information changes dramatically. So at 44% harvest success, which is great for a general season rifle unit, 15 to 17 bucks per 100 does. Links to the big game animal report. And then we get down into the real useful stuff, the real nitty gritty. The general information and biologist notes. This is stuff that is written by the district biologists and managers, the people on the ground that know the stuff the best. This is a great write-up. Talks a lot about places where they can go, access points, areas that are good to hunt, migration patterns, scouting tips, weather considerations. I'm not sure who the district biologist over this is, but they did a great job writing up this campground or this hunt. Then we get into area-specific information. This is usually stuff that is relevant to the hunt, but is outside the division's management authority or purview, such as campground information, road closures, dates, public-private issues, ATV access, anything like that, that obviously the hunters are going to want to know, but we don't have any authority to change, do, or manage that in any way. We still like to put it out there. And then finally, every single hunt has its legal written boundary description. What you guys actually approve for a hunt boundary is published for every hunt here in the hunt planner. So now that we've decided this is our hunt and this is where we're going to go, let me get rid of that other one. We zoom in. One of the things that is really nice about this mapping application is the responsive maps. It's just like Google Maps. As you zoom in, you get more and more detail. And even right down to the highest zoom, the detail is still pretty good. There's also a stack of base maps that you can choose from. So if you don't like the general generic one, you can get the satellite views, and same thing. You zoom out and you get, limited information. The tighter you get, the better the information gets. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, there's our hunt. What else can we learn about the hunt? So first of all, if I was going to go on this, I'd want to see if there's anything else that I could do while I'm out there hunting buck deer. So we can go over here and we can look and see if there's an elk hunt. Let's see if there's a cow hunt that goes on in the same area. Again, if we just do elk and antlerless, it's going to give us every antlerless elk hunt that we have in here. And you can see it takes a while to query that. It pulls up everything. A lot of these are cut out specific little areas to address specific herd issues. A lot of these up here, you can see are CWMUs. One thing I'd like to go back to, actually, if we could, let's look at the CWMUs. If we zoom in on that, you can see some of these areas, the CWMUs are packed in really tight. Where the boundaries are can be sometimes fun to guess. So you can come in here, hovering over them will show you which they are, but trying to figure out what some of these boundaries actually are can be a little bit tricky. You click on any one of them, it's going to give you the hunt table. It tells you what hunts are under there. If you do the show all hunts, it'll show you all of the CWMU hunts for what's this, Durst Mountain. But we just want to know about the cow hunt. So if we click on that, first it highlights the boundary over here different so you can actually see and specify that. And then it gives you all the information for the CWMU hunt. We go over here and do this clear extra boundaries. It shows you just that one you're specifically interested in. And then you can also zoom to it if it's off your screen. Right there. So back to our Nebo hunt. So we want to see if there's a cow hunt that overlays this area. If we go elk, antlerless, and just for simplicity's sake, do general season. Okay, so we can see in this area, there's 2 cow hunts. There's one little boundary here in the Moroni Hills, another one over here on the Nebo itself. Both of these hunts overlap each other, but this one only overlaps the Nebo, the main Nebo unit, a portion of it. If we click on this, it shows us all the hunts that are on that Nebo hunt, just underneath where I clicked. If I click over here on the Moroni Hills one, it shows you both the Nebo and the Moroni Hills because both of those hunts are underneath where I clicked. But when we click on the Moroni Hills, it highlights that little portion. And we go back to our buck hunt, and there's the highlighted portion of our buck hunt. So we could overlap in the overlapping area, hunt buck and a cow at the same time during my buck hunt and the cow during the cow hunt. But let's say we want to hunt the whole unit, the big unit. We also notice, remember, these are last year's dates. This will probably get moved up October 7th to the 19th this year. So now we see we have a hunt here. Our antlerless hunt, October 8th through the 20th, and our buck hunt the 20th through the 29th. So just a couple of clicks, we've found 2 weeks where we can go out hunting cow and buck deer, hunting both of them at the same time during the deer hunt, if we're able to get these permits. What else can we do? So remember when a few minutes ago I told you that the spike hunt on this unit is not quite the same boundary as the bull or the buck and cow hunt. So if we go over here and just query the general season spike hunts, and you see it's a different boundary. They've carved that Moroni Hills unit out and turned it into an any bull unit. This is now spike and the limited entry hunt. But there we can see there's our any legal weapon hunt. It's also going to be the same time as not the same time. Yeah, the same time as the cow hunt. So with just a few clicks, we were able to find 3 hunts in the same area and view those overlapping in distinct areas. So back to our Nebo unit. What else can we learn about it? We have all of these additional map layers over here. So first of all, we can look and see if it's a control unit. Can we buy one of those antlerless control permits that we can hunt pretty much the entire time we're hunting anything else? You can see it falls just outside of it, so there is no antlerless control area. We can overlay in CWMUs, so hunters can tell if there is a CWMU in that unit that they're not allowed to go on with their general season tag. Wildlife management areas. We've added every wildlife management area in the state to the map service. And if you hover over those, There's Loafer Mountain WMA. It's going to come up and ask if you want to open this in a new tab. This is opening up in what we call our RAM application, or Recreation Access Maps. This was built slightly before the Hunt Planner, kind of along with it. And we are now in the process of incorporating all of this into the Hunt Planner. So it's not two separate applications, just all in one spot. But you'll notice when we click from the Hunt Planner into the RAM for the WMA, it just filters everything out, just gives you the Loafer Mountain one that we want to look at. And there is the write-up that the region and Habitat has done for this WMA, the species that you can find on it, the activities, any restrictions, closures, anything else that we want to get out to the public about those. Walk-in access areas, same deal. Doesn't look like there's many right on the unit, but there's one right outside it. Again, it's going to open up in the RAM application and do the same thing. It's going to filter it out and zoom right down to it. And then we can find out about the Hanson Hilltop walk-in access area. And the restrictions that the landowner may have put there, no target shooting, species that you can find there and hunt there, and any other information that we want to get out. I'm going to come back to the species habitat layer because that one's kind of involved. This land ownership one, this is pulling from a service that is provided by the state's GIS team. The division does not maintain or own this map, and all it does is distinguish what is private, what is federally held, and what is state held. And it is still up to the individual hunter to find out what the actual statuses of those properties are. So you see down here, we have this disclaimer that was overlaid at the request of the Forest Service that there is private parcels on public land within the Forest Service, and those are still private property. Excuse me, within Forest Service boundaries. So you can zoom in and you can see, just by hovering over it, private's always going to come up private. The agency is going to vary by who owns the property, SITLA, wildlife, other state agencies, and federal will always come up at the right zoom level by who owns or holds that. So BLM, Forest Service. We've also included in here another mapping service provided by the state GIS team of medical facilities across the state. So everywhere where there's a hospital, an urgent care clinic, a 24-hour clinic, anything like that, we've popped them in here, and you hover over them and it gives you the relevant information for those. Maybe it's not where you go to in a pinch when you're out hunting and something happens, but it's really good for preseason scouting and planning, knowing where your nearest medical facility is. If you're anything like the sportsman I am, it's a really good idea. Restricted areas. See, there's none on the Nebo unit itself, but we have published a number of them, mostly around the Salt Lake Valley, of areas that have been closed specifically by the board, the east side of the valley, Immigration Township, Camp Williams. These are places where nobody is allowed to hunt. Prescribed burns. We pull this from a service provided by Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. Whenever they're planning on doing burns, they publish this GIS service, and we tap into it and overlay it on the map. These are all from last year. I'm sure once their fire season gets started, they will start updating them more appropriately, but we thought it was good information to give out there. Then finally, CWMU trade lands. As you guys are aware, when CWMU operators have public land locked in their CWMU, one of the options they have for mitigation is to provide trade lands, private lands that they are now allowing public access for that normally would be otherwise locked up in trade for the public land that is now locked up in the CWMU. So there's not a lot of them across the state. There are a few, especially down here near Price. The bulk of them are up here near Park Valley. So you can zoom in on this and you can see, well, there's that checkerboard out there by the bovines that's been opened up. But when you put the land ownership layer in there, you can see it opens up a huge square that otherwise would have been inaccessible of public land that's landlocked by all these private units. But since these are trade lands, they are now open to the public. Okay, so that's that in general. The other tricky thing we do is with our statewide hunts. So we talked a little bit about the spike hunt. Let's look at the any bull hunt. So these hunts are unique in that you get one permit that allows you to hunt on a variety of different units. It's not like our general season tags. You guys know that. General season tag, you can hunt one specific unit. Any bull tag, you can hunt any of these any bull units. So the way that we manage to get this information out, you see we click on that, and it's going to pop up all the different weapon type hunts. We'll just go for the regular hunt. There it is. So we provide, the same information, the same general information, harvest reporting, population information. Since we're talking about a population that's covering the entire state, we can't summarize it here. So we refer people to the annual report where it's all more detailed out by unit. We provide some general elk hunting information and biology notes. And then when we get down into the actual units themselves, you can expand any one of these units and see the biologist write-up for the unit. So again, this is a great one. They have split it out between the two sides. This is 2 units that we allow them to hunt as one unit. So they've got the percent harvest for the summit and the percent harvest for the west, or the east side on the Daggett. All of the objectives, general information for the unit, and then the biologist write-up and safety considerations for just the North Slope unit. If we go and look at a different one, let's look at the Zion. Oops, it's the same one. So now we have the biologist write-up and all of the information relevant just to the Zion. So all of our statewide hunts, the sportsman's tags, your statewide conservation tags, the any bull tags, spike tags are all kind of set up this way. So it shows them all of the units they can hunt, and we provide them with as much data as we have, much information as we have available on those specific areas. Next thing I want to show you is the difference in the information for CWMUs. So if we pull up a CWMU hunt, this is the Deseret Bull Elk Hunt. It does have in this all the same relevant information. CWMUs have started requesting that we add their website links into things, so we are doing that now. These were just set up late last week. Harvest reporting again is required. The biologist notes for the CWMU itself, so not necessarily relevant to Cache South Rich, but definitely relevant to Deseret. The area, and then the difference being here is we have all the operator information, the property information, the rules for the CWMU, and then the common list of questions that they always get, and all the information there. So all of the stuff that we have on CWMUs is all published here. And finally, the last thing I want to show you is that species layer. So the easiest way to show this, so it's not super duper cluttered, is the sharp-tailed grouse hunts. So here's the Cache County sharp-tail hunt. And we can go here, turn on the sharp-tail layer. And so it'll show you there what our range crews have identified as substantial, critical, crucial habitat for sage grouse, or excuse me, sharp-tailed grouse in that unit. So this will give you a pretty good idea. It's not going to do you a lot of good to go up Logan Canyon looking for them. Start looking in the highlighted areas. Now, for some species, this gets really, really intense. We just turn on, without looking at anything else, without looking at any hunt stuff, we can turn on any one of these layers. It takes a minute to draw because it is extremely resource intensive. And then you can see where our biologists have identified what is crucial winter habitat, crucial summer habitat. Once it's done drawing. There we go. And just hovering over it, it tells you what it is. Summer crucial, winter crucial. Yeah. So some of these things, some of these features, like the habitat layer, the land ownership layer, are super resource intensive. So we do have a habit of turning them on and off at peak traffic times. So like the last day of the application period, you'll notice those won't work because we have literally 500,000 people trying to turn those layers on and off. Very resource intensive. It can bring the system down really easy. So if you see things that I've demonstrated here that aren't working the way that I said they work, it might be because of the day. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Bill. Any questions?
It has grown significantly since I was on there. It is a giant change. I don't use this one as much, but other states, this is far, far better. So congratulations. This is really, really good.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, thank you, Phil. We probably did him a disservice by telling him to do a quick demonstration because there's just so much functionality here. I wanted to specifically point this out to you, Randy. I know in the past you've wanted a calendar functionality where you could see all the dates on specific units for all the different hunts. And we tossed around different ways to try to do that. And we got looking a little bit harder at Hunt Planner and realized it's essentially already there. If you click on that show all hunts for this boundary, it shows the hunt dates. So you can see all the dates for all the hunts. So, I hope there's a ton more to do here. If any of you guys ever want to get together with us and play with Hunt Planner more, we're happy to do that with you. It's really the kind of thing I think you need to, schedule yourself a few hours and just play on it on the computer at your house. But I think it can be a really useful tool for everyone from board members trying to make hard decisions to sportsmen that are trying to decide if they put in for this unit or that unit for the type of, general season deer hunt they want to go on and kind of a little bit of everything in between. But I just wanted to bring that point up, Randy, that I think this has really a lot of what you're asking for with regard to calendar and all the different hunt dates that occur, within a season or within a boundary for all the different species.
That's what I was thinking when I saw that. I thought this is pretty close to what was asking for, just in a different form. I guess it has cougars on it also.
Right now, no, all the cougar hunts are turned off.
Okay.
Because we don't know what to do with them right now.
The other issue that I really like is it came up with those CWMU trade grounds. Ideally, we'd love to eliminate all those, but actually, the reality is that some of them make sense, and having a way for people to identify that is important.
Prior to the Hunt Planner and having those trade lands in it, I do not know where you would have gone to find what those trade lands were before we started publishing this in the division. So thanks, Dax, for bringing up that point about Randy's request. I actually had that in my notes to do it. The only thing I would add to that is if you do want to look at, a unit and all the hunts on it, you've got to remember that we have hunts with similar names across similar things. So if you want to look at all of the hunts on the Ogden and you type in Ogden, we have 4 different boundaries named Ogden. So if you wanted to see all of those hunts, or all the hunts in the Ogden unit, I guess, you really couldn't do it that way unless you went through each one of these. So if we do just the Ogden and then click that, then it does give you everything that we have on that boundary. Just keep in mind that there are multiple boundaries with the same or similar names for different species, for different reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to other business, but I wonder if we can have Colby come up and address condors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something I'm actually going to present just a little bit of information and then probably ask for some guidance from the board and some help navigating this. So just a quick background on the condor population that exists in southern Utah and down into Arizona. They were first released in the late 90s. They released a total of 238 birds. Not all of them made it in the wild. 15 condors were returned to captivity. They just didn't work as wild birds at first. By the early 2000s, they had 30 unique pairings. And since 2003, they've produced 56 young in the wild. Of those 56 young, 24 survived. Prior to March 2023, they documented loss of 168 condors over this time period. 83 of those, 83 were diagnosed as to the cause of death, and 85 were undiagnosed. So 85, we just didn't find them, don't know why they died or how. But of those that were diagnosed, the primary cause of mortality was lead poisoning. So these birds they carry on are dead animals, and they're highly susceptible to lead poisoning in the wild. So the division has worked with other partners over the span of the last 10 plus years to incentivize hunters to use copper ammo. In a lot of ways, it's working quite well. This last year, we showed that we had about just over 70% of the hunters that hunted in the units where we have condors or deer used non-lead ammo. We still have some concerns, and this concern has been probably elevated because over the last couple of months, we've gotten the high pathogenic avian influenza into the population, with 5 confirmed mortalities in the Arizona portion of the population and several others that aren't confirmed that are probably avian influenza. I bring this to the board because this bird, I mean, it breeds, it'll produce offspring every other year, usually, and it's usually very, very few eggs and then very low success after that. And it's something that as hunters, I always ask myself, you know, we pride ourselves in being conservationists. That's who we are. And the question I found myself asking is we know that lead is having an impact on these birds. And I found myself asking the question of, if this weren't a California condor and it were mule deer, that another activity was having a really detrimental effect on, that other hunters were having a really detrimental effect on mule deer, how would we react as hunters, as passionate hunters? And I think the answer is we'd be frustrated and we'd want to change whatever that other activity was so it didn't have that negative impact. And as hunters and conservationists, I guess the question that I have for the board is, it feels like we peaked in the success of the free ammo program. It looks like we peaked in 2018 with about 80%. We've been up and down since then, but we still have about 25 to 30% of the hunters on the landscape using lead ammunition. And I guess the direction I'm looking for is pursuing other avenues, and I'm not saying which one, to increase this or decrease lead on the landscape, something that the board would ask the division to do. Would you be interested in asking us to pursue other avenues to decrease the use of lead on units that overlap with California condors?
So I'll ask the question. So would one of the possibilities be that we ask the division to bring to the board what those possibilities are and what they look like, kind of like in an action log, that we would look at those and see what the ramifications of what that looks like?
I think that's absolutely what I'm seeing if the board's interested in is, I don't know that there's any one solution to this. You know, I think the last solution that anybody wants to go to is a mandatory no lead. But yes, we would bring you a suite of options that we say, hey, what do we want to try next? Or is there anything of these, if you asked to put it on the action log, is there any one of these that you'd like to try next to increase participation or increase? And there's a ton of different things we could look at. We could look at changing weapon splits so that maybe on these units there are less rifle or muzzleloader hunts available, more archery hunts available. We could look at several different options. I don't have all those mapped out, but if that's something you'd be interested in, is being presented with a suite of options to say, let's try a few of these. Yes.
One other thought I had as you were speaking about that host of options is, I don't know the best avenue to get it, but you know, we have a lot of groups that we work with on other issues. I'm thinking in that area, you know, the Friends of the Ponsegont, you know, so many different. If there isn't an avenue that they could share with us some of the ideas that they have, that we could take some of that input and have you present that to us too. You know, we just heard maybe we do too many surveys, but if there's an avenue that as a board we can ask for some of that input, I think would be helpful to hear that.
I absolutely think that's one thing we should do, is reach out to those that live in the area and get input. You're right. There are a lot of great groups. Friends of the Ponsegont should be at the top of the list.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, so if you're talking about this, there's a lot of different types of guns that shoot lead. Rabbit hunters, upland bird hunters. I mean, so we're not just talking about big game centerfire guns, right?
That's a fair point. I think it's yes. The short answer is yes. The long answer is a lot of this is, they can track a lot of it primarily back to a gut pile, usually, where you've had large fragmented lead, and then those birds get in there. So it's not just that, Gary, you're right.
So you don't think the bunny bustings had a significant effect on this? It's mostly big game gut piles. I mean, that's what the research shows, right?
It's primarily big game gut piles, but I can't say that there's no impact in anywhere else. And any lead ingested will affect these birds. And so if they're on a rabbit that was shot with a shotgun, or looking at all things.
So has there been any research at all on whether or not the other population that's still flying around has about the same amount of lead in them as the ones that are dying? I mean, they pretty sure that it's the lead? I mean, is it the symptoms of lead poisoning, or are they just finding them dead and then finding high levels of lead? Or do you know?
Yeah, it's enough when they find them and confirm that it is lead poisoning. It's a combination of symptoms and the low levels of lead in the animal. It's just a toxic level.
And I think a lot of your questions, Gary, that you're asking are great, in that I think that as you come back, those are some of the more information you could share with us.
Okay.
Then does anyone have any issue with the division coming back with some pros and cons of some management options?
Not issues. I think we have to look at it. I think we'd be not negligent, but it's a topic we should look at.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I totally support it too. And I think we need to, I don't know much about air rifles, but they might be included in that too. I don't know if they shoot steel or lead, or maybe both. But
Okay.
let's make sure all the weapons are included in there.
So this is informational. You okay that you've heard from the board? We're in agreement. We don't have a motion, but that's okay.
I've heard what I need to hear. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. All right. Any other topics from the board?
Just one. We all got an email in reference to the sportsman tag draw and how it is impacting the regular draw. And I think Lindy may have some information, but I just think we need to direct the division to look at that and see if there isn't a change that keeps people that have drawn a once in a lifetime sportsman tag at least the opportunity to buy a bonus point that year for a tag.
And Liddy?
Yeah, so this email that refers to they drew out a sportsman's permit, unable to purchase or apply for a once lifetime tag or point, because our rules do state that you have to be eligible for a permit to be eligible for a point. Now, this has been the way for a couple decades for various reasons. I don't think the division had the intent to exclude the sportsman applicants from purchasing a point. This is the first time we've heard of this issue in 20 plus years. But I don't think it was ever our intent to exclude them. And we would definitely look at the rule and make some adjustments if the board asks us to.
Thank you. I think that'd be wonderful. All right, any other topics? We're good? All right. Call for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
All right, sorry, I just couldn't go without a motion, Stacy. Or thank you to all that have participated today.